think, and the players they've brought in over the off-season. And we talk about the players Noble Park has lost, but gee, what a start by Noble Park last week, as I mentioned before. But look, based on the factor of having, I think, a 2-week break, something like that, but I think the Burners will get this one done.
It's a one-on-one. Pendlebury up.
I'm probably going to have to go the other way. Noble Park, spirited effort, like Jamo said. A lot of people probably were tipping them for a slide down the ladder. Not quite as far
dead through the middle.
He doesn't miss. Noble Park, not everyone's favourite, but everyone was probably expecting them to probably be down about 7th or 8th, maybe mid-table. But Blackburn weren't as impressive as I thought they would be on the Good Friday clash, and they've run the changes of about 6 outs.
Picked up by Vermont. They've been really good around the contest.
There's a couple more outs.
They
were quite young. They didn't look like they gelled together
to work with though, but he's kicking inside 50. Here he comes.
Like to play a game that probably suited to your dry footy, whereas Noble Park probably have a few more mature bodies in the midfield. So I'm going to go.
Jeffrey Goebel says.
Tell you what, you don't have two more parochial supporter bases than Noble Park and Blackburn out there. So
how many red? They wouldn't take the red jackets off this week.
It's too cold to move around if they get up.
He's going to line up. So Haley looking for his second of the afternoon. It's a brilliant kick straight through the middle.
One of the prime movers this season. They did get the job done last week. They're going down by 17 points to Roeville. East Ringwood in the Sunday game last week went down narrowly as well.
Great tackle applied there by Manuel. A kick now comes from Gilchrist in the direction of Goebels.
Yeah, look, an interesting game this one.
And he's going to go back.
Didn't expect East Ringwood to get as
so
close to North Ringwood
looking for his second of the afternoon. He's got it.
Look, it was perfect
and
conditions.
What a response from the Burwood Footy Club in the last 5 minutes of play here in the second term. It is now dead level. Direction there of
exactly right.
Mark taken there by Angel.
They'll be more than accustomed to this weather.
He's going to go back from about 45 on a 45 angle.
Norwood really need to
get Vermont in front to start this term.
It's pretty edgy. Yeah, he is.
So in comes Angel. Here's the kick.
Oh, it's a lovely kick.
It's a beautiful kick. It is straight through the middle. And Angel gets his first of the afternoon and Vermont's first.
They do well.
The surface is a bit
for the
different.
moment,
Water can sort of,
but it's going to come straight back onto the left boot. It comes back inside 50. Can they get a mark? Easily taken there. A bit too easily. It was Tyson Holmes.
Who's come a close one. Nord, that is.
Once again, just slow with the kick.
Doncaster hosting Roeville today. Doncaster prevailing in that Good Friday clash, of course, against Blackburn. Roeville getting the first up win that they needed against Nord. Of course, Roeville, one of the big teams in Division 1 to get a number of great acquisitions. Of course, James Wilton, one of them, who's going to prevail today.
And that's a terrific kick from Charlie Harley.
It's his centre wing for Vermont. He spears one in close and he's given it straight over here to Cross, who pumps one in towards centre half forward, contested footy, and going back with the flight. There's Goebels.
They can be competitive.
They get the job done time and again, and they will always make it
out
for a victory.
On about an angle of about 20 metres. His kick. Pinpoint accuracy there from Jeff Goebels. And he's got his third of the afternoon.
Bouncing around over there. Handball away from not Fisher. It was Haley.
Look, you've got to go Doncaster.
Yeah, he's a shot. Haley again. That's a fantastic kick, and Haley is starting to have. I tell you what, he's having.
Is that a good quarter for Vermont? Tyson Hines?
Hines John, the skipper, kicks one in towards centre half forward. The target over the top. Eddie, what a mark!
I think
outjeweled his opposite number there.
Needs to kick this goal for the Eagles.
Here's Eddie now. He moves in from about 45. The kick is
one of the more one-sided contests
and Vermont respond to those two goals from Burwood.
You never know what might happen. Montrose hosting Vermont down at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Of course, the Demons ended up getting the job done over Knox to the tune of 8 points. Knox, of course, coming up and elevating themselves into Division 1 from Division 2. They were very competitive.
He's kicking towards the centre of the ground, finds his teammate now here in
teaming from that grand final loss, they'll be looking to continue their
full forward direction. Great mark taken there by Angel, just muscled his man off to bring his side within 3 points potentially. Here comes the kick. It is very good there from Angel, and he gets his second of the afternoon and for the quarter. It's now a 3 as Baldwin moving this ball out now across the half-back flank. Here's Colin Burns. He swings this one out now. Here's towards the half-forward flank. And a great mark going back with the flight of the footy.
So it could be a scrappy affair, but
and here in this third term, swatted down by Wayne in the run of Haley. Appearing for help without. Manuel swoops onto the loose footy, and he's put it through. Advantage paid, maybe not.
Their depth
No, he's hit the post. Oh, dear.
Tyson Hines.
He's having some game.
I think Vermont, but not by as much as we'd probably
kick forward inside 50.
The final game of Division 1 this weekend. North Ringwood hosting Docks out at Pompey Reserve. I think this will be an interesting one and a good litmus test for Docks.
Got nothing much
very competitive against Montrose. North Ringwood, I think, probably the same quality based on last year's results as Montrose. So this will be a good test to see where Docks are at when they're capable of challenging sides in Division 1. Do you think that they'll at least make a game of it, or perhaps pull off a win?
Oh, they'll make a game of it, no doubt.
It's straight through the middle,
and it's 3 points
in favour of Burwood.
I reckon in Division 1.
Names coming off the ground now here for Vermont.
And North Ringwood over the past year or so have turned
Indeed he has, as Wallace. Oh, that was a poor kick out.
And so
Wallace, who's...
They got time, they want to get going here because the siren's going to go any time. Running away with the Wadley. Wadley gets a kick towards him. And it's Ainger again, I guess it is. I tell you, time, and it's going to give them the lead going into three-quarter time. And I think we can write this one down. Andrew Ainger for his fourth. And he puts it through.
There we go.
He's having a fantastic game, and it's Vermont.
Let's move on to Division 2 now. More round 2 action, of course.
Looking for a target.
Going up there, but Bayswater made a statement after being relegated from Division 1 to Division 2 last week. They haven't Mulgrave, albeit Mulgrave probably one of the lesser lights in Division 2 based on last season's results. Do you think Bayswater, I would think that they would be winning by as much as last week, or prevailing by as much, but Lilydale, of course, prevailing over Croydon pretty comfortably. This would be a more even matchup, you would think.
Oh, certainly would be, but
now Johns it is
to win by to the tune of 120 points.
Mark is taken.
That is making a statement,
Eddie.
When you're back in Division 2 for another year. But look, Lilydale,
there is the kick is on its way, and he's missed it. Well, that's a shocking miss.
Particularly at home too.
They're a side that's learned a fair bit over the off-season too.
In fact, it's a goal.
Points in that, I think it was the semi-final to Moorbark last year.
Well, they've got a chance to go inside 50. Can they hit a target this time? Where's the big boys? Up they go.
Bayswater for mine,
claiming the mark. I reckon
don't be surprised if we hear roll
I reckon it was hand. Well, Buxton. Probably back him the kick there.
I think they're small.
And he has. Umpire looks above his head, but I need to see as the ball sails over. And I tell you what, this is one of the best games you will see as Vermont edge themselves.
By way of Buxton, he turns around and pumps one in towards the forward line. It's a contested volley. Oh, almost a mark there by Eddie. And here comes the volley.
Last week, that's where they got.
I believe that was
they didn't play as many tools up forward.
50.
Not because they don't have them.
Great kick though.
But because that's how they love to play. So these were the might suit them.
It's out. He's had a fantastic game. I reckon he'd be close to one of the best players today.
Eagles. Staples loses it. Gilchrist gathers it. His kick was smothered. It's a loose footy inside the forward line here for Burwood. They win it eventually. And it's through.
That'll help Lilydale as well.
Didn't see who got the kick off that.
Bayswater has such a good comeback in Division 2, but just because the heart bleeds yellow and blue, Dan, I'm going to have to go to Dale.
He has the snap.
And he's kicked it.
And he's got a side note to that. Matt mentioned the Adelaide College game last night. Jaden Stevenson.
Yes, from Ferntree Gully.
From Ferntree Gully, absolutely nailing it. I think many people, even though he was taken at number 6, many people were surprised that he wasn't taken earlier.
Yep, yeah. Paul Minott is one of those. The president of Rowville reckons that Collingwood should be charged with theft for getting in so late at the draft. But he was an absolute ripper, wasn't he? The Eastern Footy Factory has produced yet another one. And look, 5 goals, particularly in one of the toughest road trips in footy. It's a tremendous effort. And look, footy in the eastern suburbs is well and truly thriving.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to have to loophole him in my Supercoach team. I put him on the emergencies, and he's done so well. Luckily, Giles Langdon isn't playing, so Langdon will go in, and then Stevenson's 115 points will roll through.
There you go.
It's nice to
So make those changes, Supercoach lovers. And listen to this man here.
Yeah, just keep picking people from the eastern suburbs.
Could you make a team? Do you reckon you'd be able to find 22 players running around at the moment in the AFL?
There were about
there's a lot of young blokes.
There were about 10 taken in the draft last year from the Eastern Rangers.
And then there'd be previous years.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly. So
players still running around. I don't know how it would go.
I think you should do that. I think you should create your own new Supercoach team and see how that goes for you.
All right. I'll log in with the EFL email address and we'll see how we go.
Best of Eastern Football League. Wantirna South host Mooralbark today. Of course, Wantirna South, we have Jess Sinclair at the helm and Mooralbark with Heath Black at the helm. 2 former teammates out at Fremantle back in the late 90s. I think they used to room together, Dan.
Oh, well.
All of a sudden, they're coaching against each other.
Yes, it's going to be an intriguing clash. Two guys that know each other really well, but I don't think they would have been sharing too many secrets this week. But look, aside from that, the game itself shapes as an absolute beauty, doesn't it? Wanturna South touted as the club that recruited probably the best in Division 2 over the off-season. So many great players coming in.
Yep.
And Muralbach just playing with spirited performances, and we saw that last week when they did a number on Doncaster East out at Heights Reserve. But look, Wanturna South at home, I think they need to open their account for the year. They've certainly got the players to do it. They went down last week to Park Orchards, which was unfortunate for them, but they won't make the same mistake this week.
I'm gonna have to say Muralbach. I think Muralbach will be right up there at the end of this year. They were good last year and almost made their way into the grand final.
They did.
They've recruited well. Heath Black obviously knows his footy, being quite handy at it himself.
Very honest too.
Yeah, and they've got some nice mid-sized players. There's a lot of players who they haven't got that many like out-and-out tools, but they've got a lot of blokes who are just your mid-sized and versatile sort of players. And a day like today, I think that'll suit them well out at Tyner Reserve. So I'm going to have to go with the Mustangs.
Just on Heath Black, Dan, you seem very impressed with his honesty when he was on EFL Sunday. There's not many people that would admit, or coaches that would admit that even after a victory, that they'd be disappointed with the performance. It was very refreshing.
Yeah, he was very candid, and it was really refreshing to hear just frank honesty on a Sunday morning. We love all our coaches coming on, but he certainly doesn't trot out the cliches, Heath Black, and that's great to hear and great for our listeners as well.
Do you think that's because he's played at a higher level and he knows? Because I know playing the higher level in sport, it's more about the processes rather than sometimes the points. Obviously, there's games where you just want to win and you don't care, but often in scenarios they'll be worried about how you go about your footy and all that sort of stuff. So maybe Heath Black's looking at it, especially in the early rounds of the year where wins aren't obviously playing Doncaster East is a big game, you want to win it, but he might be worried more about how we're going about our footy in the first 5 or 6 rounds. And we got the points, and the faithful will be happy with that, beating last year's grand finalists and probably the premiership favourite. But Heath Black, looking at it from a higher point of view, is probably going, well, we didn't actually do it how I want to do it, and it's good way, and it'll be good for Mustangs fans to know that because they're beating the side who were touted as the premiership favourite, and according to their coach, they didn't do it the way they wanted to.
Look, I think when you're taking over your own list for the first time, that you're more invested in the bigger picture of things, and that's probably what he was talking about last Sunday morning. I mean, you can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater after one game that you're not happy with. It's just So Heath Black would look. He was very candid last weekend, and it'd be interesting to see if the things he did grieve about last week fixed up today.
Indeed, and it'll be an interesting clash, that's for sure, down at Tyner Road. Another interesting one as far as Mulgrave is concerned. They want to atone for that big loss to Bayswater, a substantial loss last week when they take on Doncaster East, of course, grand finalists last year. Is it going to get any easier, given Donny East probably have a lot of incentive to atone for their performance last week too after a loss to Muralbach?
Look, they'll be fired up, Donny East, today, and I think they will do this one very comfortably.
Yeah, there's not much to say. I think Mulgrave are going to have a tough year.
Fair enough too. Croydon host Mitcham today. Two sides who I think anecdotally amongst many pundits are tipped to struggle a little bit in Division 2, even though it's probably considered to be a tight division. This will probably be a good yardstick to measure from as the year progresses. Croydon hosting Mitcham today. The Blues are all right on their home ground. Mitcham have a distinct home ground themselves, so will this be a big test for the Tigers here?
Look, I think it will be, and these are two sides that I think will be up there in the years to come because they're both building something from young players. But look, I think the Tigers will just get this one done.
I think both sides again are going to have a tough year, and this will be a very important game because you don't like I said, you don't want to go too early in the season. It's not panic stations if you are to be 0-2, but this could be a famed 8-pointer, Damo. I think this one is a very, very important game for both sides, and whoever wins it will get a win over probably a rival relegation side.
And do you think, given Croydon and Mitcham where they were at last year, that there would be some motivation to at least lift this season?
Well, there's always motivation for teams to lift, and at the start of the year everyone's probably thinking about winning the premiership and not going up this year, but winning the premiership. But I think in the back of the head both coaches will be knowing this is a crunch game for a side who's around about them on the table.
Well, that almost wraps it up for Division 2. Time now to focus on our match of the day here on EFL Game Day. We're out at the Division 4 clash between the Glen Waverley Hawks and East Burwood out here at Waverley Toyota Oval or Central Reserve. And it's great to welcome the Glen Waverley Hawks coach who joins us on the pre-game. Big welcome to Ryan Flack. Thanks for joining us amongst the windswept and rainy conditions.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a shock to the system. Just saying to the guys, you know, over the last 3 or 4 weeks, every training night's been still and warm and beautiful. So, you know, I don't think many sides around would have had much of a chance to practice in these sort of conditions.
I wouldn't have thought any sides in Victoria would have a chance either.
So, yeah, usually we have to wait a few more weeks for this, but it's footy season. It's a winter game, so we'll just deal with it.
It's still difficult to adapt, given, as you said, it's been relatively mild over the last few weeks, and all of a sudden you have this sudden change of condition. I think both sides will probably have the same amount to adapt to, you would think.
Yeah, I don't think it's really going to make much of a difference, other than it might affect the skill level of the game a little bit. But,
yeah.
I think, you know, both sides are going to want to play a pretty good running brand of footy, and, you know, that might be a little bit compromised at times. So, but, yeah, other than that, I don't think it advantages anyone. It's just who adapts quickest and best.
Ryan, one of the players that have come back into the club over the off-season, Brad Riddle, spent some time away. How's he come in and adapted back into the club? How's he fit in?
Yeah, he's one of the guys that have come back in that have got a lot of experience, and it's been a bit of a void for us over the last few years, where we, you know, 3 or 4 years ago we had a bunch of guys that are still the nucleus of our side, but they were all coming through basically as 20-year-olds or thereabouts, and so to get some guys that have just been around the traps and you know, bring that voice and understand the game a little bit more, or have spent more time doing it, and Brad's one of those guys, so he's very vocal, and you know, he's happy to get the guys together and try and motivate them, and you know, he's a very successful personal trainer as well, so that's kind of his strong suit, and so he's been a really good influence in that area.
What about Matt Ferguson as well? Has played at the higher level too. I'd imagine he'd be of the same ilk as Brad Riddle, bringing that experience in, and how did he go last week?
Yeah, so firstly, he's got a great attitude to it, and he's coached as well, senior footy. So for me, just having someone who's an ear there to bounce some ideas off and get some feedback is just another really good thing. And he's very comfortable getting up and talking in front of the guys, and sort of has been taking the reins and sort of helping the new guys integrate a little bit as well. Last week he kicked a couple of goals, took a couple of other marks, and probably missed a couple that he might have usually kicked. So he was probably pretty similar to the rest of our side in that we were just not quite there. We were okay, but okay probably doesn't cut it, you know, against good sides like Whitehorse.
Just following on from what you spoke about there, not being quite there, and like last season, you guys probably thought you should have been around the top 4 if you played to your best. What were the things that you guys in the off-season looked at and said, well, if we want to get back into the finals, what do we need to just tweak? Because having watched a few games from the Hawks, you were definitely up there with all the top 4 sides and pushed them all the way in every game, especially a game out here against Coldstream. But there was a few things you probably had to tweak to really be consistent. What were those things that you found?
I think mostly, you know, we talked quite a bit about it at the end of last year, and we probably just lacked the depth of senior standard players to be able to really keep everybody accountable for their form and keep everybody on edge. And I think any successful side's got to have a little bit of internal competitive tension, and we probably didn't have that, and as a result, guys were able to cut the odd corner or miss a training session here or there or whatever, and that sort of thing can start to perpetuate amongst the whole group. So we, more than anything to do with the guys, you know, not wanting to be better and not wanting to do it, it was just about us being able to say, hey, there's 28 or 30 guys. Everybody is accountable for their form and their input, and if that's not good enough, then we've got other guys that are trying to push up. So now I think we've got 27 guys in the club that have played more than 50 senior games. And it means that if you're in the team, you've got to have earned it. And I think that's probably the main focus that we had in trying to improve.
Conditions like today, moving on, are obviously, like you said, it's not going to try and change your game plan, and most sides will want to stick to what they do. But are there any players you think that will really benefit from it being a bit more slippery, a bit wet, and a bit more frantic?
Well, I mean, you know, it's always the inside mids is always the answer to that question. So I'd expect that guys like Josh McMillan and Ben Sullivan, Zao Karawala, who's another sort of new guy to our club, who hasn't played a lot of senior footy, but he's come from the St Kevin's sort of amateurs background, so he knows what he's doing, and he knows how to go about it and prepare himself. And those guys are all guys that I'd expect to be getting their hands dirty and getting in and under, and they're usually the guys that thrive on these sorts of days. But that being said, the ground's not sloppy, and so once the ball gets out into space, it'll skid on, and there'll be opportunities for the outside runners to get hold of the footy as well. So at least we're lucky that it's a pretty well manicured ground, and it's not going to be a bog, it'll just be greasy.
And finally, mate, the new rooms are open today. Sam Kekovich is in there. Is it just good to have something a bit more desirable on the eye down here at Central Reserve?
Yeah, they asked me just to say a few words in there before, and I probably just spoke a little bit about my background and how it's to have rooms that you can sort of be proud of, and it can be a place where you can build a culture, and you can bring my young blokes in the under-9s, and I've been brought up around footy clubs, and to be able to bring people through and they associate with the building, it's more than just the bricks and mortar kind of thing. It's a place to be and a place to thrive and enjoy people's company and grow and learn values and all that sort of stuff. So it's much easier to do when it's a place that's also comfortable for people to be. Yeah. And whilst down here was probably great in its time, I mean, even just the fact that it backs away from the ground, and after the game you can't sort of watch your kids running around out on the oval and stuff like that. It just makes it a bit trickier for all the people that you want to be involved in the club. So hopefully that'll really improve it. And I think Thursday night they had the scissor, the ribbon cutting with the council, and then we probably
Did you get your hands on them?
I didn't get my hands on the scissors, unfortunately. There's a bit of a queue of dignitaries in front of me, but we had 200 or 300 people here running around, kids running around out on the ground, and the atmosphere was really good. So I think it's going to be going forward a really positive thing for our club.
Well, Ryan, this ground has plenty of history attached to it. Hopefully you and your side could create your own bit of history and start off with a win today for your sake. Thanks very much for your time.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for that.
Cheers. Ryan Flack joining us, the Glen Waverley Hawks senior coach, ahead of the big clash against East Burwood today in what will be very testing conditions. And I think it's great from a Glen Waverley perspective that they have the new rooms open. And it's almost a new set of history to be created today, given that this used to be a VFA ground with the old Waverley Panthers, VFA premiers back in the mid-60s. Now the Glen Waverley Hawks have their own bit of history to create.
Damo, I thought my knowledge was impeccable, but you've just put me to absolute shame. The Waverley Panthers.
They became the Hawks after that.
Okay, and geez, you've blown me away here, Damo. But no, it is an exciting.
Do you know what jumper they wore? Do you know what jumper they wore when they were the Panthers?
Oh, no, it was back in the 60s. Okay, I wasn't alive then.
But you know the rest of it.
Probably something woolen and lace-up, I'd imagine. But, yes. But no, it is exciting that they do have these new facilities here, because Ryan was talking about, bringing your family down, and that's what footy clubs are all about, isn't it? Enjoying a communal feel, a community club, and bringing your kids down who then go on to play footy at the higher levels of the club. It's just tremendous for Glen Waverley Hawks.
Indeed, and so we know East Burwood has a lot of history attached to them as well, so it's good to see these two clubs meeting for the first time. Do you think, Matt, given that they haven't met each other before, there's any difference in preparation, perhaps, in terms of researching the other side, or is it just any other team?
I know there are definitely a few East Burwood faithful who 10 years ago wouldn't have cared who Glen Waverley Hawks were. Yeah. And if anyone's doing research, you'd assume the coaching staff for East Burwood is treating it like any other game. They might not have to research too much because they'd know about the players. They'd have people years ago scouting, doing some opposition analysis. But I think
they've just got into an open goal, and it's hit that Angel. He's had a pretty handy game.
Gilchrist
those folks at East Burwood who are used to driving out to Noble Park and Baldwin might have to put Central Reserve in the iPhone.
Well, this is a bit of a local derby.
Takes a local derby.
What do you say, Damo? Derby or derby?
It's derby.
It's derby. Derby in Victoria. No, it's derby. I think it is derby.
Okay, we'll call it a derby. It's a beautiful kick. I mean, two clubs that are in close proximity to each other, straight down the road. I mean, it's remarkable to think that they've only competed for the first time. We'll call it a derby. It's something to build in the next few years.
And they're both. Most grounds are ridiculously windy. I've never been to East Burwood, and it's never been
that was a poor kick out.
So far on my couple of travels here to Central Reserve.
Wallace.
Today's
they got time.
taking
They
the
want to
cake.
get going. The siren's going to go any time.
pretty windy
running
conditions.
away with is the Wadley.
It'll certainly be a
Wadley
windy
gets
day
kick
today.
and
We'll
it's
just finish
Angel
off
again.
Division 2 and
Yes,
then
it
get
is.
to our first break of the
I tell you,
EFL
time, and it's going to give them
pre-game
the
warm-up.
lead
You're
going
enjoying
into
our
three-quarter
company
time.
here
And I
as
think
you
we can write
prepare
this
for
one
wherever
down.
game
Angel
you are
for his
at
fourth.
across the
And he
eastern
puts it
suburbs, or
through.
even just listening at home.
He's having a
I should mention
fantastic
Ray
game,
Baird
and
is
it's
making
Vermont.
this is
Just
his
wait for the
first
score to
appearance
flick over.
for the
First
season.
There they
appearance
go
of the
long
year,
inside 50,
He's
looking
around
for a
the grounds
target.
of What
Going
Turner
up there,
South.
but the
That
mark
Montana
not taken.
South,
Good
yeah,
week
so
in there by
that'll be a
Goble.
cracking
No doubt,
game.
right on
And
the
it's a
boundary.
goal.
Rennie Gilchrist.
Rennie Gilchrist, it was Gobles who
getting
went
down
up for
amongst
what's
it.
the
Tennis square, Hyams in
He'll
pursuit
look
of the
forward to
footy,
that.
did well
What
to
Turner
gather that
South,
one
of
in,
course,
gets
hosting
wrapped up there
Broadbent.
by Manuel.
Our final game,
And
and
we've
this is
got
an
a
intriguing
free
one
kick.
too. Upper Ferntree Gully hosting Park
well, it's going to be for
Orchards.
holding the ball.
I think
Oh,
Matt
and
said that Park
Tregear
Orchards
gives
be
his man a
smoking for the
shot.
premiership.
Swing it
Yeah,
in
I
the
did
field.
say that.
He was the
Wayne
first
Park,
one.
I was the
Goal.
first one to say it. He won Good
great
Friday
hands.
for a game.
Now,
Damo,
leave
thank
Johns
you.
it is
When
at
I
least.
said I laughed at,
Johns
scoffed.
gets it.
Brett
Oh, mark is
Bester
taken.
scoffed at me.
Eddie.
The man
It's
who
Eddie,
calls it the
big Eddie.
playoffs
He's got a
scoffed at me. And Wayne Brasher joined him in
There is the
scoffing.
kick is on its
As
way.
one thing. I
And
listened
he's
to the
missed it.
podcast
Well,
this
that's
week.
a
Brasher's on the
shocking miss.
bandwagon. And he's claiming,
Really should have done better
he's
there.
claiming that he said Park Orchards.
In fact,
So
it's a
for those
goal.
out there listening,
Really?
Wayne Brasher
30
was not the
seconds.
first one to say Park
They've
Orchards
got
be
a
a
chance
smoky
to
for the
go
flag.
inside
I
50.
was.
Can they hit a
Well,
target?
you're
It's
entrenched
Harris,
on
the
it,
big
Matt.
boys.
You can
Up they
carry
go.
on. And they got Daniel
what a
Gorringe.
mark.
Claiming the
Yes.
mark. I
Now,
reckon it was-
Bolton were
I tell you,
they were
I
sitting
reckon
on
it
their
was
hands.
hand
They
as
were
well, Buxton.
refusing to let go
Probably
as a matter
vacuum
of
it, kick
principle.
there.
Because, you know, Bolton
And he
are
has.
cash
Umpire looks above his head, but only to see as the ball sails over. And I tell you what, this is one of the best games you'll see as Vermont edge themselves.
By Wayne Buxton, he turns around and pumps one in towards the forward line. It's a contested volley. Almost a mark there by Eddie. And here comes the volley.
That's why I think I'll be up.
I believe that was a
Into the inside 50.
They'll win
Great
today.
kick though.
I think
Ball spills
it'll
clear.
be close, and Upper Gully
McCone,
Kings
what-
Park,
it's
it's a
out.
massive
He's had a
ground.
fantastic game. I reckon he'd be close to one of the best players today.
Eagles,
Upper Gully,
Staples loses
it's
it.
lucky these
Gilchrist gathers it.
conditions
His
are
kick
round
was
two
smothered.
because it's known
It's
for
a
being
loose
good
footy
market.
inside the forward line here for
I
Bowen.
think Upper
They
Gully
win
will
it
get the job
eventually,
done.
and it's
Just the
through.
experience of Perry and the likes of
Didn't
the
see
two
who
other
got the
blokes that are
kick up
running
there.
around
Yeah, I
there.
did. I
But
didn't
it'll
get
be, it'll be a good game. It'd be my pick for match of the round in Division 2.
Bain, it is. He has the
two sides
snap.
that are probably
he's
looking
kicked
Park
it.
And he's got
to go
it.
the double.
He has got it
The
once
double
again. Pretty much a
back-to-back,
goal
and
just
Upper
out
Gully
of nothing.
after consolidating
Vermont work it
last
off
year, probably
half-back.
looking to stand
Kick
their
out
authority in
wide,
Division
looking
2.
for a
Of
contest.
course,
It's Johns who has it.
for
Johns goes
Carlton
inside
and the
50
Gold
for the first
Coast.
time, and the
Another
mark is
AFL
taken.
player from
Terrific kick
coaching
by
the
Johns.
Kings this year, Joel
And the
Perry. I
mark
think
has
he
been
played a
taken.
few
Who's
games
that?
Yes, North Melbourne.
at North Melbourne, that's
Yes,
right.
and then he came back to local level. He's actually a junior at Upper Gully as well. So they're thrilled to have him back there, and he booted 5 goals last weekend
So
too.
Tommy started with the
he's fitted
first
in
goal, and it's Vermont by
absolutely
one
beautifully.
straight.
And you know, you can never sort of
switch it right into the
undersell
middle of
that
the ground.
experience.
Beautiful kick.
Not only his AFL
Superb
background,
kick,
but
and the
coming
mark
from
is
Division
taken,
1
coming
down to
forward to
Division
meet
2,
it.
which is a significant
Is Brett
drop
Eady, of
down.
course.
I enjoy the fact that he played
contest
full back
at the
all
moment.
last year for
As
Vermont.
Angel
Straight
lost
down
the
to
rough
Upper Gully's
contest.
coach. I'll stand in the goal square, boys.
Here's Forward now with a kick in
It's
towards
like when
full
Brian
forward.
Lake and all that come back to
And a
charity
brilliant
games. No
mark
chance
taken
I'm
there by
going in when
Good
you that
Barker.
after the ground.
Well, when
he'll
you're
go
the
back to
coach,
his
you can
first
call the
shot.
shots,
Get
and
a
that's the
mark.
way
It's
it
a
is.
nice intercept over there taken.
Oh,
Who's your tippy there?
I'm going for Park Orchards. Their forward line's magnificent. They'll really relish the wide open spaces of
That was a
Park.
comedy of errors. It was the crowd not
Fantastic. Well, that completes our Division 1 and Division 2 previews. After the break, we'll also preview Division 3 and Division 4 games in round 2 action of the Eastern Football League as you go local for your
Ball
football.
comes in, a great
This is
kick.
the
Purdy
EFL
should
game
drop what he
show
should have
right
taken.
here on
And trying to
EFL
burst through
Game.
that. Purdy gets a reprieve, gets the hand pass off, and high up and under into the back pocket, and going back with a flight.
Me of my
And a great mark.
There's albums
Tommy
when I
Himes,
listen
you
to
know you mean
them,
Fat
I think
Memo?
back to my dad playing them to me.
vanilla perfume reminds me of my mum.
The smell of Yorkshire pudding reminds me of my old man. He was a great Yorkshireman.
An Italian pasta dish reminds me of my grandmother.
Be remembered
It's
for
like
the greatest
Carrie's got
moments
the
in
key.
your life. Find out
Oh,
more at tobinbrothers.com.au.
And it looks like,
Tobin Brothers Funerals,
the house over
celebrating
the back's got the footy.
Program
Went out on a
I
gurney.
was just getting him before you because I know your golf gets
at least
mentioned
he
pretty
can
much
get
everywhere.
on. At least he can get on a golf course.
every Sunday
And flying taking the mark there was Fisher, and unable to drag the mark in. But Arndell Goebbels can't take the mark, loose footy. Baldwin still have the attacking flair as this one centred in towards the direction. Oh, getting one up high there was Tommy Davis, and he's won himself a free kick, dead set in front, 30 out.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account.
They are 2 straight 12, trailing Vermont 60 from home. It looks like he's going to load up. He sells the dummy, sells 2 dummies. Gets a hand pass away, running and shaking one off his Lockie Johns. He gets a grubber and a kick in towards the goal square. And plenty of Baldwin players.
And upload your entry for a chance to win $35,000 cash plus a year's supply of KFC.
Program sponsor.
Something nice that I have done for someone. I have bought a meal for a homeless person.
Always offered to pick people up from the airport.
I went out with a friend last night, just being there and listening to what she was going through. I think made all the difference.
I'll write like a little note and put it in the mail. Might just be like, hi, I'm thinking of you.
Took my girlfriend to dinner
deep in the
last
forward
week.
pocket now. Just want to extend Vermont's lead. Here's the kick.
They know that every life is unique, and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at
and that is another 6 points there to the Vermont
Funerals, celebrating
inside 50.
Program sponsor.
McComb just outside 50, probably beyond his range as he gets a kick
Nothing
towards
better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League.
Centre wing, one-on-one contest and a good mark taken there by Anger, and he's away now. He kicks this one towards full forward. It's a one-on-one, penalty up with
welcome back to the EFL pre-game warm-up. We're at Central Reserve this afternoon.
His first of the afternoon, dead in front and dead through the middle.
As you go local for your footy,
and
Damien Watson, Dan Sensick and Matt Fonia with you. And Dan,
to their tally this afternoon.
Freezing at the moment. It was 25 degrees yesterday. I think it's gone down by about 10 degrees in the last 24 hours.
Oh, geez, these are the days you live for, aren't they, Damo? Longing to get out to your local ground.
And it's a holding the ball,
winter as well, and truly arrived, and it's
Angle
back
to
in the
work
swing
with,
of
but he's
things,
kicking
the
inside 50.
season.
Here he
It's just great,
comes.
isn't it?
Absolutely. But
Smooth approach on its way.
You wouldn't want it any other way in some cases.
Umpire doesn't move.
In terms of
Jeffrey
the local
Goebbels
football,
has put
this
it
is
through.
pure football at its best in these conditions.
Oh, and this afternoon,
deep into time, he landed on. Here comes a high up and under in towards centre half forward. Firing at the back, what a mark taken by Haley.
And that's part of what I love.
And he's going to line up from. So Haley looking for his second of the afternoon. In comes the kick. It's a brilliant kick straight through the middle, and the Baldwin Footy Club get two inside a minute, and they keep pace with it.
Was an incident during the week?
Yes.
So after centre draw, great tackle applied there by Manuel. A kick now in comes from Gilchrist in the direction of Goebbels. And Goebbels takes it on the 50, and he's going to go back.
Now there could be a draw.
So Goebbels, he's looking for his second of the afternoon. He's got it. And what a response from the Baldwin Footy Club in the last 5 minutes of play here in the second term. It is now dead level direction there. A beautiful mark taken there by Ainger.
There was a big plume of smoke there yesterday, just enveloping out of that area, right next to the state basketball centre. But of course, no one was harmed, which is always the most important thing. A good precaution.
So in comes Ainger. Here's the kick.
Oh, it's a lovely kick.
It's a beautiful kick. It is straight through the middle.
Of course, he is
and
the
Ainger
East
gets
Burwood
his
coach
first
as
of
they
the
take on the Glen Waverley Hawks this afternoon. Great to welcome Stuart Wyatt to the coverage. G'day, Stu.
But it's going to come straight back onto the left boot. It comes back inside 50. Can they get a market easily?
I
But
guess
taken there.
Patriot Ryan
A bit
Black,
too
the Glen
easily. It was
Waverley Hawks
Tyson
coach, how
Harms.
he would adapt his game plan given the wet conditions out there. Is there any changes you would have to make purely because of the conditions?
We'll see how we go. We've got a couple of bigs, Wadley taking the mark deep in the pocket.
Maybe taking one of them off, or two of them off at certain stages, but it looks like it's going to be a bit of a struggle out there with the conditions today.
At least the surface is held up.
It is. Oh, the ground's in magnificent condition. So hopefully we can get on the outside a little bit and play some pretty decent footy instead of it being a slog.
Stuart, we spoke to you on EFL Sunday last weekend, and one of the things that came out of the chat was, I suppose, the more confidence you'll get will be based on how many more games that you do win for the year. And a day like today, with the conditions being as they are, to be able to bank a win would be extreme confidence banked by your guys.
Yeah, it would. It's a huge day for us. A great start last week. It's going to take us a bit of time. I don't think we'll start playing our best footy until, around 6, 7, 8. We've got so many new players. I think last week we had 6 players from last year's team in the side. Normally, when you coach a team, it's the reverse of that. You might have 6 new recruits and 17 or so current players. So it's going to take a while for them to gel, and we still don't think we've got our mix right. But hopefully, it's going to be good enough to get the points today.
You mentioned that there's been quite a few new faces through the team. There's been quite a big Knox contingent coming back to the club. How have they fitted in?
Yeah, they fit in really well. They're just good footy people. They've fitted in really well with with the Curran East Burwood boys. They're great blokes. They're a really close group considering they haven't been together long. So like I said, the more wins we get, the closer we'll bond and the better we'll get as the year goes on, hopefully.
Troy McGowan is someone that jumped across from Knox. He was a fringe player at Knox, often did a lot of run with roles. He's a very, very fit man. How have you sort of seen him link into the side, and is he relishing an opportunity to probably get a lot more first 18 footy under his belt?
Yeah, absolutely. He's a quality play. He finds the footy. He's the left footer, so that helps as well. So we'll play him through the wing most of the year, and hopefully he can give us some really good outside run. And yeah, he's a fitness freak, so he'll just run all day for us.
Has he helped with the rest of the guys with that sort of, in that regard? Has he taken any sort of strength and conditioning sessions? Because I know Glen Waverley talking about Riddle coming back and helping them out in that regard.
Yeah, not really, because he didn't come down till late. He didn't decide to jump on with us until probably 2 or 3 weeks before the first practice match. So he was sort of a late comer to us, so he hasn't sort of done a lot of that sort of stuff. We've got Scotty Hunter who does a lot of that stuff, which is pretty good at it.
Off the field, the vibe, obviously such a long time between drinks for the faithful. Have you seen just a lot more positive outcomes in terms of people coming through the gate, people making the trip out here today, people on a Thursday night?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's. I weren't there last year, but from what I've been told, it was pretty doom and gloom like. You can only watch sides lose for so long, so everyone gives you a bit of an opportunity at the start of the year to see how you play and whether you can win some games of footy and give them some entertainment. So they'll jump on with us for a while, I think, and hopefully they stick. But it was a massive crowd last week, and if we could manage to get the win again today, it's just going to build. It'll build over the next few weeks, and we don't think we're going to go undefeated or anything like that. But if we can win our fair share of games, I think everyone around the club will be pretty happy.
And finally, for me, the last 2 names on this team sheet I've got in front of me are some of the longer names I've ever seen. Do you attempt to pronounce them, or are they just Jordo and Jono?
Geordie and Jono.
Yeah.
That's it.
have you had a crack at number 53?
No.
Never?
I wouldn't even... I didn't know that was his name until he just showed me.
I really appreciate your time here, Stewie. Of course, you won your first game, I think, in 23 last week. Hopefully, for your sake, you can go 2-2 today. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant stuff. Stuart Wine joining us, the East Burwood senior coach. And you mentioned those 2 names down the bottom of the list, Matt. Damatopoulos.
Spiliotopoulos.
Spiliotopoulos is the second last name. You mentioned Troy McGowan, of course, coming over from Knox as well. I think Ryan Lapore was another one. Yep. Sam McCarthy, of course, coming over from Knox. So there's quite a few that have made the trek over.
They have. Just the late change, Masters has come in for McCarthy for East Burwood. Thanks to the coach for telling me that. That was lovely of him. So there we go.
I was just about to mention that too, as I happened to catch up with him outside the ground, old Turbo, and he says he won't be taking part today, but a very good player as well. And obviously these guys probably seeking further opportunities to play in the first 18, I'd imagine, given Knox jumping up to Divi 1, basically.
Yeah, certainly, and there's probably never been a better time in recent years to be involved out at East Burwood. You just heard from Stuart Wine just before about the vibe that's around the club and all the people that are coming back and what they're attempting to build. It's an exciting time for them.
Well, let's move on, gents, to Division 3 Round 2 action in the Eastern Football League. Let's preview some of these games. First up, Scoresby hosting Templestowe. And, I mean, the Magpies, basically, they made the finals last year before being knocked out in the first week at the hands of Heathmont. They did claim a very convincing victory against Churnside Park last week. Meanwhile, Templestowe, they were on the other side of the coin, and that's been disappointing. We know we've seen them have a number of outs, but they'd be keen to atone this week. But you'd think Scoresby probably have too much class?
Yeah, certainly. Going down by 123 points is never ideal, whether it be an experienced side or a young side. But look, Scoresby have won 10 of their past 11 games. Yeah. So that is red-hot form. And what's great to see is that even though the final series last year, they played in that first final against Heathmont, it didn't go quite the way they wanted it to. But they've managed to get over that in the off-season and record a good win last week. So, look, I think they'll make it 2 from 2 today.
Could Tempe be competitive at least, Matty?
No, I think they've stripped it right back. They're trying to rebuild. They'll be hoping to stay up, I'd say, maybe. I don't even know if they care. Obviously, they would like to stay up, but I don't think it would be the worst thing for a world. They had such a red-hot tilt at going up for almost 5 years and just couldn't quite get there. And now they've had to bite the bullet, and good on them for doing it, because a lot of teams will continue to try and keep up there and run themselves into the ground. Good on them for admitting it, but I just feel Scoresby, after absolutely demolishing Chirnside Park, will absolutely demolish Templestowe.
Well, Boronia hosts the Waverley Blues this afternoon. A bit of an unknown quantity, this one, because Boronia, of course, they're a bit of an unknown quantity in a sense, because the Waverley Blues have obviously dropped down from Division 2, and they took on Donvale last week, who had come up from Division 4, so we don't really know where they're at in the scheme of things. Boronia, I think, would be one of the stronger sides this season, given that they'd be very red hot and willing to atone for last year, missing out on the finals by a whisker. You think they win at home today?
Yeah, I'd like to say certainly, and I think they will get it done. But look, mixing me words up a bit there, I don't think it'll be any certainty.
Certainly not sure.
Certainly not sure. It's probably the term I'm looking for. But Waverley Blues, you mentioned Damo, unknown quantity, have come down a division, and you just don't know, because they were pretty competitive still last season when they struggled to win games. They made teams earn it more often than not. But Boronia are reinvigorated, aren't they? New coach Matt Clark, who knows what success is all about, guiding Montana South through a successful period and into many finals campaigns. But look, Boronia have been one of the pre-season fancies to finish in that top 2, well, certainly from my point of view. So I'm going to go the Hawks today.
I've heard a lot of good things about Boronia as well, and but Waverley Blues have also got a new coach, Bryce McGain, who will no doubt have some different ways of thinking about sport and football in general. With probably a focus on the mental side of things as well as the on-field stuff. Like we said, Waverley weren't the worst team to ever go down from Division 2, so they won't be one of those teams that could slide all the way down. I expect them to be right up there at the end of the season, but I think Boronia will get the job done today.
It was interesting listening to Bryce McGain on EFL Sunday last week. He had a relatively decorated footy history at local level himself. He played at Sylvan for a number of years.
Yes, he also won a best and fairest at Sylvan as well back in 2000. So gun footballer, great cricketer, all-round sportsman. So
and he's a great communicator.
He's a
very, very good communicator.
Didn't he work in IT as well?
Well, you got to remember how late he made it into the cricket sphere. He debuted almost at 40 for Australia. So
That's right.
He obviously got a lot of stuff done in his life before everything started clicking for him. So he's no doubt got experience in all sort of facets of life, and one of those people that's probably been lucky enough to achieve in everything he's done.
There you go. It's certainly an interesting history. Ferntree Gully hosts Chirnside Park this afternoon. This will probably be one-way traffic if you have a look at the form line.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Damo. I don't expect big things out of this clash. I think the Gully will do it pretty comfortably.
Just a shout out for Chirnside Park. They hosted the VFLW game down there this morning, Carlton versus Box Hill.
Oh, really?
At 11 a.m. Kimberley Reserve, free entry. I was going to walk the dog down there, living just up the road, but I opened my blinds and decided not to, so I'm sure the girls had fun running around out there. But yeah, Ferntree Gully, I think, will be a good side this year. They've got a very strong list, and they're good at producing young talent, as we mentioned earlier in the show, and Chirnside look like they might be in for another tough season.
The Basin host Ringwood this afternoon down at the Bear Cave, and the Basin, I think they would have been disappointed with the outcome last season, but they got off to a winning start in round 1 this year with a 5-goal victory virtually over Warrandyte. But, of course, they take on Ringwood, and I think they're primed. They had a 10-point win, which was a confidence-boosting one against Heathmont after those couple of losses that probably were unlosable in a sense last year. You would think Ringwood would have a lot of fire in the belly.
Yeah, one of the positives last week for the Basin is their prized recruit, Bo Dowler, featured in about 2 goals.
But he wasn't Hawthorn player.
Yeah, exactly right. He wasn't their leading goal kicker last week, so that's a real positive for them that he's come in and he hasn't been the key focal point thus far. And so they do have all those other avenues to goal. But Ringwood, they would have stung over the off-season, no doubt, with the way their campaign ended. And look, under a new coach in Brett Rowe, who's known around the Eastern Football League, he will have them up and going, and this will be a cracking game, but I do think the Redbacks today.
We spoke about South Croydon's numbers on their list. The Basin are obviously doing something right. They've got a ridiculous amount of players on the senior list, and then they probably have enough for almost 2 teams in the under 8. So the Basin are looking strong throughout the club, so that's a good sign for the Bears going forward. I know they've pushed hard to try and make the top half of the table this season and ideally stay in Division 3. But I think today Trent Farmer is versatile. He can do it tall and he can do it small. I think he's going to love the conditions today where defenders who are used to going up against a key forward might not be able to do it on the ground. And that's where he's going to come in. I'm expecting him to kick a bag and the Redbacks to get up.
He could be a dangerous player.
He just needs to get that kicking right. I know a lot of Ringwood people think there's one tweak they can get done, but I don't think you can complain about how he goes about his footy.
That's true, and that was on show last week at the Parker Family Cup when Ringwood got the job done over Heathmont. What was an entertaining encounter. Hopefully this one will be an entertaining encounter, but the form line would suggest otherwise. South Belgrave hosting Heathmont.
Tell you what, Damo, we reckon we're cold up here, up the mountain.
Oh, yes.
Up the mountain in South Belgrave would be very, very, very cold.
Would it be 5 degrees cooler?
Well, they did the night game there last week, and that would have been all right last week. It was a nice...
It was a mild day, yeah.
Nice mild day. The night game would have been all right. Thank you, BWS, for giving me this pink umbrella.
He's expecting you to go to ground level.
He wants to be ground level. No worries, I'll be out in centre wing. I'll get a kick out there. South Belgrave up the mountain, it'll be cold. I think Heathmont will get the job done. They're just a class above, but maybe the hometown locals there, when you get your passport checked on the border, it might help them. Might help them bring the game into a somewhat close struggle.
So there you go. I'm going to tip Heathmont here, but you never know. With South Belgrave at home, they're always a tough side to beat up the mountain. Domvale hosts Warrandyte today. We mentioned how the Waverley Blues were an unknown quantity. Domvale likewise coming up from Division 4. They were competitive against the Waverley Blues. And Warrandyte, I think they've always seemed to have struggled. They avoided relegation last year, but this could be a prime chance for Domvale to get their first win.
Yeah, I'm backing Domvale in here. They've got quite a strong list. I don't think they'll struggle at all in Division 3. Whether or not they finish in the top half of the table is a different thing, but I think Domvale will go quite well. They've got a nice spread of strong bodies in the midfield and smalls running on the outside to help in these slippery conditions. It's a big ground out at Domvale. Warrandyte, like you said, they're young. They might not really. They'll be looking about development. I'm not sure if they'll worry too much about where they're finishing this year.
Yeah, I think it'll still be an interesting contest and a good litmus test for Domvale, of course.
Let's see where they're at.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think it'll be very beneficial for those young players coming up. Domvale and Warrandyte, Dan, who are you going to tip there?
Oh, the local derby, or is it Derby?
Derby.
Are they technically geographical
names? They've put
it
down. They've put it down, and it is, because if you go to Warrandyte Reserve and you can turn left to Domvale. Domvale and Warrandyte, quite close.
They are close. I'm just thinking of their neighbours. That's by the by.
A stone's throw away,
Well, they're not. I wouldn't call them neighbours, Damo.
Look,
a couple of streets over.
Domvale, I reckon. Look, they came up against the Waverley Blues last week, went down by 26 points, but they'll want to turn things around and they'll get it done today.
And we move on to Division 4 this afternoon. Coldstream hosts the White Horse Pioneers. Gee, you talk about cold. Would this be the coldest place in the eastern suburbs today? I
don't think you'd have many supporters out there. It's a massive ground. There's not much infrastructure on 3/4 of it. There'd be a lot of people huddled under that little tin shed they've got out there at Coldstream. It'd be freezing cold, but it should be a good game of footy. They met in last year's elimination final.
Yes.
So no doubt they'll be looking for a bit of revenge here, will Coldstream, and they've done a little bit of recruiting. Obviously, Bailey Frisch is running around for the Demons, a Coldstream product, another one to put in the EFL Supercoach team. But I think White Horse, strong bodies like the Marianis will no doubt go well.
Look, I agree with you, Matt. It's a big day for Coldstream today. They do have a big charity event on. A fundraiser for 7-year-old Lawson Appleton, who's the son of reserves player or name known in the Eastern Football League, Liam Doughty, and partner Tamara. Unfortunately, he's been diagnosed...
Assistant coach,
playing assistant coach, and unfortunately he's been diagnosed with leukemia, so they're doing all they can to raise funds today and just give him the best day possible. He'll be leading the reserves out and the senior team out. They've even got a nice little jumper for him as well, so it's a tremendous day for him and for the club. So if you're in the area, get down and donate some funds.
Yeah, and I think that'll increase the turnout there despite the cold conditions. Hopefully they turn out in their droves. Do you think Coldstream can get the job done?
No, look, I'm going for the White Horse Pioneers. I think they're primed this year for a tilt at a premiership, and they'll make a good account of themselves.
The Glen Waverley Hawks at East Burwood, of course, we previewed that at length this afternoon, so we'll move on to Surrey Park versus Fair Park. Well, they're on opposite sides of the pendulum in terms of the eastern suburbs in a way, but they're not too dissimilar. I think Surrey Park probably have the better list if you look at it on the whole. Despite their loss to Forest Hill last week, they were still competitive. I think Forest Hill would be one of the challengers up there in Division 4 along with the White Horse Pioneers. Fair Park, well, they've been disappointing in recent seasons, and I think they would have been immensely disappointed after that big loss to Kilsyth on the weekend in the last round.
A lot of people within the four walls of Surrey Park are pretty excited about what they can produce this year, because they've been building for some years now, and they've managed to get the dynamic right with the list, with the experienced players, the younger players, and those mid-20 type players. So look, they'll be filthy with the way that things went last week in regards to going down to Forest Hill, who are, as you say, probably up there as the benchmark in Division 4. Yeah, but I think they'll open their account this afternoon.
I think Surrey Park are a very good side, and I think they'll finish top 4. But I think today's conditions will suit Fair Park. Surrey Park are quite a big side; they're quite tall. I think Fair Park.
Tipping an upset.
I'm going to tip an upset. I think Fair Park's just for their structures, the way it's going to suit them today with the conditions.
Turn it into a scrap.
I think turn it into a scrap, and then just use the guys who have a bit of a lower centre of gravity. So although I think Surrey Park are the better side and will make finals, I think Fair Park are going to win today.
Would the home ground advantage count for anything in this contest, or does it not make a difference? Because they're relatively
They're small grounds. They're
yeah.
different grounds, I'd feel, though. Surrey Park's definitely... Fair Park's tiny. Fair Park is 2 kicks and you're through the high diddle. I think Surrey Park's a bit bigger than that, and you can sort of get caught on that far pocket out towards the Aqua Nation. So I think it could be a game. I think I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very low scoring with a lot of contests around the ground.
I think in conditions like today, home ground advantage doesn't count for too much. I think it's just all about getting first at the footy, in and under. Tough footy wins your games.
Kilsyth hosts Sylvan today. Of course, Kilsyth will be riding high after that big victory over Fair Park last week. Sylvan, I have got a cold, so that's why I'm going to blame that for my voice breaking. Sylvan, of course, last week, big victors over Nunawading, as you would expect, although Nunawading hit an encouraging side and scored 7 goals last week, which was good to see, but still convincing victors. Don't really know much about Sylvan as yet, based on last week's result.
A few Croydon boys have switched across with coach Trent Martin. So that'll be Ben Riley, Daniel Lemon, Daniel Dixon, and I'll just keep running my over the list. But they're stronger than last year, Sylvan. Kieran Purtle's another one that's gone across with him. I think, again, they're playing at Kilsyth. The Pinks Reserve is a big ground.
Yes.
And Sylvan is not a big ground. Whether Sylvan will be able to match Kilsyth with the run. And like we talked about with today, Ryan talked about the ball skidding on the good surface when it gets on the outside, and that's where the runners come into it. I'm not sure whether Sylvan will have enough blokes to go with them there. If it were at Sylvan's ground on a day like today, Sylvan would come right into it because they've got so many big bodies and mature bodies. But I think at a big ground, Kilsyth will have their measure.
I agree with you there, Matt. I've touted Kilsyth as pushing for the finals, or they should finish in the finals this year.
Yep.
The second half of the season they put together last year was very encouraging, and the players that they have picked up from Croydon, coming from higher divisions, they'll be invaluable, so they'll get it done today.
And our last game to preview, probably a laid-out misère, this one. Nunawading host Forest Hill. Forest Hill are one of the favourites for the flag. Nunawading, at this stage, probably the favourites for the wooden spoon. There have been improvements at Nunawading, I've noticed, given their scoring rate. They were getting beaten by 300 points only a couple of years ago, and they have halved that to an extent in terms of the margin. They were only beaten by 126 last week and scored 7 goals themselves, but Forest Hill should get the victory today.
Yeah, look, a big victory coming for Forest Hill, I think. They've got the firepower down there as well, and they haven't put a foot wrong. They've only gone one game this season, but they haven't put a foot wrong, and an impressive win against a good side in Surrey Park last weekend too.
I love tipping an upset, but I cannot make a case for Nunawading, of course. I think they will win a game this year, Nunawading. I think there is a game out there that they will win. If they were playing another side in conditions like this, at home, you could possibly think about it, but Forest Hill are going to be too good. I think damage control and the weather will definitely help Nunawading in that regard, but it's such a tiny ground, you wouldn't be surprised if Pimmy's lining them up from the wing.
And just a last word before we enter the break. Of course, we are at Central Reserve this afternoon for the clash between the Glen Waverley Hawks and East Burwood. Last word from you boys before we enter the break.
2 words. East Burwood.
Well, there's 2 words either the way, isn't it? I'll go 3 words. Glen Waverley Hawks.
Oh, well,
go on, Damo. How many words are you going to say?
I'll say 2. I think East Burwood will get up.
I don't know. Adam Amin's going to kick 5. Adam Amin, the big boy in the square. He's not too tall. He's bloody strong, and he's pretty mercurial with the ball when the ball hits the deck. So watch out for Adam Amin. They usually give him a lot of space inside 450.
Well, he's certainly a player to watch. That brings us to the end of the EFL pre-game warm-up. Hope you've enjoyed it. Coming up after the break, our call team in Ben Warren Smith and Brad Henderson will join the coverage to call all the action of the big Division 4 clash between the Glen Waverley Hawks and East Burwood right here on EFL Game Day.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mum for everything she's done.
My brother's been having a pretty rough time. I'd like to reassure him that it'll be okay.
I'm sorry that it ended up badly and we didn't remain friends.
I was pretty tough on my brother when he was younger, and I'd like to apologise to you now, mate.
It's never too late to apologise, forgive or say something you've always wanted to say to someone. So reach out and tell a loved one what they mean to you. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor. EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account. The latest news and views on Facebook. Don't miss EFL Game Day or the Match Footage Hub on YouTube. And all those happy snaps on the league's Instagram accounts. Simply search Footy EFL.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
Program sponsor.
I'd love to make more time for my loved ones because they really deserve as much help as I can give them.
Because they mean the world to me.
Because eventually they won't be around anymore.
Because I don't want to miss out on watching my brothers grow.
To show them that I value them.
I don't want to regret later on just being too busy.
Apparently a very common regret is that people feel like they didn't make enough time for loved ones.
Tell those you love what they mean to you. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Oh, it's great to be back. It's great to be back out here at Waverley Toyota Oval, as it's currently known as these days. You might know it as Central Reserve. We're out in Glen Waverley. The Glen Waverley Hawks taking on the East Burwood Football Club today in EFL Game Day match of the day. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on EFL.org.au. A fantastic pre-match led by the one and only Damien Watson. Thanks, Damo. And of course the rest of the panel in Matt Fodia and Dan Sensick. Really excited to be at the back of the grandstand here, one of the best perched up areas to call football if it's not windy and rainy, but nonetheless it has stopped, it has died down. There's a big crowd here. Sam Kekovic had the place in stitches. I can't even repeat what he said to the faithful when he walked out the doors just before. It was absolutely hilarious, but it is not allowed to be said. I need to welcome the panel who's ensemble today, and well, if I was anything like Eminem, I would be doing the old Slim Shady. Guess who's back? Back again. It's Brad Henderson. It's great to have you on EFL Game Day, Brad.
Oh, thanks very much, BWS. Great to be back as well. And great to be seeing East Burwood again. It's the first time since 2006 that I've seen East Burwood live in action. So
wow.
Long time between drinks. I think it's been quite a while since we've broadcast them as well on Radio East.
It has been few and far between over recent seasons, but of course they've gone down another division and they started off the season well, and it's exciting to see them play again today, and of course to be out here at a great venue for the Glen Waverley Hawks. Dan Sensick, he'll be doing special comments this afternoon. Looking forward to this one, mate.
Yeah, certainly, and I'm a bit in the same boat as Brad, that I haven't seen both these sides play for a number of years. I think the last time I saw the Glen Waverley Hawks play was when they unfortunately lost to North Ringwood by a record margin in a grand final. So looking forward to seeing them in action again.
Fantastic stuff on social media this afternoon. Jesse Hare
So I think I got that right, not along. Yes, I shouldn't have doubted myself. Welcome to the team, Jesse. Great to have you. You'll be tweeting all afternoon. Matt Fodia is on the boundary line. We're not too far away from getting away, so we'll cross down to Matt in absolute due course. I think this is going to be a real tough one today. It is the Glen Waverley Hawks taking on East Burwood, and we are about to get it out, and it comes out, and it's going to be the Rams. The first time McGowan snaps around the body up towards the half forward line, and it was a good mark taken there by Max Wills just inside the centre square there for the Rams. So probably a couple of kicks from home, and we'll get them with the ground report pretty shortly. Galeno was using his body at the back of the fall ball. It's about 25 metres out, getting down Parthenidis, scooped upon there by Perry. Can he curl it back? Well, the wind got a hold of that one, and it didn't take too long for the East Burwood Rams to get on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are one straight six. Glen Waverley yet to score.
Missed it, BWS. It's been given, you've been given the minor score. It looked good most of the journey.
The celebration, the goal umpire.
Yeah, the crowd came alive for that one, but the goal umpire thought differently, and so just the minor score.
Always keep your eye on the ball, even if you're a commentator too, Brad, because I just went off on a tangent there. But
I think everybody in the ground except the goal umpire thought that one was a goal. Yeah, so first score on the board for East Burwood, and that's what Steve Perry does so well over the years for the Rams. He's come back to the club, of course, but he's featured prominently in the past for them, and he's so dangerous around goals. The ball on the deck, plenty of players over the footy. There's a high tackle. Free kick will go. No, in fact, the umpire, I reckon prior to the high tackle, he'd already blown the whistle to call for a ball up. So Big Miller goes up. Ben Miller in the ruck there for East Burwood. And he's come out of that ruck contest in a fair bit of pain, Ben Miller. He's limping. And
might have been stood on.
Yeah, he's called for the boundary. He's called out to the boundary that he'll make his way over there. That's a lovely pass. Came from the boot of Kennedy, and he's hit his teammate on the chest. And lace out Galeno, who we're expecting big things from this year for East Burwood. He got off to the best possible start last week with 8 goals, and expect him to feature prominently today as well. Crossed down boundary side shortly. Adrian Galeno. He's usually a pretty deadly shot for goal.
Right behind him.
And we've got perfect view of this one. Galeno, the left footer, hangs it out to the right. And in the end, he hasn't even managed to score there. He's put it out of bounds on the full. So the free kick will go to the Hawks in the back pocket with Jesse Dunn.
Let's cross down boundary side to Matt Fodia.
Thanks, Ben. Bearing the conditions down here, mate, the ground is actually immaculate. The rain's hardly affected the surface, so that shouldn't affect the game today. The wind looks like it's just favouring East Burwood's end, but definitely towards that right pocket. And Rhett Masters is in today. He's come in for number 27, and the injury there looks like a left ankle they're testing out there on the bloke who just wandered off. I've lost my team sheet, so I'll get back to you on that one.
No worries. It is quite windy out there, and the umpire's paid a free kick in the middle. Of course, Masters' family having a long association with East Burwood, so good to see the youngest brother Rhett out in the side today in the number 27. So it'll be Murphy for the Rams, just to work his way up to where the umpire's telling him to kick from. So gained probably another 20 metres, kicked it up into the middle of the ground. Getting a handle on there was Handrick. Couldn't quite pull the ball in. Gates received handball now. Snaps around the body. Bit of a fresh air shot inside the 50. Looks like Glen Waverley had the numbers, but charging through Damatopoulos. He dropped it like a hot potato. The umpire said it was okay, but he has paid a free kick for a high tackle, and that will go the way of Brad Riddle. Just caught one on the shoulder. Seeing Brad Riddle in the Glen Waverley Hawks colours. He'll kick out to the far side, Brad.
He does indeed. Riddle's kick there was intended for Ferguson, but Ferguson couldn't quite trap it, and it's gone over the boundary line for a throw-in.
They're 2 players I'm really looking forward to watching this afternoon. They've come back to Glen Waverley Hawks. Of course, Ferguson's played in at a higher level as well, so the experience they've been able to bring has been invaluable.
Absolutely. He's been a bit of a journeyman, Brad Riddle, over the recent seasons. Played at Wanturna South, had a stint there at Ringwood. I think he had 1 season at Ringwood as well with his brother Aaron, and now, of course, both of them finding themselves at the Glen Waverley Hawks.
I think Riddle even played in that grand final that they lost to North Ringwood many years ago, back in 2012. So he's got a long association with the club.
Absolutely. Umpire throws it up, palm down. No one can really get a clean handle on the footy, and even though the rain has stopped, it's still pretty blustery conditions. Just looking at the trees around the field, they're moving around quite a bit. So these are still tough conditions in any case, very cold, and just glad that the rain has stopped for now. May come back later in the day. So the umpire to ball it up once more. Throws it up. Tap was one down there by Stafford. Palmed it down into the path of McGowan. Close to the boundary line. They climb in over the top. And taking possession there was the East Burwood player right up against the boundary line, but he was going nowhere. It'll be thrown back into play once more. It's going to be big Parthenides in the ruck. Former Nuttawatting captain. He won the tap down that time. Strong tackle there by Riddle. McGowan working hard on the deck, and Parthenides there also on the bottom of the deck. He'll get himself back up and then have to contest the next ruck hit out. It's been on that outer wing for quite some time. Nobody really able to clear the area. Kick was smothered off the boot then of Parthenides. Sinden booted it forward, but it was intercepted for East Burwood. Ball on the deck again. Quick kick around the corner for the Rams, but it's the only man there is Tom Eddy, who safely holds the mark for the Hawks. And Tom Eddy will look to clear for Glen Waverley. Will kick it along that outer boundary where the ball has been for most of the game so far. And it's spilled over the boundary line once again. So somewhat of a stalemate at the moment. Just one behind on the board for East Burwood. And Glen Waverley Hawks yet to score. So ball to be thrown back in. Parthenides against Stafford. Should be a good battle throughout the day in the ruck between those two. Plenty of experience for the two of them. Stafford did really well, gathered it in beautifully. Got the handball away, was intercepted there by Canning. A lot of players getting hands on the footy, but no one can get a clean disposal away. And it's pretty hot in the kitchen just at the moment as the kick tumbles clear, but once again out towards the boundary line where we will have a throw in. There's still just the one score on the board. East Burwood leading, one behind. Glen Waverley get to score as we cross down to the boundary side.
Troy McGowan, usually wearing 47, is chucked on the long sleeve. He's in 73 today for East Burwood.
Thanks, Matty. As the umpire throws it in now, it's tried to be stolen by Kennedy. He lost the pill and then set upon quite quickly there, Hodges. So across the half-forward line for Glen Waverley, the Bendigo Bank scoreboard operators need to update the scoreboard because East Burwood have got one behind, so hopefully they're tuned in on 98.1 Radio Eastern over there. Tried to scoop upon it there was Stafford. He got dispossessed of the football. Glen Waverley Hawks charging through there. Huxtable couldn't quite trap it. Well done there. And Jamie went backwards. Thought he had the safety of his teammates there, but charging through and laying a pretty solid bump for the East Burwood Football Club is number 40, who I'm sure Matt will be quite on top of letting us know who that is as well. Yep. So it always happens in the first few rounds. Yeah. There's those jumpers that are listed versus what people actually run out in the end. As the ball's tapped out, centre half forward there for the Eagles. Trickled across there by Broad, went after it again, but now it'll be East Burwood who bustle their way through. Well done by Perry to get ball to boot just in the nick of time, still inside the centre square. They've got the numbers. Will's got the handball away, charging through. Damatopoulos goes up towards the top of the goal square. Brilliantly use of the body there by Galeno. Can he snap it around? Can he keep it alive? He can't. It holds up in the breeze. Eddie was right underneath it and took a good mark in the end. Switches it out wide. Hodges has got a foot race. His opponent there is Anjemi. Got a little toe poker on him. Will be the first player to meet the football. Stops, props, looks for his options. Tried to link up with Cokes, who dropped a sitter. It wasn't the greatest of handballs to him though. Now the Hawks can make a bit of amends here. Snap around the body there by Murray into the middle of the ground. Broad. The umpire is going to call it back. I don't know how that couldn't have been advantage, but nonetheless they'll have to rebound from about almost centre wing position, half back, Brad.
Yeah, they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this 4A forward because it's been a A bad start from so far, but good strong mark taken inside the forward 50 there for the Hawks, and this will present their first genuine scoring opportunity. It's really the first time they've been deep inside their 50. So a chance here for the Hawks. Can they register their first goal of the game? Long kick by Ferguson, hangs it out to the right. Players camp in the square, but it's just snuck through. Just brushed the goalpost, in fact, so minus score there. As we cross down to Matt Fodey, we'll try to find out who number 20 for East Burwood is in the next few minutes to Matt as well.
Number 20 is Rhett Masters, and Evan Pickering for Glen Waverley Hawks has just hobbled off. He's favouring, or his left side, his right ankle looks a bit sore, and he's got a cut lip, so he's been in the wars recently.
Thanks very much for that.
Still after 40 for East Burwood, just took the mark. Matters, it comes out half back line. Another chance for Glen Waverley to go forward this way, that way. And then crunched in a solid tackle, number 52 for Glen Waverley's Mel. Matt, you're earning your money this afternoon, mate, which is nothing as it goes up towards the centre half, the wing position. Little handball over the top there by Pagliaro. Umpires called it back. And it will be the Rams' way. They've got the numbers as well. They can take off to the races a little bit here as Kennedy on the right boot sets the ball inside forward 50, and it was going for the Galeno target, but getting back well there was Eddie, was the player in front. Switched it out wide. Sinden takes the mark. Back pocket now for the Glen Waverley Hawks. Waverley Toyota Oval today, aka Central Reserve EFL Game Day. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Switching it across here, Eddie again had a bit of the football early, working hard across the half back line, out towards the half back position where his teammate out there just couldn't quite pull in the mark.
Josh McMillan.
And we'll cross down to Matt Fodey, a boundary side.
Hey mate, it's Ryan Lepore has changed to number 40 for today.
Quick kick came out of the contest there, and it's been marked there by Lepore, who drives the ball forward once more. But it's only Glen Waverley standing there in the void, so the Hawks will steady once more. Kick was to a 2-on-1, but it just carried nicely. It was what you call a well-weighted kick. Carried the pack, and the Hawks go forward once more. Mark taken defensively, though, well there by Stafford. And he comes out short to Kennedy. Kennedy very short now to Ungamey.
He's having a good first term.
Yeah, he looks a class act, former Knox player, of course. Ungamey's kick was looking for Wills. It was at his bootstraps. Chance here for the Rams. The Hawks managed to get numbers around the footy, though. Ungamey slides in, dives over the footy. Cruz fed the handball out. They still haven't cleared the area here yet, though, the Hawks. They're still under pressure. And East Burwood managed to force the ball up. Not a bad result inside their forward 50. Score's extremely hard to come by in these conditions, as you'd expect. Just one behind on the board for East Burwood. One behind for both teams. So scores level, but no goals thus far. Pagliaro shot out a handball to Canning. Canning's kick, though, was a poor one, and it's been marked there safely by Huxtable, who gets crunched after he marked it, but the umpire didn't feel there was much in that, so no 25-metre penalty. Huxtable's floating kick inside forward 50. The ball was, it eluded Sinden then. McGowan for East Burwood from half-back. Kick really was just into open space, didn't do Galeno any favours, but he made the kick look good then. Galeno tucks it under the arm, and then a lovely pass to Handrick, and East Burwood can go back and line up for goal as the Sun makes its first appearance this afternoon.
They've had most of the play in this first term. East Burwood just haven't been able to capitalise. This is a really important kick to set things up and kick things off for the opening term.
So Brett Handrick, distance shouldn't be a problem. Left footer.
Very nice.
And it looked good off the boot, but he just hung it out to the right slightly. Minor score. East Burwood 2 behinds. Glen Waverley Hawks 1 behind.
So the Glen Waverley Hawks to bring the ball back in. Kick goes up towards the middle of the ground, so there really isn't too much of a wind advantage here. Hodges gets brought to the ground hard in under player and hands it back to the umpire. 55 metres out from the East Burwood goal line. currently leading this game by 1 point. It's 2-1. Bit of a high tackle there. It was seen there. So McGowan for the Rams. Sparing pass inside forward 50. Was chopped off at the crucial stage there by Sinden. He got it across to Potts, who just chipped it away, and Eddie takes the mark. Dunn, I should say, is fancy little dude Dunn's got going for him as well as he kicks it out towards the Eddie direction. Eddie will be disappointed that I called Dunn's do his, but he's got his own interesting one, does Tom Eddie. So far side of the ground out here at Waverley Toyota Oval. It's a kick on the left boot. We've heard a whistle, so expect that to be a 25-metre penalty. Is anyone aware of what happened there? It seems like it might have been an over the mark situation. There's not too much retaliation coming. Keep the scores coming in all afternoon if you're around the grounds right across the east at Footy EFL via Twitter. Barry Cott's our man around the grounds for all afternoon. Looking forward to hearing all those important scores as the Hawks go forward there. Almost a mark trap there by Ferguson. Just got spoiled at the last minute. Came out. Brown got the handball away. He's looking for his teammate in Kennedy. He was bustled over the boundary line and out of bounds. It goes for a throw-in about 35 metres out from the Glen Waverley Hawks goal line.
It's been great to see Kennedy have an influence early in this game. Of course, when players come back to lower divisions, their influence, you can tell the polish of the skills, and he's had some great passages of play.
So the umpire to bring it back in, Parthenides, will go up against Stafford, got the knockdown. The Rams look like to have the numbers at the fall of the ball here. They'll get that clearing pass. Lapore's kick was smothered, so it's still deep in the forward line for the Glen Waverley Hawks. Potts over the top there, sorry, I should say Andrew Murray, and we will have a bounce. So looking for the first score, the first goal, the first major of this Division 4 match of the day. Here's an opportunity, bit of a skyscraper kick. The umpire's call played on. Getting a fist on it there was Canning for the Rams. It hit the deck over the top there. Ferguson laying a pretty strong tackle just to ensure that Luke Brown couldn't release the footy. And we'll have another bounce. Good forward pressure there. Good back pressure, I should say, by the Rams as Parthenides over the back, got it down, just spilt it right on the goal line. As it kicked across the face and it skidded, but through for only a one behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this first term, and it is all square. 2 behinds, East Burwood, 2 behinds, Glen Waverley Hawks.
It is indeed. Luke Brown brings the ball back in for East Burwood. Favoured the outer side, where Stafford safely takes the mark. Almost all of the play seems to have been on that outer wing in front of the scoreboard here, which still isn't quite right at this stage. There's the kick towards the wing. It's 2 behinds apiece by our reckoning.
It is. The clock wouldn't hurt either. No, it is a 17.5-minute mark, and that's all thanks to old mate Lee Green, who's on top of everything.
Stafford won the tap down. Taken there by Kennedy. That was an aggressive tackle by Brad Riddle. Drove him into the ground, but the umpire was okay with that. All in the act of play. Parthenides won the tap. Handball there from McGowan. Sullivan tried to soccer it along the boundary line, but couldn't keep it in play. And once more, it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, early on, we can tell this is the type of game where just get the basics right, get in, get the footy, get it on the boot, because we're set for a scrap this afternoon, I think, and that's telling on the scoreboard with no goals kicked so far.
Parthenides won the tap. He's taking the honours in the ruck so far. He's got an obvious height advantage against Stafford as they compete once more. Riddle sharked the pack, but he was immediately set upon, and he was going nowhere fast. The umpire fairly quick on the whistle on that occasion to call for a ball up. Probably wouldn't mind letting them or seeing them let it go for a bit longer and see if the ball can clear the area. It's a real stalemate at the moment. Lots of players over the footy. There's a free kick. It goes the way of Jason Kennedy for East Burwood.
So Kennedy wants to wind up, drive it down the wing position, right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's all square there over the back there. Dunn got a fingertip on it, paddled it to his advantage. Wills went after it again. A couple of Glen Waverley Hawks players cheekily asking the umpire if that was deliberate. And we'll have a boundary throw in. 19.5 minutes gone here in the first term. Tough day to kick goals. I'm sure Barry will be throwing through some interesting scores right throughout the afternoon. There's no doubt about that. Masters took it and then rode it. And then over the boundary line, he goes for a boundary throw in. So just waiting for play to restart here. Looks like the weather's probably going to hold up now. The sun's been out for a while now. Potts charged his way through, got dispossessed of the football. A quick kick was smothered, and over the boundary line it goes for another boundary throwing. So a few stoppages happening out here. Today, Matt Fodia hasn't had to rip out the pink umbrella yet, so he's got a big smile on his dial. And
sun's out at the moment, which is nice. Bathed in sunshine, the ground.
And the ground's in great nick, as most grounds are at this time of year. We're only in round 2. At Footy EFL, send through your live scores, or if there's a player that's absolutely dominating via Twitter. Over the back of the pack there, Canning couldn't quite trap it. There's just a lot of players following the ball at everywhere it goes at the moment. It's making it quite tough to split it out. Let's cross down to Matt Fodia, boundary side.
The footy hasn't really enthralled me such thus far, Ben, but Ben Miller looks like he's done for the day. He's got the boot off, got ice on that left knee or ankle from the looks of it here. But also, go to your left of your scoring goal umpire. Who is the unauthorised fellow just standing next to the goal umpire on the field there? If anyone can find that out for me.
Just having a chat by the looks of
Or if
things.
we can just send someone down there to keep an eye on that poor goal umpire, who's no doubt been a bit bored thus far, but just have a look out for that.
Well, hopefully it gets off the park now as the kick goes forward for East Burwood, but it sailed out of bounds on the full. It'll be the Hawks to bring it back into play. Short passes on, marks taken by Cruz. You look for the switch here, and that's something that we're after. Not much has happened over this side. Pitts probably dropped what he should have taken. Over the top of the football, Galeno then brought it in and then played for it well, because he did cop one in the back. Umpire was right there to see it. On the left boot, kicks it inside forward 50. It was a clever pass as well. Short. Pagliaro, he might just be a little bit too far to score. Gives it back to Galeno from 45. Just thumps it on the boot. It's going to hold up in the breeze. Knocked away. Damatopoulos was there. Nicely done there by Sullivan. Pushed it towards the boundary line, chasing after it. Huxtable. And it goes over and out for a boundary throwing 35 metres out from the East Burwood goal line. Still all square. 22 minutes gone here. 2 behinds each side. Short throwing that time. Ball hits ground level. Riddle just paddled it back over. So about 25-30 metres out from the East Burwood goals. Both sides have had their opportunities. Just it's been treated as a scrap at the moment. There's a lot of players following everywhere the ball goes at the moment. And Jemmy picks the ball up. It's tackled and brought down. Andrew Murray, strong tackle by him.
I just wonder, BWS, even though it looks good at the moment, if it's a lot more slippery and a lot more tricky to play in than it appears to be.
Well, players have trained on dust for 6 months, so it will be certainly different from what they've been accustomed to over recent times. As Coates hits the deck, he was brought down in a strong tackle. Ball up about 75 metres out from the East Burwood goals. It's all square, Bradley.
It is indeed. Jumping over the top then was Wills to win the tap. And the mark taken there by Pagliaro. He thought about playing on the ex-Lion, Mulgrave Lion, but decided against it, went short with the pass. This is Perry, who's always dangerous around goals. Perry's high up and under kick and safely marked defensively there for the Hawks. They'll come away through Dunn. Jesse Dunn kicks out towards the half-back position. It'll trickle towards the wing, and Masters there takes it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Brad, you just mentioned the surface before. Just seeing the ball skidding towards the boundary line suggests that it does look a lot worse than what it actually is.
Back into play. Tap, thump towards the boundary line once more. Strong tackle there was applied, was well done. McMillan's high handball. Didn't really favour his teammate too much. That was Mulqueen there taking possession, and Broad's given away a free kick. And now probably a 25-metre penalty as well. So a bit of ill discipline there from Luke Broad. He'd already given the free away, clearly wasn't happy with the decision, and he pushed Mulqueen into the ground again, right in front of the umpire. So not a smart tactic. That was Coates' kick to half forward.
Well, by the guy that just walked in front of us.
Exactly. Little handball there to Ungamey. And Gamey's kick kept it very low. The mark taken by Galeno. Galeno bounces it through for a goal. And finally the first goal is on the board for the Rams. Kicked by Adrian Galeno. Who else would it be after a big 8-goal haul last week? He was always going to be the man most likely today, Dan.
Well, Brad, giving away 25 half back in games like today in scraps where every inch is crucial. Ryan Flack would be very disappointed with that, but that's all Galeno needs up forward is those half opportunities, and he will cut the defenders to shreds.
It's crossed down boundary side to Matt Fodia.
Just on the conditions and how it's affecting the game, just when that ball came past me here on the close wing here, the pavilion side wing, the ball looks quite greasy, just like that layer of almost dew across the ball. So it's just once this moisture dries up that we should see a bit more of an open game.
Well, maybe the floodgates can open now with our first goal. Little kick off the ground there by Kay, up to almost trapped there by Eddie. Goes over the football again. Little handball inside forward 50 for East Burwood, but they've got the spills outside. The kick was smothered though that time on O'Brien. Nicely done there by his opposing number, and now Tyler takes off and he kicks it on the right boot up towards the half forward line. It goes Ferguson, came out and he goes after it again. He used his body magnificently. This could be a go. Set sail for the goals. Can he put it through? He pushed it to the left hand side, and tell you what, he had to do it all himself then. That would have been one impressive goal, and maybe a contender for our goal of the day, which might not necessarily get an award, but can always be still called goal of the day, Brad.
Absolutely, and that would have been a contender, but second behind there, kicked by Matthew Ferguson. So Mulqueen for East Burwood in the long sleeves, one of a number of players today donning the long sleeves, which you don't see all that much these days. Perry safely taking the mark. So Stephen Perry for East Burwood. Up towards the wing. Dunn came from behind, spoiled. He certainly affected the contest on that occasion. Good strong tackle by Sullivan. Throws Handrick into the ground. Quick kick was by Perry, and he's put it out on the full. There wasn't much else he could do then, Steve Perry was certainly operating in very close quarters against the boundary line. It may have been touched off the boot, in fact, there from Perry, because it's a boundary throw-in. So the kick partly smothered. Boundary throw-in, fisted out of the air decisively by Handrick. Kay copped a high one, and an obvious free kick there paid against Eddie. So Brett Kay, floating kick forward. Wills was the target. Handball came away there from Masters. McGowan puts his body over the footy. And a strong tackle then applied by Perry, forces the ball up. Still just 3 behinds on the board for the Glen Waverley Hawks, and East Burwood a 1-2-8. Perry out of the contest, threw it on the boot, but it was marked then by Dunn. Dunn's kick up towards Tyler. Paul Tyler at half back will just weigh up his options here. Not much to kick to, and in the end it was a poor choice. Handrick probably should have held the mark. Little handball from Masters, got it out to Mulqueen. There's a free kick, it's going the way of Kay for East Burwood. So Brett Kay, one of about 8 or 9 former Knox players in this East Burwood side this afternoon, who came this year to the Rams to try to help them not stay in 4th Division for too long. There's a quick kick around the corner by Perry into open space, and it's Sullivan there over the footy. The free kick's been paid. It will go the way of Pitts. In fact, it is for the Hawks, as the siren sounds to end a pretty dour first quarter, and a first quarter with just the 1 goal, which was kicked by Adrian Galeno. At quarter time, East Burwood 1-8. The Glen Waverley Hawks 3 behinds.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe, efl.org.au. If you're out and about in the east today, 22 great games as you go local for your football. Keep us right across that via Twitter @FootyEFL is the hashtag. And we hope that your team's doing well. We hope if they're not that they can improve. And we look forward to the second quarter out here at Waverley Toyota Oval right after this.
A scent or a song or a food that reminds me of someone. Lavender reminds me of my grandmother.
There's albums, when I listen to them, I think back to my dad playing them to me.
Vanilla perfume reminds me of my mum.
The smell of Yorkshire pudding reminds me of my old man. He was a great Yorkshireman.
An Italian pasta dish reminds me of my grandmother.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
G'day, Billy Brownless here from The Footy Show. KFC Almost Footy Legends is back in 2018 and we're searching for the best highlights from local footy. Head to 9now.com.au/AFL Footy Show and upload your entry for a chance to win $35,000 cash plus a year's supply of KFC.
Program sponsor.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account.
Something nice that I have done for someone, I have bought a meal for a homeless person.
I always offer to pick people up from the airport.
I went out with a friend last night. Just being there and listening to what she was going through, I think made all the difference.
I'll write like a little note and put it in the mail. Might just be like, hi, I'm thinking of you.
I took my girlfriend to dinner last week. That's pretty notable for me.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1, it's EFL Game Day right here at the Glen Waverley Reserve. We're at quarter time, a relatively low scoring game for the first quarter. It's East Burwood 1-8, leading Glen Waverley Hawks 3 behind, 3 points, and a bit of a mishmash of weather today. And it's currently the sun is shining after some severe heavy rain before. Barry Cott's here in the score centre. Let's check some scores. And some scores coming through. And Division 1, Burwood and South Croydon. It's Burwood 2-2-14, level with South Croydon 2-2-14. In Division 2, One Turner South 1-8 to Murrelbark, no score. In Division 3, Donvale Warrandyte. It's Donvale 139 to Warrandyte 117. And in Division 4, it's White Horse Pioneers 2-1-13 to Coldstream, 1 goal straight, 6 points, and we'll have some further score updates throughout the day. Back to you, gentlemen. And yes, so as I said, the game, it's a nice and sunny day down here at the Glen Waverley Reserve. Plenty of space if you're looking to catch a game this afternoon. Why not come down? It's plenty here to do with the opening up their new facilities here this afternoon at Glen Waverley. Big lot of people turning up, past and present members. Checked out the new Glen Waverley Hawks facilities, which are very impressive indeed. So just repeating those scores again. And to Division 1, Burwood 2-2-14, level with Croydon 2-2-14. In Division 2, One Turner South 1-8 to Murrelbark, no score. Division 3, Donvale 139 to Warrandyte 117. Coldstream and White Horse Pioneers. White Horse Pioneers 2-1-13 to Coldstream, 1 goal straight, 6 points. And our radio game this afternoon here at Glen Waverley Reserve at quarter time is East Burwood 1-2-8, I should say, to Glen Waverley Hawks 3 behinds, 3 points. Back to you, Dan.
Thanks, Barry, and keep those scores coming in from around the grounds. If you're out at a game, don't be afraid to tweet us through @FootyEFL, but Brad, what a game it's been so far. I guess a real scrap for both clubs. Basic footy, get the footy on the boot and gain as much meterage as possible. But look, some of the players so far have had outstanding games regardless of the circumstances. Andre Angemi, the pressure he's applied time and again in a game like today has been sensational. And I suppose that is the difference in a game like today. If you continually apply the pressure and just do those 1%ers and the little things, it adds up in the end. But Jason Kennedy's polish has really shone through. I used to love watching him play at Burwood, but coming down to Division 4, he's really standing out. But for the Glen Waverley Hawks, Thomas Eddy's been in amongst it. Matthew Ferguson having played at a higher level. Same considering with Jason Kennedy that you can really see his polish there. And Brad Riddle's shown a fair bit of leadership out there as well.
Yeah, I think, even though as difficult as conditions have been, there's still always those 2 or 3 players who still look pretty classy and poised and still use the footy well, even in traffic and in the difficult conditions. And as you say, I reckon, Steve Perry's another one of those. He's looked class when he's got all class when he's got the footy. Kennedy, who you mentioned, and Gamey, like you said. Some players, they almost make it look like a dry weather footy, but there weren't many of them. It was a pretty dour quarter overall, and the scoreboard probably accurately reflects the game really, where I reckon East Burwood did look more dangerous when they went inside 50. Galeno definitely looked dangerous, but just one goal was probably about the right result.
Let's cross down boundary side to Matt Fodia.
Hey mate, so I just went over to Glen Waverley Hawks huddle. They were pretty disappointed with how slow and still they were at stoppages. Despite Bo winning all the hit-outs, they just weren't getting any of that sort of clearances around the footy. They need quicker ball movement coming off half-back, and they need to look to switch it. The 3 key words that Coach Ryan Flack was talking about was commitment from their on-bowlers, put their head over the footy, to be cleaner and to move it quicker. And just on the weather, there looks like we could be in for blue skies for a bit longer in this second quarter, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit more rain later in the second half.
Well, you can put your pink umbrella away then, Matt.
Good for second half, mate. Pink's one of my better colours, so we'll get me there. We'll get me there. 3/4 time.
Everyone
if
enjoys.
Lee can put the camera on Priceline, BWS will do 2 things at once, and Ben Miller looks like he's done for the day, left ankle.
Everyone enjoys a little bit of pink every now and again, don't they, Brad?
They do indeed. The second quarter underway, long thumping kick to full forward, and Galeno got a hand to it, but he did get a hand to it, Galeno, and as a result it wasn't a goal. So minus score there for East Burwood. 1 goal 4 on the board, 1 goal 3 on the board now for the Rams, and Glen Waverley 3 behind. So a 6-point lead for the Rams. Jesse Dunn to bring the ball back in. Dunn's kick was a poor one though. Canning's taken the mark. Canning wheels around now, floats the kick forward. Handrick was the target. Dunn shot out the handball. That was Sullivan. Sullivan's kick. Not a great kick though. Wills did really well. He's discarded the long sleeves at quarter time by the looks of it.
Good pick up,
He's
Brad.
kicked to Kennedy, and Kennedy there was all wrapped up. He was going nowhere, so it'll be another ball up. Sun is out at the moment, still quite cold conditions, but I think we'll see the general standard of the game start to lift in this second quarter. It's just takes a little while to adjust. I think the players, so as you said, BWS have been training in dry weather conditions all summer really. Hasn't rained for months.
And they've only played 5 quarters for the year.
Yeah, spot on. So it's likely to go up a notch in this second quarter, you would think. Parthenides there, won the tap down decisively, but the umpire's seen a free kick. It's going to go the way of Handrick for East Burwood, and likely to was some holding on, not much though.
Not much, no.
Yeah, pretty in the ruck contest there. It was well spotted, I guess you could say, by the umpire, but I'm not sure there was enough there to warrant a free kick. But it has been paid to Handrick, the left footer. Difficult kick for him, and he's just missed, just off target.
What a wasted opportunity there, and to be able to line up, and there wasn't much in the free kick, so you really got to take those when they present.
So it'll be Cruz to bring the football back in for Glen Waverley. Or if you look at the scoreboard, Glen Waverley as it goes up towards the half-back line there, and Jemmy picks it up. He's gang tackle, brought to ground a little bit too crudely, says the umpire. So it wasn't too bad, but nonetheless, chance for Glen Waverley to set themselves up from the half-back line. Nicely done there by Murray. This way, that way, up into the middle of the ground. He kicked it to a 2-on-1 situation, but it might work out okay here for Broad. Got a little toe poker on it. Goes after it again. Picks up the footy, got the handball away. Went the 1-2 with Eddie. Now Broad on the right boot, up towards the half-forward line. Nice mark taken by Pickering. Just going to stem the flow here for the Hawks. They want to get their first goal on the board. Winds around now on the left boot, drives the ball inside forward 50, a big pack form. The Rams have the numbers at the fall. The dangerous handball inside, strong tackle there by Murray on Brown. The umpire said it was high. So plenty of free kicks being paid, there's no doubt about that. In the middle of the ground, McGowan over the top, goes for the 1-2 with Perry. In fact, no, that time it was Kay. Linked up well. This is good coast-to-coast football. Galeno from the back, but he couldn't stand strong because a fantastic mark's been taken by Dunn, who's really had a solid first quarter and a bit. Reads the football well. Short pass out wide. I'll use the Springvale Road side of the ground as we've seen most of the play out there. Hodges went up, couldn't quite pull the mark down. Little handball away. Hodges goes in after it again. It might have been holding the ball. No, the umpire's just coming in now to say, oh, we'll have a bounce. So a few players just having a look up at the umpire there. Asking and not receiving. Sounds like me at home. As it comes, ball's thrown up now. Hits the deck. Going in hard. Yeah, there was Masters, and indeed he got one. You got to go contend against Bopart the Needies. And Pye to restart it once again. Stafford to go up in the ruck. Parthenides was there. He palmed it down to himself in the end. Got a little handball over the top. There's a lot of players around this football. It spills out now, and Jemmy got the handball away. Now the Rams through the middle of the ground. Up towards the half-forward line it goes. Galeno was the man at the back, but once again, standing in the right spot, eyes on the football, was the big man, Jesse Dunn, Brad.
Yeah, I reckon he plays this role perfectly, Jesse Dunn. Across half-back, he reads the play so well, and he's continually clearing the area for the Hawks.
Good hands.
Pickering's handball was a good one. Shared it with Huxtable. Pickering's kick kept it very low. Tyler there couldn't quite gather the ball in. Strong tackle applied on Lepore and over the boundary line.
That last passage of play there from the Glen Waverley Hawks, they want to be seeing more of that. East Burwood have been able to link up really well so far in this game, whereas the Hawks have always handballed to guys under pressure. But if they can produce that more, it'll be better for it.
Little quick kick that time came from Humphreys, but it didn't travel very far, and it's been marked defensively by Brown. So Luke Brown for East Burwood. Not a great kick, and Gamey gathered it nicely, got it off to Lepore. Lepore bullets the kick to Damatopoulos. Geordie Damatopoulos' kick, floats it to the pocket. Galeno not real happy with the service there. He says to his teammate, that's probably not the best spot to kick it, and keep it lower for him. Lower the eyes might have been the instruction there to Geordie Damatopoulos. Not a bad result though for East Burwood. Boundary throw in about 25, 30 metres out from goal. Murray gave it to McMillan, kick around the corner, bounces towards the boundary. Stafford there takes possession but can't quite keep the ball in play. So he's having to go it alone today, Jared Stafford in the ruck, having lost his, compadre, colleague, Ben Miller, early in the game, his ruck partner.
Or mate.
His mate, his ruck. Kick out towards the wing. Taking possession was Coates there, who shot the handball out to Kay. Kay's kick though into open space. Eddie gave it away somehow, not sure if that was a legal possession. And Gamey takes possession, he's immediately wrapped up. It's a hotly contested footy, and Gamey on the hands and knees tried to feed it out, but it's going to be cleared here by the Hawks. And they managed to dodge a bullet initially, although Stafford now has taken the mark for East Burwood and will send the Rams forward once more.
So Stafford winds up, gives it everything he's got. It goes every bit of 50 metres. It's only about 10 metres out from goal. Galeno was in the front body, paddled it to himself. He's a left footer, so he wanted his favourable side, got it back. It's still across that half forward line, couldn't pick it up. There was Canning. Snap around the body now by Glen Waverley Hawks just to clear it out of that danger zone. Creates a foot race. Mole Queen's there for the Rams. Little handball back. Over the top there. Broad, I should say. Might have given away a free kick. Advantage will not be paid. Actually, there's been a push paid off the ball. Or two, Riddle. Yeah, okay. The old the tunnelling situation. So, Riddle, Broad. Keeps getting them mixed up. 21-22 as it goes in the middle, looking for Parthenides. Had the back spot. Strong mark taken by Stafford in the front. Just weighing up his options now. Short pass was on. Just wanted to hit a target, the big man, and he did just that as the driving kick goes up towards the half-forward line now. Bouncing away from Damatopoulos. He was clever enough around the body. Perry, is he onto it? He couldn't quite get it. He just got the fingertips to it, then regained it, but the boundary line, the paint beat him in that instant, Dan.
Gee, great awareness, though, by Damatopoulos to be able to spot a man in the corner of his eye running towards goal.
Clever play. Nice tap down there by Hendrick. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square-ish. Wills was there. Goes after it again. Finally gets boot to ball. A little soccer shot off the fall of the crowd. That was Max Wills. Fantastic stuff, I tell you. That would have been goal of the year. Goes after it again. If he could pull that.
So he featured in the plays of the week several times last year, so he might be fancying himself to feature again next week.
That's more of a blooper.
Well, if he'd kicked it, it would have certainly brought this crowd alive, but it was just off target. It was exciting nonetheless.
Struggling to get some scores through on Twitter, at Footy EFL. If you're out of the ground, help us out. It's certainly quarter time right across the Eastern Football League. We need to know what's happening out there. Barry Kotz is frothing at the bit on the Sports Centre and won't be too far away from updating us with some that have come in, Baz.
Correct indeed.
Go for it.
All right, in Division 1, it's Norwood 2-2-14 to West Ringwood, 1 behind 1 point. In Division 2, Wanturna South 1-2-8 to Murrelbach 1-1-7. Doncaster East 5-3-33 to Mulgrave, no score. Up Ferntree Gully 3 behind 3 point to Park Orchards 3-3-21. In Division 3, Ferntree Gully 2-2-14 to Chirnside Park 1-2-8. Donvar 1-3-9 to Warrandyte 1-1-7. And Division 4, Coldstream 1-1-7 to Trailing Whitehorse Pioneers 2-1-13.
Well, back into play once more. Thanks very much there to Barry Kotz with those score updates. And Perry kicks a minor score for East Burwood, which sees the Rams move on to 1 goal 5-11. Glen Waverley Hawks are 3 behinds. 1 goal 6, in fact. 1-6-12 East Burwood. So Perry, on that occasion, he's second behind of the game so far, as Dunn brings the ball back in for the Hawks.
Goes up now. Big fist over the top there by Stafford. And Gamey hits the deck and hands it back to the umpire. I'm going with you on that one, Brad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right.
Centre half forward now for the Rams, and Gamey at the fall of the ball tries to trap it. He's got 3 Hawks around him coming in nicely. Number 14 we're after still for the Glen Waverley Hawks. You might have that. It was McMillan. He's going in hard up towards the half forward line now for the Hawks. Bouncing football. Sat up well to favour them at that stage, and the umpire's pulled out another free kick. Not very free-flowing. It's stop-start and plenty of free kicks being paid as Murray goes inside forward 50. Pickering a strong lead, and he takes the mark, and he'll kick from about 40 metres out. Not very free-flowing. Almost directly in front, not the most difficult of angles. So Evan Pickering. It was better than by the Glen Waverley Hawks, straight down the guts. Eventually you're going to link some play up. And it's worked for them. He needs to put this one through, though. They currently trail by 9 points, and he can. Stephen Kernahan, helicopter punt. That one straight over the goal umpire's head. That's their first for the afternoon. Margin back to 3 points. It is 1-3-9 to 1-6-12 down.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think people overcomplicate the game of footy. That wasn't too much of a complicated passage of play, but it was simple in the fact that they got the ball on the boot, hit the man on the chest, and he was able to line up and kick the Glen Waverley Hawks' first goal for the afternoon. But they'll want to see more of that. A bit like the link-up play they've been getting better at as the game's worn on. Hitting players lace out on the chest, perfect opportunity for scores.
So back in the middle, it's a 3-point lead to East Burwood. Finally, the Hawks getting their first goal of the game. The ball on the wing here for both sides. That was Potts who went to ground. Did he get a push in the back? The umpire said yes, indeed he did, against Joel McGowan. So free kick to Mitchell Potts. High kick by Potts to half forward. Ferguson flew late there for the mark. Pickering sharked the back nicely. 2 in a minute for Pickering. No, fisted through for a minor score. And just the one behind there. Bruce Press will laugh at absolutely anything. I'm not sure what was funny there, but something was hilarious.
I was waiting for you to have your own giggle there, Brad, and you certainly delivered as the ball across the half-forward line now for the Glen Waverley Hawks. Hitting the deck there was Riddle, and he's going nowhere. Ball up. Top of him was Brett Kay. Barry Cotts has got some more scores that have come through.
Yes, we've got Surrey Park and Fair Park. It's Fair Park 4-4-28 to Surrey Park 2-4-16.
And Gamey got the handball over the top to Perry, hit the deck, had enough time to regather, got the handball back, looking for Kay, who charged through, copped one high for his troubles. Rams free kick across the half back line. Currently leading this game by 2 points, 1-6-12 to 1-4-10. So Kay able to gain an extra 10 metres by running off the mark, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. He was looking for Wills, who had the back spot, hits the deck. McGowan brought down in a strong tackle, will have a bounce just inside the forward 50 arc for East Burwood. 98.1 Radio Eastern and EFL.org.au. All afternoon here till 6 p.m. Keep us across the scores at your ground, at Footy EFL via Twitter. They go inside forward 50. Lapore's kick, and just finding the right spot. He just reads the play so well, doesn't he, Galeno? And he'll go back, and this should be bread and butter to put his second Footy EFL.
Well, look at that. He hung around the back of the pack, knew it was going to drop exactly where he was running, and that's Division 1 experience right there, as we've seen him dominate so many times.
So Adrian Galeno loving being back in the Rams jumper on the left, sends it goalward, and there's no place like home, is there? Straight over the goal umpire's head for his second of the afternoon, stretching the lead back to 8 points for East Burwood. 15 minutes gone now in the second term on EFL game day. The Glen Waverley Hawks at 10, East Burwood 18.
That's the second time today that Galeno's taken those half opportunities to be able to kick goals. We saw him down the other end earlier with the snap, and this time just reading the play so well and taking that split second opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, luck's a fortune in as much as that the ball did carry the pack, and he was in the right place at the right time, but he got himself to the right place, and then he still had to mark it despite the distraction going on in front of him. So, yeah, as BWS said, bit of Division 1 experience, or was it you who said Division 1 experience showing through in the way that he judged that. Kick to perfection. Umpire throws it up. Hodges lost a handle on the footy. Wills tries to trap the ball now. Pagliaro seemed to give a free kick away, and the umpire saw it that way. Some holding on against Huxtable. The free kick going the way of Billy Huxtable. To the wing position. Brown takes the mark. Judged that nicely, Luke Brown.
That was
good. Luke Brown with the kick. Close to the boundary and finds Pagliaro, who's just working into the game nicely. Short pass by him to Handrick. So Brett Handrick wants to wheel onto that trusty left foot. Not such a great kick off the boot that time. It was a real floater, and they managed to force a boundary throw in there, the Hawks. Not a great entry, forward 50 entry that time from Brett Handrick. Didn't do his forwards any favours on that occasion. So he'll go up in the ruck this time against Parthenides. Beautifully sharked there by Riddle. Nice palm down by Parthenides into the path of Brad Riddle, but he was immediately set upon, and it will be a ball up.
Score centre, Barry Cotts.
Yeah, Division 3 scores quickly. Heathmont 2-5-17, South Belgrade 1 goal straight 6. Donvale 3-7-25 to Warrandyte 2-1-13, and Ferntree Gully 2-2-14 to Churnside Park 1-8.
Big close games happening around there, and Gamey just trapped an umpire, had already blown his whistle. Glen Waverley Hawks free kick, and they'll be off now across the half back line in towards the middle of the ground, looking for the Pickering direction. He was out muscled that time there by Mulqueen. Trapped the football, rode the tackle, almost threw it away in the end. They're under pressure across the half back line here, the Rams. Well done there by Pickering, but he got just dumped straight away. Dropped the football. Quick kick into the middle of the ground, went straight through the arms there of Eddie, and the sun might have got in the way there. Who would have thought that would have been said as Mills goes forward, top of the goal square. It was a one-on-one situation, and Galeno was there, but it was nicely knocked away from him through for a minor score. It just snuck in. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 18 minutes into the second term, it's a 9-point lead to the Rams as Jesse Dunn brings the ball back into play.
Yeah, and his target then was Eddie, who couldn't quite take the mark. Pagliaro, little handball, was effective, got it to O'Brien. Was intercepted though by Broad. Chain of handballs from the Hawks. This is a good build-up, promising build-up for them. Little handball was shot out then into the path of Tyler. Tyler's handball for Eddie. Eddie has a bit of time to steady, looks for Gavin Cruz. Cruz gathered it in nicely enough, and then it was a really untidy handball for Murray. Back to Cruz. Cruz's kick to deep into the forward line for the Hawks, but the Rams should be able to clear this time. McGowan, steadying influence as he comes out of defence. The kick to the wing position. It's untidy at the moment from both sides. They're just not quite able to get it from end to end cleanly. Perry put his body over the ball, but he was immediately wrapped up by Broad. And the umpire says, I'll have it, and we'll ball it up. It's still a 9-point lead to East Burwood. 2-7-19 to the Hawks, 1 goal for 10.
Parthenides will go up against Handrick or by himself and get a good fist on at that time. Try to ride the tackle was Riddle, got it away to Broad. Umpire said it was holding the football. That was a very quick call, or he might have thrown it off. So Handrick just takes off, old-fashioned like, and touches the ball on the ground, then puts it right up inside forward 50. Man on eyes for the football was done. He didn't take the mark, but he roved his own pill, then got the old 1-2 back from Cruz. Another handball inboard. That was okay. Riddle's kick was half smothered. McGowan goes after it for the Rams, hits the deck. True centre wing position outside here on the outside of Waverley Toyota Oval, a.k.a. Central Reserve. Barry Cotts around the grounds thanks to the score centre.
Yeah. Division 2 Upper Ferntree Gully and Park Orchards 3-3-21. 2 Upper Ferntree Gully, 3 behinds, 3 points. Bayswater and Lilydale 4-3-27. Bayswater 4 behinds, 4 points. One Turner South 1-8 to Mooroolbark 1-17. And Doncaster East 5-3-33 to Mulgrave. So far no score.
Thanks for the extra excitement there, Baz, as the umpire throws it up. The ball hits the deck once again. Ray Baird's out at One Turner South. He said it's a very scrappy game. He'll be around the grounds this afternoon. Tune in for his report at 5:30 as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Brown couldn't quite take the mark for the Rams, but he had support at the back there. Handball over the top there by Stafford. Put his teammate under it. An immense amount of pressure. And I tell you what, we saw one earlier that was paid for not getting rid of the football quickly enough, but Pies being fair here. Throws it up, and there's been a little bit of Mulqueen interference here, and I think this is going to be a free kick to the Glen Waverley Hawks from the stoppage. It is.
Holding off the footy, I think it was.
So Evan Pickering, who is the sole goal kicker for the Glen Waverley Hawks in this term. We saw him kick one from just a bit closer, almost same angle. He'll come in again. He got good purchase last time. He sets it up. It's just going to fall short. Parthenides in the front spot. I think it was Ferguson, I should say. I got it wrong, but I'll tell you what, again, it held up and the big man just pulled it down on the chest. And all of a sudden, the Glen Waverley Hawks are going to get a couple of goals within 10 minutes and get themselves right back in there, Stan.
Gee, the wind played that kick beautifully, didn't it? It weighted it just so much to hang out in front of Ferguson, who was able to take the mark.
This is where you want to kick them from today if you get it. You're 20 metres out, you're directly in front, and you put it over the goal umpire's head. So the Glen Waverley Hawks
so much to
kick their second goal for the afternoon, and the margin is narrowed once again back to 3 points out here at Waverley Toyota Oval. EFL Game Day 98.1 Radio Eastern, streaming live around the globe, efl.org.au. And we're into time on. 22.5 minutes have ticked by.
Well, Stuart Wine will be a bit disappointed with that, as we've seen in today's game, that the slightest mistake and it can cost you big time, as is the case there.
So first goal of the day for Matthew Ferguson. He kicked a couple last week in the Hawks' loss to the Whitehorse Pioneers. So 3 goals for the season for him now. Back in the middle, McGowan took possession out of the middle, long left foot kick, and it will find the boundary line once again. So not a bad clearance then from Joel McGowan. He's doing a power of work through the midfield for East Burwood today. Experienced player, of course, at the Knox Footy Club for many, many years. That was Parthenides who won the tap. So boundary throw in, out of side. Parthenides to go up against Handrick. And no one really able to clear the area again. Strong tackle by Perry. It's been the order of the day, as you'd expect in these conditions. Lots of ball ups and boundary throw-ins. Riddle, quick kick around the corner there. Great pick up by Broad, but he was immediately tackled.
Good second effort as well.
And he's certainly shown plenty of tenacity, Luke Broad. He's often been, he's given away a few free kicks, and he's just hasn't quite had the rub of the green today on a number of occasions, and that was another one of them. Broad's little handball. High up and under kick. 2-on-1 contest favoured East Burwood. Brown knocked it down, but it was into the path of Sullivan for the Hawks. Sullivan's little handball to Riddle. Riddle's quick kick didn't travel very far. Floating kick forward for the Rams. It's set up nicely for them now.
Oh,
Sold
fancy.
the dummy.
Damatopoulos.
The over the top by Damatopoulos. And Galeno races into an open goal and kicks his third for the Rams. And Geordie Damatopoulos, he's got some tricks in his bag, that is for sure. And he showed another one there. He gave the handball off just at the right time. Half a second later it could have been smothered, but on that occasion Galeno was waiting for it and kicks the third goal of the day.
Barry Cott's on the score centre around the grounds.
Yes, Division 1, Blackburn, Noble Park. It's Blackburn 3-2-20 to Noble Park 2-2-14.
Thank you very much, Baz. We'll make old mate Gus McLeod very happy as he hose into his third burger. As the umpire throws the ball up now in the middle of the ground. He'll love that, Gus, as it comes out into the middle. Overrunning at that time there, Kennedy. Couldn't quite trap it. But they've still got the numbers. Perry got the handball, hit the deck, got the handball back to his teammate there in McGowan of the Joel variety. Linking up well, here's Masters. Snaps around the body, top of the goal square. Galeno! The second bite. No, the umpire said it was touch. I tell you what. Give us a spell.
He timed the push-off to perfection there, didn't he, Galeno? He knew exactly what he was doing, and he'd be gutted with that.
Yeah, it's a very tough call to make. And as the siren sounds to announce half-time, that's a short quarter, 25.5 minutes have only just ticked over. Galeno kicking 3 goals in the first half. We're seeing it on the replay now. That is daylight robbery. That is a clear mark. But anyway, we digress, and we go into half-time knowing that we've got a very good game on our hands. It's low scoring, but we expect that across the eastern suburbs today. It's been tough conditions right from Burwood to Belgrave and Sylvan and beyond. So the score out here at Waverley Toyota Oval is the East Burwood Football Club 3-7-25, and Adrian Galino's got all of his side's goals at this stage. They lead by 9 points over the Glen Waverley Hawks. They're the home side today. Goals each to Matty Ferguson and Evan Pickering in that first half. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe, efl.org.au. Barry Cotts with the score centre. He'll be coming back with all those important halftime scores right after this. If you're listening around the grounds, give us an update. Get on Twitter at Footy EFL is where you need to be to let us know what's happening at your local club. Get excited. We're excited. Looking forward to these Dim Sims as well. We'll be back right after this.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mum for everything she's done.
My brother's been having a pretty rough time. I'd like to reassure him that it'll be okay.
I'm sorry that it ended up badly and we didn't remain friends.
I was pretty tough on my brother when he was younger, and I'd like to apologise to you now, mate.
It's never too late to apologise, forgive, or say something you've always wanted to say to someone. So reach out and tell a loved one what they mean to you. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account. The latest news and views on Facebook. Don't miss EFL Game Day or the Match Footage Hub on YouTube. And all those happy snaps on the league's Instagram account. Simply search Footy EFL.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to efl.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
I'd love to make more time for my loved ones because they really deserve as much help as I can give them.
Because they mean the world to me.
Because eventually they won't be around anymore.
Because I don't want to miss out on watching my brothers grow.
To show them that I value them.
I don't want to regret later on just being too busy.
Apparently a very common regret is that people feel like they didn't make enough time for loved ones.
Tell those you love what they mean to you. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1 EFL Game Day. Barry Cross with you at the Score Centre, and it's half-time here at Glen Waverley. And it's East Burwood 3-7-25 leading
EFL Saturday Game Day continues.
2-4-16. So that's repeating that score again. It's East Burwood 3-7-25 to Glen Waverley Hawks 2-4-16 half-time. Let's check some scores. Division 1 and Bourne South Croydon. Bourne plus score 3-3-21 to South Croydon 2-3-15. Noble Park and Blackburn, and it's Blackburn 3-2-20 to Noble Park 2-2-14. Norwood and East Ringwood, last score was 2-2-14 apiece. We'll have a score update shortly. Doncaster and Roeville, early score 1-2-8 to Roeville to Doncaster, 4 behinds, 4 points. In Division 2, Lilydale and Bayswater at half-time, it's Lilydale 4-3-27 to Bayswater, 4 behinds, 4 points. Wanturna South and Murrelbach, it's Wanturna South 1-2-8 to Murrelbach 1-1-7, and Doncaster East 5-3-33 to Mulgrave. No score at this particular point in time. And so that's some scores there in Division 2. Let's see if we can check some Division 3 scores this afternoon. And firstly, South Belgrave and Heathmont 4-5-29 to South Belgrave, 1 goal straight, 6 points. Donvale and Warrandyte at Donvale. It's Donvale 3-7-25 to Warrandyte 2-1-13. Ferntree Gully and Churnside Park. It was last score, Ferntree Gully 2-2-14 to Churnside Park 1-2-8. And an update to the Donvale Warrandyte score. Donvale 3-7-25 to Warrandyte 3-1-19. And also another score here is Kilsyth 6-2-38, I believe, to Sylvan 2-3-15. Is that correct? Yep, that's that score there. So we got that score. And Division 4, Coldstream Windles Pioneers 2-1-13, Coldstream 1-1-7. So we had a Surrey Park score here. Just check that to see what that is for Surrey Park this afternoon. They were just in front, and Surrey Park trailing now. So it's Fair Park 4-4-28 to 2-4-16. So in Division 4, Fair Park 4-4-28, Surrey Park 2-4-16. And Windles Pioneers in Division 4 2-2-14 to Coldstream 1-1-7. So there's some progressive scores so far. And another score is Lilydale. Half-time score, this is officially half-time, and Lilydale well in front. It's Lilydale 10-4-64 to Bayswater 1-3-9 in that game. And our game this afternoon here at Glen Waverley, half-time at East Burwood, 18 3-7-25 is leading Glen Waverley Hawks 2-4-16. And a little bit later on we'll check some AFL scores. And Dan, a very interesting game here this afternoon, and East Burwood doing it pretty well to half-time.
Yeah, look, it's a good old-fashioned scrap this afternoon. The ground has had a fair bit of rain this morning along with hail, and that was battered just about probably 45 minutes before the game started. So not ideal conditions, but the good news is the rain has seemed to have cleared. The clouds have cleared a little bit, but the wind is still very much swirling around down there. But look, it's been a tough slog, but Adrian Galino for East Burwood has had three opportunities to kick goals, and he's done it every single time, and he's made something out of nothing on each occasion. In the first quarter, of course, he snapped around the corner, and then in the second quarter, he managed to stroll into an open goal, a bit of a Joe the Goose over the top from Jordan Damatopoulos, selling a bit of candy. Bringing his class from, of course, Division 2 last year where he played at Knox. But look, the Glen Waverley Hawks just aren't going away. They've managed to put through a couple. Matt Ferguson taking that ripper hanger mark in the goal square earlier on off the back of that Evan Pickering kick. But look, they're the two goal kickers for the Glen Waverley Hawks, Ferguson and Pickering, of course. And look, what we've seen in this game so far, the Hawks only need those half opportunities and they'll hang around in the game. But look, East Burwood controlling the midfield battle
Joel
at the moment.
Variety
but,
linking up well. His Masters
is, one
snaps
that I'm
around the
by.
body, top
Barry,
of the goal square.
Jared
Galeno!
Stafford
The second bite. No, the umpire said it was.
He's been fantastic, hasn't he? It looks like he's going to be rucking the entire game by himself.
He's
push off to perfection there, didn't he?
Galeno was using his body at the back of the foul balls, about 25 metres out, getting down past. Galeno was using his body at the back of the foul balls, about 25 metres out, getting down past the net. He's scooped upon there by Perry. Can he curl it back? Well, the wind got a hold of that one, and it didn't take too long for the East Burwood Rams to get it.
Ben Miller. Good afternoon, Barry. How are you?
The weather's cleared out here, so it's turning into a relatively nice day. How about you?
He's called out to the boundary that he'll make his way over there. That's a lovely
it's cleared at the MCG too, and the Premier as well. They're absolutely turning it on against Brisbane. 54 points up at half-time, and yeah, look like
they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this foray forward.
The MCG, Dustin Martin doing as he pleases up forward. He's got 3 goals. Also in 9 News tonight, Australia pledges support to the US, UK and France launching airstrikes on 3 targets in Syria. That's in response to a suspected poisonous gas attack. Power cut to thousands statewide as destructive winds fell trees and rip roofs from home. A Qantas flight forced to land in Melbourne after a mid-air emergency. Champion there wins to her 25th consecutive win. I just watched it then. It was an absolute beauty, and all aboard for a step back in time at the Tram Museum. That's all coming up at 6 o'clock tonight on 9 News with Alicia Loxley.
Thanks very much, Corey Norris. We'll catch you at down there by Hendrick. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square-ish. Wills was there, goes after it again, finally gets boots of ball. A little soccer shot. off the stage, and the umpire pulled out another free kick.
From Division 2.
Not very free-flowing. It's stop-start and plenty of free kicks being paid as Murray goes inside forward 50,
Dan, I just
Pickering a
in
strong
relation
lead.
to this ground, I can see why they play
Links
finals.
play
Had that heavy rain, hail this
work
morning.
for them. He needs to put this one through, though.
suffering
They
from rain.
currently
Oh, yeah, look, it's held up really well,
points,
hasn't
and
it?
he can
The conditions out there would still be fairly greasy, as we've seen the footy skid a few times. But look, in regards to no mud out there, which is fantastic. And Damien Watson kindly informed us in the pre-game that it actually used to be a VFA ground. And the Waverley Panthers used to play at this ground. So
Dan, it sounded like you can remember watching my VFA. Yes, they were a team here in the VFA.
Well, this is also the ground that the interleague squad trains at too. So if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for them.
Straight over the goal umpire's head for his second.
Oh, and I was going to say, you talking about the condition of the ground. I'm looking at the centre circle here, and it's clean as a whistle. It's not a scrap of mud.
No, correct. Look, second half coming up, and it's going to be a ripping contest, of course, with a good old-fashioned slog. I've just touched on the ruck duel before. Stafford versus, of course, Bo Parker. These two monstering figures that are going head-to-head in the ruck this afternoon. We touched on the fact that Jared Stafford has been immense for East Burwood so far. He's been everywhere. He's been brilliant. It looks like rucking the rest of the game by himself with Ben Miller.
This is where you want to kick them from today if you get it. You're 20 metres out, you're directly in front, and you put it over the goal umpire's head.
Around the Eastern Football League for a while
the Glen Waverley Hawks.
Look, he's giving those Glen Waverley Hawks midfielders first use of the footy, which is crucial on a day like today when you need clean use of No, I'm sticking with my tip. I'm going to go with East Burwood still. I think they'll have got a lot of confidence out of their 17-point round Cold Storm in the last round.
That was a great one.
It was incredible. We spoke to Stuart Mine on EFL Sunday, and he said the more games they win, the more confidence they'll gain. That's something they've been bereft of in previous years. With Stuart coming back to the club and a lot of players down on confidence. To be able to win their first game in 23 matches last week is incredible for the club. And talking to him in the pre-game, Stuart Mine, the club room filled with a grin last weekend with supporters and old faces stalwarts of the club that have just come back and jumped back on board at East Burwood. So in recent years, there's probably been no better time to be part of them.
And do you think obviously it's a very windy day across Victoria today, do you think the wind's taking part in the game?
Oh, certainly. We've seen on a number of occasions kicks either helicopter their way through the goals, Stephen Kernahan style, or drop sort of short in the goal square, and that's what led to Glen Waverley Hawks' second goal, of course, with Matthew Ferguson coming over the top there with the wind assisting him with the flight of the footy.
Yeah, and I think
really was just an open space, didn't do Galeno any favours, but he made the kick look good, then Galeno tucks it under the arm, and then a lovely pass to Hendry.
Dusty, dry grounds. Now they come today, and they've had to face torrential downpour and greasy conditions, and also blustering winds. So, look, blowing out the cobwebs, of course, early in the season, but look, it's going to take some getting used to these conditions, but we've got about 6 months left.
Absolutely, that's what football is all about. And in Melbourne, in winter, you expect everything in one day.
No, exactly right. And you don't like the weather in Melbourne, just wait 5 minutes and it'll be right.
Tap down decisively, but the umpire's seen a free kick. It's going to go the way of Hendrick. Clever play, nice tap down there by Hendrick. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square-ish. Wills was there, goes after it again, finally gets moved to hold.
We saw them last weekend, they look very dangerous. They've got a lot of new players in the team. Of course, with the new coach and Rodney Eade as well, but they're going to. We thought they'd take a bit of time to gel, but look, with a lot of new players coming in, it's refreshed them, and it's great to see them up and about again, because the season ended for them last year the way that they wouldn't have liked it to, going down to South Croydon last year, who recorded their first ever Division 1 final.
Stephen Kernahan, helicopter punt, that one straight over the goal umpire's head. That's their
1 goal, 9, 15 and a half times, so that means he's obviously taking a bit of a toll.
Yeah, look, we're not on our own out here, of course. It's going to be scraps right around the Eastern Football League, and that sounds like Waverley are struggling to score so far in regards to the wind. It's a fair way from here, Doncaster, but I'm not sure the conditions will be too much different to what they are.
Back in the Rams jumper on the left, sends it goalward, and there's no place like home, is there? Straight over the goal umpire's head for his second of the
Yeah, that's not a surprising result. Heath might have been one of the red-hot teams of the Eastern Football League Division 3. Put together a great final series last year and have been red-hot ever since. Played off in a grand final, of course, and they'd be smarting after last week's 10-point loss to arch-rival Ringwood for the Park
angle, coming again. He got good purchase last time. He sets it up. It's just going to fall short. Arthur in the front spot. I think it was just so much to hang out in front of Ferguson, who was able to take him. This is where you want to kick them from today if you get it. You're 20 metres out, you're directly in front, and you put it over the goal umpire's head. So the Glen Waverley Hawks won't kick forward for the Rams. It's set up nicely for them now.
Division 1, Park and Blackburn.
Fancy. Damatopoulos over the top line. Damatopoulos and Galeno races into an open goal. And the Joel variety leaking up well. Here's Masters. Snaps around the body. Top of the goal square.
Interesting result there, Barry, with Norwood and East Ringwood tied at the moment.
Yes.
Look, the conditions would suit East Ringwood today. They'd be up for the scrap. Norwood probably better suited to the drier conditions. Wanting to open their account for the year, of course, with Patrick Bowden coming across as coach, and willing to get his coaching career out at Mullen Reserve off to the flyer. But look, don't write off East Ringwood. They took it right up to North Ringwood last weekend within 10 points. Within 10 points of North Ringwood are always tough to beat. Have brought in a lot of
over there. That's a lovely pass.
As we mentioned earlier, for once it didn't bucket down on that standalone Sunday afternoon fixture.
For once in a while, yes, no rain. Absolutely amazing at East Ringwood.
Yeah, they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this one.
Oh, exactly right. Lee Williams, who's come back into the side today, unfortunately was serving a suspension last week. Was the last week of that, but he's come back in and be interested to see how many goals he finishes up with. But with Lee Williams, it's not always about the goals. What he does when he doesn't have the footy, his pressure acts up the field and bringing other players into the contest is so crucial to Norwood's lineup.
And as we see, the players have come back onto the ground with the umpires. So I start coming up very shortly. Half-time score here at Glen Waverley. It's East Burwood 3-7-25 to Glen Waverley Hawks 2-4-16. And I can see the wind's coming up a little bit, and there's a little bit of a cloud coming across from the south there. So we could possibly get a few showers in the second half. And as they go out on the ground, and kids also, it's always good to see the kids have a bit of a kick around at half-time, and that's what they're doing exactly here, which is good of local community football. We're going to take a break and be back for the second half. This is EFL Game Day right here at Radio Eastern 98.1.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
Program sponsor.
A scent or a song or a food that reminds me of someone. Lavender reminds me of my grandmother.
There's albums when I was...
Back out here at Waverley Toyota Oval, and it's the second half about to get underway here. It's 25 playing 16. It is a 9-point lead to the East Burwood Rams, Brad.
Yeah, it is indeed. BWS as the second half gets underway, and 9-point lead, not a big lead of course, but probably handy in these conditions when goals have been so hard to come by. And there's a player hurt there, Tyler, for Glen Waverley Hawks. Paul Tyler just running away from the pack there in a fair bit of pain, but the umpire didn't see that a free kick was necessary, so away we go again. Tyler got the little handball away. Shot out to Hodges. Hodges' kick was smothered. East Burwood managed to clear, and Wills takes the mark at half-back. Wills' kick to half-forward, looking for Damatopoulos, who did some quite brilliant things in that first half. Galeno shot the handball away. Huxtable got involved as well. Pitts tries to gather it in, and they appeal for holding the ball because Pitts really wasn't trying to get the ball out then, and he's quite bemused by the decision, but really it looked like he camped himself over the footy and made absolutely no attempt whatsoever to dispose of it.
He was under the pump there as well, so I suppose to get the ball out, it would have been almost a certain East Burwood goal.
Yeah, I think the umpire saw that one the right way because clearly his intention was to force a ball up. Hendrick's kick drifts across the face of goal, and Cruz takes the mark in the back pocket. And the guy who sat on him then when he was not getting rid of the ball, Jason Pitts, played it to perfection because he made it clear that he really wasn't holding him up or trying to stop him too much. If he wanted to get rid of it, he could. So it was that was well played. And Gamey goes after the footy, paddles it out in front of himself. Got the little handball out to Coates. Coates' kick hugging the boundary.
Really good
Wills
kick there.
Did it well inside the field of play, takes the mark. And
under a lot of pressure, getting pushed out, tugged up against wind. Like, that was good to keep that ball in play. Really good.
Did really well. So Wills goes with the check side kick.
He
likes the look of it. And it is a goal. So East Burwood off to a great start in the third quarter here. Max Wills kicks the goal for the Rams and takes them on to 4 goals, 7-31 to Glen Waverley, 2 goals, 4-16.
Well, and Jamie would have to be one of the leading players on the ground at the moment. Every time he gets the footy, something seems to happen. And that kick to Wills was centimetre perfect. It was just brilliant the way that he was able to weight it well and hit him on the chest.
So East Burwood 31-16, margin out to, I think that's the greatest margin it's been all afternoon. There's no doubt about that. So almost double the score. What can Glen Waverley do to just peg back 1 or 2 and keep themselves well and truly in this game? But it's East Burwood once again bustling their way out of the middle of the ground up towards the half-forward line, getting underneath the Damatopoulos. Couldn't quite drag it in. Good pressure there by Eddie. Oh, Damatopoulos, a fresh air shot. Got the crowd excited. It landed about 10 metres out from goal. Oh, my God, Gamey! How did he get that? He got boot to ball and he kicked it straight into the pine. So 1 behind is the result, but they are peppering East Burwood early in this term. 3.5 minutes gone, third quarter, EFL game day. 4-8-32 to 2-4-16 Cruz. Brings the ball back in. It was a bit of a scissor kick. Goes out towards the half back line. Charging through there was Eddie. He overran the football. Stacks on the mill. Will have a ball up right in front of the grandstand here. Right in front of where Sam Kekovic entertained the crowd immensely early today as a good contingent from good supporter base from both clubs here was in the rooms at half time, and a great spread put on by the Glen Waverley Hawks and welcoming all the East Burwood fans and supporters and committee. So good camaraderie between both clubs out here today, which is always great to see, and that's why we're the best competition in the land. There's no doubt about that. Palm down to Murray, got the handball back. Scoots on, but it's not going to go anywhere. McMillan, he was in there for Glen Waverley. He's brought to ground. Pye bounce it once again. 80 metres out from the East Burwood goal line, Brad.
Pye throws it up. Parthenides against Hendrick. Handball there by McGowan. Riddle takes possession. He's immediately tackled by 2 Rams. And he was going absolutely nowhere. So good gang tackling there by East Burwood. Brad Riddle is threatened to grab the game by the throat a few times, but he's often found himself in heavy traffic like he was then. McMillan's handball. Kick up towards the wing position. Pickering shared it with Murray. Andrew Murray's kick. Favours Ferguson over the back of him. Ferguson against Brown. Good use of the body there by Luke Brown. He summed up that situation really well. Didn't panic, and he just got the desired result then for the Rams. He played it well, a bit of experience there. Luke Brown, one of, by my count, only 4 players in this East Burwood team who were at the club last year in today's side. So
yeah, you're not wrong there, Brad. Stuart Wine said the same thing on our pre-game coverage. They had six guys in the team that were there last year. Usually it's the other way around with new players coming in and the rest there in previous years.
Yeah, I think, sorry, it was four last week. They've added, a couple more this week. But, yeah, it's a new look side for them, that is for sure, as Kennedy there on the bottom of the pack. He's going nowhere. One of those many new inclusions into the side. Little quick kick was smothered by Kay. Kennedy's kick. Cruz got a hand to it. Potts there trying to wrestle the ball from the grasp of his opponent on the deck. And it will be a ball up once more. Still an 18-point lead for East Burwood. 4 goals, 8 plays, 2 goals, 4. And as we have yet another ball up, we'll cross boundary side down to Matt Fodia.
Thanks, Brad. And Ben might be a bit more excited about his advertising prospects here. The pink umbrella might have to come out. The rain looks like it's about to roll in 5 to 10 minutes.
Just looking after you, mate. It is your favourite colour. Umpire to ball this up just outside the 50 arc for the Hawks. What can they conjure? Mulqueen went up, came down without the pill. Down McMillan hits the deck as always. He's got a great attack on the football, does Josh McMillan. So we'll have a ball up again. 60 metres out, Springvale Roadside of Waverley Toyota Oval as it comes down into the arms of Kennedy. Got dispossessed. Just trying to work themselves out here, East Burwood, and they got the break, and the kick goes into towards the middle of the ground, but standing strong, reading it. Jesse Dunn takes it.
He'd be about the leading player on the ground for the Glen Waverley Hawks, I reckon.
Yeah, he's certainly holding stead, that's for sure, as the kick goes forward. Big fly over the back there by Pickering. Ball hits the deck in the middle of the ground. Here's Perry, got the handball, who got dispossessed of it as well. That's a throw, you've got to pay that one, and the umpire will reward Gavin Cruz with that free kick as he switches the play quickly. Broad, right in the guts. Kicks it inside forward 50. It's a floating one. Looking for Pickering, ran into his own teammate. At the fall of ball, Kay for East Burwood. Little handball out wide. That was okay. Kennedy had time to pick the ball up and then get the handball away. They banged the ball out of that danger zone up towards the weak position. What a mark that was by Maxie Wills. Geez, sensational. One of the plays of the day, there's no doubt about that. Sold a bit of candy too, if you don't mind, as he kicks the ball up inside forward 50. It was a well-weighted one as well. But Jesse Dunn, who was probably behind for the first time today, just mopped up the pieces. The class act as Broad takes the mark, goes back inside. Here's Cruz, had a lot of the football also. Dunn and Cruz working well across the half-back line for the Hawks, up towards the wing position. But standing strong and taking a solid mark there. East Burwood up towards the Angami direction. He overran it very close to the boundary line. Here Riddle's going to see it over and out. Right in front of the broadcast position, right in front of the faithful out here at Glen Waverley.
Great to see this game picking up a bit in regards to the way it's been flowing this quarter.
Yeah, it looked like Jesse Dunn was suggesting to Damatopoulos that he ducked his head in that contest, but I think it was more the mistake was Damatopoulos tried to go at it one-handed, wanted to try and reel it in with the one-handed mark, and he has got some tricks, as we know, but sometimes you've got to stick to the basics and just do it, get it done however, conventional it looks. It's not his way, but this is Handrick. Gets the handball, hard up against the boundary line, kick to the wing position, over the back, Stafford, shared it with Murphy. Murphy's kick to Copes. Little handball there came from Karawala. It was Kennedy who will get the free kick over the shoulder, and the umpire says no, it'll have to come back, go back behind the mark. So Jason Kennedy launches it for the Rams. Mitchell Potts there, diving on the footy. And sometimes those get pinged, but I think he was trying to... he made it look like he was trying to get it out, which is probably more important to the umpire than even whether you do get it out or not. It's they've got to see that attempt, see a genuine attempt. So Potts again on the bottom of the pack, as he so often is. Picks himself up. So, and 16-point lead, I should say, for East Burwood.
Well done.
That was a crunching tackle then on Riddle, and he's He's quickly back on his feet, Brad Riddle, but he's certainly feeling the effects of that bump. It was Kennedy who really
he held his own way,
ground.
didn't he? That was awesome.
Great attack on the footy by both players, but certainly Kennedy who came off better. That was Stafford. Gave the little handball out. Stafford again. Throws it on the boot, but it's all the Hawks. Eddie gathers it in now. Tom Eddy's high kick, bit of a floater into the path of Sinden. There against Canning. Ferguson takes possession. Did he throw that out? The umpire let it go. Brown comes away for the Rams. Neat kick to Pagliaro. This is a promising build-up for East Burwood. It goes over the head of Galeno. Well played by Huxtable, but then he seemed to almost throw it out to Dunn. Strong tackle by Wills. And the umpire says it will be a ball up. That was great footy from both sides on that occasion. Let's cross down to Matt Fodia on the boundary.
Thanks, Brad. The wind's really picked up towards Glen Waverley's end here, and I'm just interested in Dan's thoughts about how easy East Burwood are getting it out of their defensive 50 and how the Hawks are going to try and lock it in.
Ball comes out towards the half-forward line. It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Dan, you've had 8 seconds to prepare to answer Matt. Off you go, mate.
Well, look, East Burwood have been able to move the ball a lot cleaner. That's what I've noticed this quarter. While the game's flowed a lot better, Glen Waverley Hawks just haven't been able to hit targets as such. But, look, the Hawks are just going to have to defend a lot better. Dunn's done a fantastic job, but he needs a bit of help.
I feel like East Burwood, if they get another one, it's going to be quite difficult for the Glen Waverley Hawks at the moment. But nonetheless, the ball is across the half-forward line for the Hawks. Big Bo picks himself up off the deck and will go at it once again for the Hawks in the ruck. Got the knockdown over the top. Over there is Spiliotopoulos, who had an opponent there in Brandon Hodges, but paint beats all players. Another boundary throw-in. So up she goes. Parthenides got the knockdown that time. Looping handball over the top. Pickering went in hard for the Hawks across that half-forward line. And East Burwood, through Will O'Brien, will hand it back to the umpire. You want a bar of that. He did really well just to hold the ball in. It comes out now. Mulqueen, handball over the top. Found his teammate there in Brown. It's O'Brien, who just mentioned only just a couple of seconds ago, rewarded with a free kick up towards the half backline wing position, and give a guy a wrap and you moz him, and he kicked it out of bounds on the full. Ball to be brought back in by Tom Eddy. Everybody ducking for cover today, either in the cars or in the grandstand, so players having to retrieve their own footballs. Say they're not paid for that, but they want the game to move on forward as well as it goes up towards the Ferguson direction. He got one bite on it. Little handball over the top that time by Canning. Tried to link up with Masters. Canning goes in after it again. That was really good play. And now they'll link up. Here's Angamey. He might take off here. He might have a bounce. He might have a second one. He's looking for some running support. Little kick over the side there by Damatopoulos. He spotted up his teammate there in Wills. Just stops props. Looking to fade over the top of a player. They're going to link up well now here. And here's O'Brien once again. 55 metres out from goal. Spears it into the pocket. That was a brilliant piece of play. Kennedy takes the mark and he'll shoot from about 35. It's a difficult angle, but that was good play, Dan. That was end-to-end football, and they did hit up their target.
Look, it just goes back to what I was saying a couple of minutes ago, that their ball movement East Burwood has been tremendous.
Oh, well, Kennedy's just completely coughed it up. He's put it straight down the throat of Pitts, who didn't think it was coming to him, so he dropped it, but it's a stoppage. It's 30 metres out from the East Burwood goal line. They'll be disappointed with that. 4-8-32 to 2-4-16, 15 and a half gone, third term. Pye throws it up, stacks on the mill once again, Brad.
You know, even if he'd found a teammate then with that kick, it wouldn't have been paid like the required distance. So it was really a terrible option.
Surprising coming from
Kennedy.
a Division 1 player as well.
Poor execution and a poor decision. So, as you say, you'd expect a little more from Jason Kennedy, but he's been pretty good today throughout the day for East Burwood.
Barry Cott's around the grounds with the score centre.
Yeah, just updating a Vermont-Montrose score. Vermont 12-8-80 to Montrose, 7 goals straight, 42.
Kay shot the handball back to Stafford. Long kick to full forward. Wills was the flyer, but he was about 5 deep in the pack then. No real chance of marking it. And Pitts takes the mark on the last line of defence for the Glen Waverley Hawks. So Jason Pitts goes very short with the kick. Finds Eddie. Tom Eddie, left footer, has had a lot of the footy today. Him and Jesse Dunn have really controlled that half-back zone for the Hawks. Not a great kick this time by Eddie. It was really just into open space, and Murphy ran back onto the footy. And he shares it there with his teammate in Dalton. Not Dalton, McGowan, I should say. Troy McGowan in the long sleeves. So the umpire to throw it back into play. Parthenides wins yet another tap down into the path of Kay. Kay shot it out to Kennedy. Kennedy's kick, not all that effective. And Gamey, his handball was partly smothered, and the umpire's paid a free kick there. Was that for what, incorrect disposal? Yep. So just didn't quite release the handball in a legal manner. Free kick goes to Potts. Runs his full measure. Mitchell Potts' kick was a good one. He found Tyler on a long lead. Tyler wheels around now. Pretty neat kick, was quite effective. Got it to Amin, who first time we've seen him today.
It's 3-on-1.
Adam
What's
Amin,
happening up there?
Poor kick by him. Out of defence, Murphy. Murphy's kick to the wing position, and the mark safely held there by Wills for East Burwood.
He's been solid.
Yeah, he's done some really courageous things as well. The kick by Wills over the back. This is Galeno. Galeno bounces it through, and a great goal for Adrian Galeno. 4 of those now on the board for him today. And East Burwood stretch their lead over the back. 22. This is Galeno.
Well, that's another one of those opportunities, isn't it, that Galeno's just taken with both hands, and all he's needed is half a chance to be able to do it, make something out of it.
It's crossed down boundary side to Matt Fodia.
Hey guys, Glen Waverley look like they want me to walk from wounded at the moment. Min went down there and was clutching his right knee. He's okay now walking. Riddle struggling with his right shoulder, and Sullivan struggling with his right groin.
Okay, Barry Codds around the grounds with the score centre.
Yes, Division 3, and it's South Belgrade 4-125, trailing Heathrow 6-844. Donvale and Warrandyte, Donvale 3-725, Warrandyte 3-119. Ventry Galley 4-327 to Churnside Park 2-4-16, and in the Scoresby Templestowe game, it's Scoresby 3-6-24, leading Templestowe 2-2-14.
Well, McGowan got the centre clearance. He kicked it to Galeno. He almost was able to pull it in there, but Potts is there for the Glen Waverley Hawks. He's dispossessed. Here's Handrick, just scoops it back into play. Perry was able to trap it, sold a little bit of candy, got the handball away, kicked to the top of the goal square, where Maxie Wills just takes a gift, and he'll go back and pull it. Wheels around now on the right boot. Aaron Lord style, Nathan Chapman style, and it goes through for a goal. And I'll tell you what, he's built takes a gift, and he'll go back. That's his second goal. They're going to take some stopping, I should say, Dan. I think this game could almost be called over.
Yeah, 28 points the difference, and in conditions like this, East Burwood have really lifted this quarter. Their ball movement's been fantastic, but Ryan Flack would be pretty disappointed with that. To leave Wills open in the goal square, just not good enough defending there. Dunn's been a lone hand down there today, I think. He hasn't had enough help around him.
We heard Matt mention on the boundary before about Adam Amin and that he got injured a few minutes ago, but that is legitimately the first time we'd called him today, certainly the first time I'd called him today. 55 goals he kicked for the season last year for the Glen Waverley Hawks, but has been completely unsighted all afternoon.
Spot on. Barry Cotts around the grounds with the score centre.
Yeah, Division 2, and it's Doncaster East 9-5-59 to Mulgrave, 2 behinds, 2 points.
Quick kick out of the middle by Mull Queen, who's ditched the half sleeves for this quarter that he had for the first half. There's a bit of push and shove. Free kick is coming back.
Barry can have the last dim sim for sending that score through.
Riddle.
Thank you.
So Brad Riddle launches it forward. 2-on-1 contest, favoured East Burwood. Strong tackle applied. Potts there. Can't go anywhere with it. I noticed at half-time, Matt might be able to shed some light on this. There was a Hawks player, it looked like it might have been Jack Steinford in a jacket. It gave her the impression he wouldn't be coming back on for the second half either. So that's another player short that they'll be. It's crossed down to Matt on the boundary.
Yeah, he's not only got the jacket, he's got the blanket on as well, Matt. He looks like he's rugged up for the day. He's doesn't look like he's very interested in the game either.
He's on Twitter, is he?
No, he's not on Twitter, but he's about to fall asleep.
Netflix.
New episodes of Suits came out as well.
They? When's Peaky Blinders coming out? I've been waiting for that long.
Oh, free kick's been paid.
Here we go, your man, Brad.
Adam Amin, he's going to have the chance to
New episodes of Suits came out.
make an impact here. He's in the wars because at the moment he's holding his throat like he might have caught one in the esophagus just during that contest. But it's been quiet to say the least this afternoon, and he is such an important player for the Hawks. They need him firing. So Adam Amin, can he keep the Hawks in the game here? He is a renowned goal kicker, but on this occasion he hangs it out to the left.
Fair old roost.
Yeah, he got the distance, but I think in getting the distance he had to sacrifice that bit of accuracy. So it is now a 27-point lead for East Burwood.
Short passes on, Kennedy stands strong. I think he's been a good play for East Burwood, Kennedy, today. Quick handball away, and now the Rams up towards the half-forward line, bouncing football from the wing position. He's going to sit up well here for Maxi Wills. Kicked the last goal inside 450, looking for Galeno. He had the back spot. He had to work Pitts out of the situation. Pitts did well. Nicely done there. That time by Dunn, handball. Just out of the danger zone. He was looking for some more support, but the Rams are still there. Here's Wills, top of the 50, set sail for goal, and Gamey's there, and it pushed it. Probably would have hoped that it went out of bounds there, East Burwood, but it did go through for a minor score, which means 23 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the third term out here on EFL game day. It's the East Burwood Rams leading 6-9-45, Glen Waverley Hawks 2-5-17.
Dunn brings the ball back in. Not his best kick today though, and it's been marked there by Kennedy. So Jason Kennedy for the Rams gets around the man on the mark, roosts it forward, and his kick tumbles out of bounds right alongside the behind post. So it'll be a boundary throw in deep in the East Burwood forward line here, as we'll have to wait a little while for someone to fetch the ball.
Just sitting there, isn't it?
It's in no man's land at the moment. Now we've got someone keen to help out, which is good.
Luke, let's check out his skills.
Yeah.
Oh, safety. Went for the safety.
Throws the ball back to the boundary umpire. So throws it back in. Parthenides nicely palmed down that time.
Oh.
Strong tackle applied,
yeah,
and did he have the footy?
Yeah, that's gone. That's holding the ball every day of the week.
Textbook decision there.
It's been paid holding the ball, so he dropped it. Absolutely dropped it red-handed in the tackle there by Perry. So Stephen Perry rewarded for a perfect tackle.
Well, he should already have a goal.
Yeah, we thought he kicked one right at the start of the game. You'd back him to kick this, although the wind is a bit tricky just at the moment, but what's he done? He's missed it. And another minor score for Stephen Perry. So East Burwood move on to 6-10-46. Glen Waverley Hawks 2-5-17.
How many has he missed now? Is that 3, Brad?
3 behinds for Stephen Perry, 1 in each quarter, correct. Used to be a Stephen Perry for many years on the EFL media team, but I think that might have been before your time, BWS.
No, I can't remember a Stephen Perry.
No, yeah.
Was this in the Nick Johnstone days, was it?
No, this is more in the early 2000s, so the sort of Peter Booth, Steve Reimer, Andrew Conway era.
Hashtag old school as the ball comes back into the ground now. Parthenides at the back got the handball away, but it was going the wrong way of his side, and it scoots out now of Canning on the right boot. An up and under kick that was like half smothered, so they're still outside that 50 arc. Wills on the right boot, spears it in. He's found Pagliaro, got the handball away. Handbrake up to the top of the square, sitting at the back. Well, you can see Galeno just waiting for it, but as he's done several times today, they have been peppering Tom Eddy. Takes another strong mark, probably Glen Waverley's best player today. Gets the ball outside of that danger zone now, over the back there. Armin needs to trap the football, get the fend off. Well done there by Rhett Masters, who will be rewarded with the free kick. Ball outside of that danger zone now, over the back there. Armin needs to trap Masters.
It's not his day today, that's for sure.
Saw his old man Ray in the rooms at half-time, looking well, enjoying a beverage, kicks it long at the back of the pack there. Oh, the second bite, Maxi Wills, he's not going to be rewarded. The crowd wasn't enough to get it up. And once again, a controversial attempt at mark for East Burwood, right on the siren, is not paid. So, three-quarter timeout here at Waverley Toyota Oval, aka Central Reserve. And on the EFL match of the day, it is East Burwood, the away side today, leading this one. And quite comfortably too, 29 points is the margin, 6-10-46 to Glen Waverley Hawks 2-5-17. Adrian Galeno, isn't he enjoying wearing the black and white once again, and already got 4 goals to his name. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern, and of course streaming live around the globe, EFL.org.au. Barry Cotts on the score centre. He'll come back with all the around-the-ground scores, as much as we have from all 4 divisions. If you're out and about at the grounds, who are the best players? What is the score? Send it through via Twitter @FootyEFL. And we're already looking forward to the next half an hour and the next hour and a half as we bring together what is round 2 football in the Eastern Football League.
A scent or a song or a food that reminds me of someone. Lavender reminds me of my grandmother.
There's albums, when I listen to them, I think back to my dad playing them to me.
Vanilla perfume reminds me of my mum.
The smell of Yorkshire pudding reminds me of my old man. He was a great Yorkshireman.
An Italian pasta dish reminds me of my grandmother.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account.
G'day, Billy Brownless here from The Footy Show. KFC Almost Footy Legends is back in 2018 and we're searching for the best highlights from local footy. Head to 9now.com.au/AFL Footy Show and upload your entry for a chance to win $35,000 cash plus a year's supply of KFC.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Something nice that I have done for someone, I have bought a meal for a homeless person.
I always offer to pick people up from the airport.
I went out with a friend last night. Just being there and listening to what she was going through, I think made all the difference.
I'll write like a little note and put it in the mail. Might just be like, hi, I'm thinking of you.
I took my girlfriend to dinner last week. That's pretty notable for me.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1. EFL Game Day here at Glen Waverley Reserve, and the three-quarter time score is East Burwood 6-10-46 to Glen Waverley Hawks 2-5-17. So definitely East Burwood have the ascendancy going into the last quarter of this game. Let's check some scores. Division 1, Burwood and South Croydon. Burwood 9-5-59 to South Croydon 6-7-43. And Vermont 12-8-80 is well ahead of Montrose 4-5-29. And to Division 2, Lilydale and Bayswater, and we have 4-3-27 Bayswater, 4 behind, 4 points. One Turner South, Millbark 7-1-43 to One Turner South 4-6-30. And Doncaster East 9-5-59 to Mulgrave, 2 behinds, 2 points. To Division 3, and we've got some scores there. South Belgrave and Heathmont. It's Heathmont 6-8-44 to South Belgrave 4-1-25. And Donvale and Warrandyte. So far it's Donvale 3-7-25, Warrandyte 3-1-19. Fenchurch Gully, Chirnside Park 4-3-27, Chirnside Park 2-4-16. And Scoresby 3-6-24 to Templestowe 2-2-14. Now we'll see if we can check some scores in Division 4, and Kilsyth 7-5-47 to Sylvan 4-6-30 in Division 4 there. So a very competitive game in Division 4. And let's see if we can see some other games in Division 4, some scores rolling in. If you've got some scores there or add a game, please tweet them in, efl.org.au at EFL Footy is the Twitter handle, and we'll be able to give those scores out as soon as we can. Kilsyth, yep, given that score. As well as that, I think that's about all the scores we've got at the moment. We'll have some more score updates shortly. Back to you, Dan.
Yes, well, the final quarter just about to get underway here. It is East Burwood 6-10-46, leading the Glen Waverley Hawks 2-5-17. The story of the day so far, Adrian Gelino up forward has 4 goals for East Burwood. He's put on a clinic against Jason Pitts, his opposite number. But look, Max Wills got into it in the third quarter, booting 2 goals to create that buffer as East Burwood got on top in the midfield. Let's go down to Matt Fodier on the boundary line.
Extremely pleased with his skipper who put Brad Whittle on his, and I quote him, on his arse. So that was fantastic for him. He's very happy with the tackle pressure, and he just wants nothing silly, no risks this quarter, and just to make sure they slow the play down and, yeah, just don't take too many risks and open it up.
Yep, 29 points the lead at this stage, and hopefully they do take some risks. We want to see some attacking footy, of course, in this last quarter, really from both sides, but obviously East Burwood hold that handy lead at this stage. There's a short pass. Attacking the footy was Galino. Gathered it in nicely. Bounces again. It through. And easy as you like, Adrian Galino slots through his 5th goal of the day. And in a game where between the two sides has only been 9 goals for the afternoon, he's got more than half of them.
Wait for the text from Wayne Brasher, because on EFL Insider a couple of days ago he said he would be the difference of the two sides today, and his goal scoring is basically that difference right now.
Oh, certainly, but he's combined really well up forward. And Gemi there, his second and third efforts of keeping the ball in East Burwood possession and being able to feed out a handball was crucial in that passage of play.
Well, certainly putting his hand up for the Tobin Brothers player of the day. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Adrian Galino, as the ball comes out, scooped upon by Tyler for the Hawks. An up and under kick. Overrunning it there was Stafford. There's a fair few players around this ball. Hitting the deck there was Eddie. Had some support in there also with Parthenides, the big man, getting down. East Burwood. There's a lot of players around this football. We'll start it again. We're inside the square. Division 4 match of the day. It's East Burwood. They've got a handle on this game. They've penciled. You would think at three-quarter time they would almost lock in these 4 points. They've just got to continue what they've been doing, especially in the second half, just really going after the football.
Oh, tackle.
Yeah, very stiff there.
Ducked underneath it, maybe. So Sam Coates. And a couple of supporters here. You should have received a free kick. Pai throws it up this time. Stafford. It was a bit of a fresh air shot by both ruckmen there. Tyler for the Hawks will be the first player to meet it. He's a lively type. He's got a lot of speed. Got the handball away. That was okay. Here's Potts. Scoots along the boundary line. Humphreys just couldn't keep it alive. Boundary umpire says, give it to me. We'll throw this one in. 75 metres out from the Glen Waverley Hawks goal line. They're kicking to the club room ends. The Glen end in this final term. And what can they manufacture?
Oh, gee.
Men's. What do you think? The
Glen end
in this final term?
Trip.
And what can they manufacture? Kick comes in now, going after it hard there was Hodges, couldn't pull the mark down, went after it a second time, got the handball away, that was good play. Now East Burwood, they were able to mop up across the half-back line, switch the ball out towards the grandstand side, and then a foot race does ensue. Does it sit up? It sits up nicely for Lepore at this time. Kicks it towards centre-half forward, bouncing football. Standing strong there was Cruz, got the handball away, gets it back again, up towards the wing position, spears up a target, and Amin takes the mark on the second bite in front of Lepore. Swings around now on the right boot, kicks the ball inside forward 50. Had to wait for it, was Murray, it was knocked away from him. In there, though, they've got the numbers. Ferguson was over it, spilled out. Stacks on the mill once again, and we will have a ball up. Let's cross down boundary side to Matt Fodia.
As you can tell probably from the trees around the ground, the wind is absolutely blowing a Brendan Gale towards the right of your radio dial, and it's dropped about 8 degrees out here.
Throws the ball up now, scooped upon by McGowan of the Troy variety, snapped it on his left boot, but stolen there, and running onto it nicely there, Paul Tyler, which the distance, he might want to back himself here. No, he wants to just poke it over the top. It was dangerous, but there was holding or a little bit of high action happening, and Ferguson was in the front spot, and he'll be the recipient of the free kick.
He's battled hard today, Ferguson, hasn't he? Time and again, he's just been there for the Glen Waverley Hawks and probably hasn't gotten the support around him that he needs.
So Ferguson has kicked one this afternoon. You just never know. Thinking they can get one, they can get a couple, get a little bit of a run on. It's only 4 minutes into this final term. Ferguson, distance isn't going to be a problem, but the accuracy, it never looked like getting home. Pushed to the right-hand side. Minor score is the result. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, almost 5 minutes tick over now in the final term of EFL Game Day. East Burwood 7-10-52. The Glen Waverley Hawks 2-6-18. And of course we'll cross back to Barry Cotts right throughout this last quarter with all those important around the ground scores on the score centre. Still hovering around that half forward line though for the Glen Waverley Hawks. Inside forward 50 again, knocked away from Hodges. It's Burwood, get the little handball away. Kick goes to the top of the goal square though. Who's going to be able to pull this one down? Andrew Murray. Well, he just stuck his hand up and it plucked in there, took it on the third bite. He's at the top of the goal square. He'll go back. He will kick Glen Waverley's third goal of the game. And maybe this will kick them on a little bit.
A little bit of a push, but
I'll take it every day of the week. Go for a goal. So the two-finger salute ensues, and Bendigo Bank scoreboard now shows the Glen Waverley Hawks 3-6-24, trailing East Burwood 7-10-52. Still a long way to go, but bit by bit.
Yeah, look, 28 points to the margin. Never say never. We're only 5 minutes in, but they want to see more of that because their forward entries today, Glen Waverley Hawks, have been so untidy, and that's been the difference on the scoreboard. East Burwood have just been able to open their forward line up a bit more.
Well, they have to kick over double their score to actually get in front for what they've played out in 3 quarters, but in giving that it's only 4 goals that they probably need to get, or the 5 to get in front. You can get another quick couple of ones. You just never know, and confidence is a funny thing. But East Burwood, what they've been able to do all day is been able to, every time Glen Waverley have kicked a goal, they've been able to answer it. And a man who's seeing it front and centre is Matt Fodia, boundary side.
Brad Riddle's out for the day, boys. He's got ice on that right shoulder, so that's another one down for the Hawks. And Ben Sullivan doesn't look completely done, but he hasn't warmed up at all this quarter.
So they've only got one left on the bench?
Well, yeah, Andrew Murray's on the bench. Ben Sullivan isn't iced up or rugged up, but he hasn't moved off the bench for this first 5 minutes, so it might just be Murray left here.
Tap one there by Parthenides. This is McGowan, Troy McGowan's kick. Looking for Galeno. Hendrick runs to the tackler. Throws it on the boot. Kicks to the square.
What a great mark.
Takes the mark. And he has just looked dangerous whenever he's been near the footy today. For Galeno. Max Wills, he's done some Hendrick runs brilliant things. He wheels around now for goal number 3.
He's got it.
He doesn't like to take too long over his shots at goal. He likes to get on with it quickly. Dangerous. Paid off for him today. He's kicked his third. And I think we can probably say shut the gate now as far as any sort of a comeback is concerned this afternoon.
Yeah, well, Ben, you were just saying just a few moments ago that every time the Glen Waverley Hawks look like getting a roll on, East Burwood would always reply. But how was the strength there by Hendrick just to fend off the tackler and get that snap kick away to Wills, who marked and kicked truly?
Dusty Martin, don't argue, get out of my way, one fend off. So play there by East Burwood. 34 points is the margin. They'll take home the 4 points. They'll start the season 2 and zip. There's no doubt about that now, but Glen Waverley will be trying to remain gallant right throughout this final term. But the Rams, well, they'll want to continue on their merry way, won't they? And they do just that. Inside forward 50, McGowan was there, tried to trap it. There was Huxtable, got boot to ball, going after it. Joel McGowan again, got it back. Here's Galeno, handballs to Wills. Wills with a banana! You little ripper! That is number 4. That is goal. And Maxi Wills. He's kicked the last 2 for the Rams, and he's certainly ensured that they will take home the 4 points today out here at Waverley Toyota Oval. That was fantastic, Dan.
Gee, have all his 4 goals come from banana kicks today? From close range in. He loves a banana, doesn't he?
No, he kicked one from the pocket. His one before that one was around the corner. Well, it was around the corner, but it wasn't the check side. It was the other way.
That's what happens when you make a comment and you got the accurate one sitting next to you, Dan. He's going to pull you up every time. Pye throws it up again in the middle of the ground, and Brad will take over in a second as Kay gets the handball away. Came out now, streaming through. Spilotopoulos gets it inside forward 50. Wills was in there again. Here's Hendrick, gets it back to Wills. This way, that way. Will he do a banana this time? No, he'll square it up, Perry. He took it on the first bite. He gets up, somehow gets boot to ball. Nicely trapped off there by Broad. He had the cool head in the tough situation. Got it away to Jesse Dunn, who thumped the ball out of the danger zone. Kicked it out towards the Sindon direction. He's been relatively quiet. Takes it on the first bounce. Kicks it up towards the wing position. Bouncing football. Really well trapped there by Masters. Looping handball over the top. Now East Burwood will get another go at it. Kick up towards the half forward line. Brett Handrick, he's been very lively, especially in this last term. Takes another mark. Trying to set his side up. Currently lead by 40 points, the East Burwood side. Inside forward 50, standing strong though. Jesse Dunn, Glen Waverley's best player on the ground this afternoon, Brad. He'll switch the play and try and create something for the Hawks.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that. He's certainly been a tireless performer today. Broad's kick to the wing. Amin sits favourably for him. Adam Amin, little handball. Gets it back now. Waxing there with Humphreys. Pickering almost seemed to throw it out in front of himself. And Coates steadies for East Burwood as he gets it to Stafford. Stafford's long, searching kick to half forward. Great use of the body by Galeno. The umpire didn't see it that way. He thought that was a push in the back, so free kick goes against Galeno.
Let's go to Barry Cotts around the grounds with the score centre.
Yeah, 3/4 times. South Belgrave 5:32 was trailing Heathmont 7:12:54. And as well as that, 3/4 time, Norwood 10:10:70, East Ringwood 10:5:65.
We'll keep those scores coming right through as well. We've got a pretty early game happening out here, so make sure you stay tuned right through till 6 p.m. and we'll let you know exactly how your teams performed today as the Hawks go through the middle. Now up towards the Armin direction, had the front spot. It was knocked away from him at the fall of ball. Humphreys gets boot to ball, trickles it through. It was a good attempt, but it went to the left-hand side and through for one behind. That's their 7th of the afternoon. Glen Waverley 3:7:25, trail East Burwood 9:10:64, 11.5 gone in the final term, Baz.
North Ringwood 9:9:63 is leading Knox 6 behind, 6 points, 3/4 time.
Wowza.
Brown very short then to Murphy. Murphy out of defence for East Burwood. Thumping kick looking for Handrick, who went at it one-handed. I don't think he could quite get to that one, so boundary throw in. He's had a fine game this afternoon. Brett Handrick, he's just gotten better the further the game's gone on. And he'll be pushing for a spot in the top 3 or 4 players on the ground as well, you would think, in the votes. Quick kick forward by Stafford, but it's been marked there by Potts, who's had a big second half for the Hawks, trying to help his team work their way back into this contest. Seemed to be a push in the back against Murray. Wasn't appreciated by Kennedy, and the two exchange words behind the play. Parthenides there against his opposite number in Stafford. Stafford there all wrapped up by the two ruckmen there on the deck.
Been really hard, Dan, for Glen Waverley to get past the half-forward line today. The East Burwood back line really standing up strong.
Oh, exactly right there. They've applied the pressure every single time the Glen Waverley Hawks have gone forward, and it's caused them to make so many errors, and that probably tells on the scoreboard with their inaccuracy.
So Nathan Canning for East Burwood. A bit of a floating kick, but he's still found Ngami. And Ngami's kick, so three former Knox players combining there with
nice.
Troy McGowan, the last of them. Coates takes possession now. Sam Coates fires at the goals, but Dunn is back there once again, safely pouching the mark and clearing for the Hawks.
Barry Cods around the grounds with the score centre.
Yeah, Division 4, Kilsyth 9,660 to Sylvan 4,630. And in Division 1, it's Bourne 11,672 to South Croydon 7,850.
Well, looks like the Tigers might be getting their first win on the board this year at home against the reigning premier. In the middle of the ground, here's Hodges for the Hawks on the left boot this time. Inside forward 50, Min's going, where was that going? Bouncing football over she goes. Right forward pocket, Glen Waverley. Nobody was home, and it'll be thrown in.
Well, there's two forward entries in a row that have been sloppy from both sides. Adrian Gelino got burnt up the other end. He was very frustrated at that. And what I was saying before is that Glen Waverley Hawks forward entries have been pretty ordinary today.
14 minutes gone now in the final term. East Burwood through Lepore. They'll heard a whistle. It'll come back. Might be a free kick to Glen Waverley here. I think it's going to be term. So East Burwood. Yes, it's going to be a Glen Waverley shot on goal. At 40 metres out. I think it might be Andrew Murray who's got the footy. Comes in now, 45 metres. He gets underneath it. It's a fair old roost, but it definitely was pushed to the right-hand side. Another behind to the Hawks. That's their 8, 3-8-26, trailing East Burwood, 9-10-64. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, 98.1 Radio Eastern, streaming live around the globe, EFL.au, around the grounds with Barry Cotts at the score centre.
Yep, Coldstream 4-4-28, so trailing Whitehouse Pioneers 7-8-50, so 7-8-50, 4-4-28, and Doncaster 2-10-22 with trailing Rowville 4-7-31.
Really low scoring happening around the east today. It's definitely tough conditions. No one's been used to that. It's been a magnificent spring and summer in old Melbourne town. They screwed us on round 2 Saturday. Umpire throws it in Parthenidi straight down the throat of Murray. Stop. It goes and a restart.
Yep, umpire to throw it up once more. Parthenidis wins this ruck contest. Kay hopped a high one from Hodges, and it will be a free kick to Brett Kay. So wants to give the little handball off to Lepore. Long kick, kept it low, and that was pretty effective up towards wing position now for East Burwood. Real floater of a kick by O'Brien that time. That was Handrick there diving for the footy, and he appeals for the mark, but the umpire said it didn't hold it.
Jesse Dunn just going, he dropped it, he pulled it in, where's me free? The umpire said, calm your farm.
By Ngami, yep. Tyler, clearing kick for the Hawks. Floating kick up towards the wing. Little handball came from Masters, shared it with Brown. Masters' kick is effective. And he finds Brett Kay on the wing. True wing position, right in front of the scoreboard here at Central Reserve, which shows East Burwood, I should say, comfortably in front, 9 goals 10 to 3 goals 8. And that wasn't the best kick there from Kay, hugging the boundary and over the boundary line.
Brad, I'll put this one to you, or it might even be one for Noel McPhee if he's listening. When was the last time East Burwood would have won 2 games in a row?
Come back to you on that one. Sinden, little handball.
You have 2 minutes.
I think it's a long time.
Adam Amin in the middle. Launches a left foot kick forward. Ball spills towards the boundary there. Stafford takes possession. Luke Brown, little handball, back to Masters. Not his best kick. Hodges takes possession, well wrapped up there by Canning. And yeah, I honestly don't know the answer, Dan.
Probably since they were in Division 1, I would say, which is a long time ago now.
Peter Baird, Frosty Baird, is very good at those stats about teams losing streaks and how long since they won games and you know, clubs that are at the bottom of the ladder.
Calling
how
out a negative, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, you know, who's had the most 100-point losses in a row and things like that. That's more Frosty's domain.
57-point lead to the Eastern Lions in the final term over Surrey Park at the moment as well.
Well, Matt Fodia tipped the upset today, so he's got a bit to brag about.
Ball comes out across the half back line here. Just trying to conjure something out of the Hawks. The kick goes in. Min just sat at the back of the pack there, and then Luke Brown just went, well, I'll just go in and take that mark. But the umpire's paid a bit of shepherding, and it's going the way of Matty Ferguson. So not being a 2-on-1 situation. I actually was over the shoulder there, looking at the replay. Troy McGowan, probably a bit unlucky. He was in the front spot and then just felt someone come behind, and the natural reaction lifted the elbow. But nonetheless, Ferguson, he's already kicked 1 goal. He's missed a couple also. He'll try and square the ledger here with 2 and 2, and he's done just that. Worked the ball back beautifully with the breeze. That's the 4th goal on the board for the Glen Waverley Hawks. 2-2, Matty Ferguson now. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it is East Burwood 9-10-64, Glen Waverley Hawks 4-8-32. Barry Cotts around the grounds with the score centre.
In Division 1, Vermont 14-12-96 is leading Montrose 11-3-69. And also in Donvale, yep, they lead 7-10-52 over Warrandyte 5-1-37.
Donvale looking for their first victory up in Division 3, a return to Division 3 for the Donvale Football Club.
32 points to the margin here. East Burwood 9 goals 10 to Glen Waverley 4 goals 8-32, and it's getting pretty dull and overcast again here at Central Reserve. Quite dark, given that it's only 20 past 4 in the afternoon. A lot of players over the footy. That's McGowan once again. Troy McGowan on the bottom of the pack. Hands it back to the umpire. Tough conditions for everybody today, it's fair to say. Quick kick out of the pack by Karawalla. Murray swoops on the footy, and Andrew Murray has kicked a great goal for the Glen Waverley Hawks. Somewhat of a consolation goal, I suppose, but it's his 2nd goal for the term, and he's just keeping it interesting for the Hawks supporters.
Yeah, look, damage control now for Glen Waverley Hawks. They wouldn't want the margin to blow out by too much, with percentage being crucial, of course. Division 4 being one of the closer divisions in recent years, but he's got a bit to be proud of today, Andrew Murray. He's done his bit.
38 plays 64, time on here in the final term at Footy EFL on Twitter. Send us your scores. They'll be coming in thick and fast and gamey. They always answer, don't they, Eastfield? The kick goes towards the Galeno direction in the front spot. Handrick, it was knocked away from him, charging through there, Damatopoulos. Handry went after it again. Strong tackle by Potts. None rewarded, but still a ripper, and we'll have a bounce 45 metres out from the East Burwood goal line. Pye throws it up. Parthenides, Handrick got the knockdown. Straight into the arms, though, that time of McMillan. Kick was scrambly. Kennedy, been a good player, got the handball over the top. O'Brien, inside forward 50 into the pocket it goes. But, well, if it's going to be marked by a Glen Waverley Hawks player in the back line today, it's going to be marked by Jesse Dunn. He's had at least 10 marks. It's been an absolute ripper for them. Fair old Roos too, every bit of 50 metres outside of that danger zone. Good mark has been taken. The handball off through the middle of the ground. Now they go the Hawks. More direct football. That was better. Over the top there of Ferguson's head. Tried to get it there was Lepore. Scooped upon there by Murray. Kicked the last goal. Snaps around the body. Mintz by himself. 20 metres out from goal. So getting a little bit of a run on late in the game. I think time might beat them, but Mint's going to go back and around the body. Well, surely he kicks this, goes for it, and puts it through. So, well, can we say there's still time? Is there still, who else wants to call it? I don't know yet. I don't know, but well done there that was a good play. That was one of their best bits of play for the day, the Glen Waverley Hawks, coast to coast and spotting up targets. Let's go to Matt Fodia, who's boundary side.
Something that will help the Glen Wave Hawks is the fact that the wind has basically died down to, well, I wouldn't say a standstill, but it's definitely not what it was, so that's going to help them.
Great stuff, Matt Fodia riding solo today.
Probably is time, but it's one of those situations where if the Rams kick one goal, you know, they'll win. So even if Glen Waverley got the next 2 goals, if the Rams got one back, you'd think that's game done. So they need 4 goals, basically to nothing. The next 4 goals.
I'll tell you what, if they kick 3 to watch you get out of your seat will be one of my favourite sights for the year, mate. And here they go.
Quick kick out of the middle was by McMillan. Tumbled it forward. Lepore left it behind. Ferguson, the handball, intercepted by Brown. Gave it to Masters. Masters kick out towards the wing where O'Brien leads the race to the footy against Sindon. O'Brien gets back onto his right foot. Kick to half forward. Damatopoulos showed a bit of flair again. Over the top to Pagliaro. Taking possession was Cruz. He was well tackled then by Pagliaro. And the seconds continue to tick down.
Must have corrected myself for mentioning the Eastern Lions before. Of course, clearly they are Fair Park, who are smashing Surrey Park at the moment.
Indeed. Yeah, it's old habits die hard though.
Oh, but you always get told about them, and that's why I'm apologising.
I didn't notice, to be honest. So. Quick kick off the ground. This is Kay. Kay takes it to the boundary line and over. About 10 years after they changed to being called the Eastern Lions, I still heard of being called Fair Park quite often by people.
Well, I still hear this league being called Eastern Districts Football League.
Oh, how many times? EDFL.
EDFL.
Give me a break.
Yeah. So old habits do die hard in some people.
Yeah, the EDFL, yeah, that still gets called.
Which is an insult to us, but a compliment to them.
So free kick to the Rams. Murphy takes possession, goes short to Stafford. Stafford launches it, long kick, and Mark safely held there by Dunn. He's just done that all day. What a game he's played. It's going to be, we think it'll be in a losing side, but it's been a mighty game by Jesse Dunn. That was Brown who boots it forward. Dunn spoils Wills this time. Wills gathers it in, sweeping handball, shot it back to Pagliaro. Little handball to Galeno. There's plenty of dangerous Rams around the footy there, and that is almost a free kick.
Very quickly, Barry Cotts around the grounds.
Yes, we've got a final score of Donvale. 8-12-60 have defeated Warrandyte 7-1-43.
Congratulations to the Vales, first win in Division 3 in 2018. At home as well, unfurling of the flag. Would have been a great day out there as strong tackle's been laid, scooped upon by Perry. He kicks it to the hot spot. Who's going to be underneath it? All of a sudden, Dunn nearly took it again, but the kick on goal, what I think is Pagliaro, who got boot to ball just in the nick of time and puts it through for the Rams. And, well, there's absolutely not a shadow of a doubt now, Dan. The Eastfield Football Club, they're going to go in with 2 straight wins before heading to Fair Park next week.
Yes, that's going to bug me all night now with when was the last time they actually did win 2 in a row, so I might get on the blower to Noel McPhee after this and clarify that. But, gee, it's great for the club, isn't it? Just the feeling around the club tonight as well is going to be fantastic for East Burwood.
Cross down boundary side to Matt Fodia.
Other end of the spectrum, boys, rubbing salt into the wound. The Hawks now have no one on the bench.
Yeah, and tough times indeed. 26 points, the margin now. The scoreboard at the ground still shows it as being 20 points, but we know it is 26 points, the margin. Massive thump out of the ruck that time by Parthenides. Taking possession was Kennedy. He's been a tireless worker today. Kennedy's kick out towards the wing. Damatopoulos can't keep it in play. So 10 goals, 10-70 East Burwood. Glen Waverley 6 goals, 8-44. Dan?
Brad, we're just getting through on the Twitter feed thanks to Mark McNay. The last time East Burwood won 2 in a row was 2012 in Division 1, round 17 against Noble Park and round 18 against Knox.
Gee. Well, there you go.
So I wasn't far off, I suppose, when I said it was when they were in Division 1.
Yeah,
but
well, yep.
it is a fair time, a long time ago now.
It's basically more than 5 seasons ago. 2012, so the last 2 rounds of the 2012 season. So, yeah, long time ago that is for sure. Short pass is on. Mark taken. There's a kick to full forward, and Mark safely held there by Hodges. Brandon Hodges for the Glen Waverley Hawks goes short, finds Cruz. In the back pocket, Gavin Cruz. Just weighing up his options. There's not a lot to kick to downfield. Good effort by Pickering. I think he deserves to be paid the mark there, even if there may have been a hand involved, but that is the siren. Final siren sounds, and East Burwood have won 2 in a row to start the season. They've defeated the Glen Waverley Hawks here today by 26 points. East Burwood 10 goals, 10-70, defeating the Glen Waverley Hawks 6 goals, 8-44. 26-point win to the Rams, and it was set up by Adrian Galino's 5 goals and Max Wills kicking 4.
Yeah, look, a tough day at the office for the Glen Waverley Hawks. Defenders down there, particularly with Galino playing in Division 4. He's kicked over, 700 goals in his career, so he's always going to be hard to stop. But, so he's always going to be put through a few. But, look, we could probably count on one hand the amount of times the Glen Waverley Hawks linked up and really used the ball well, as opposed to East Burwood, who were able to do that early in the game and
scooped upon there by Perry.
with handy margins at half-time and then three-quarter time
and it
as
didn't
well.
take too long for the East
Max
Burwood Rams
Wills as well, what a support act he was up forward in the second half for Adrian Galino. 4 goals in the second half.
He's called out for the boundary that he'll make his way over there. That's
so
a
much to
lovely
like about
pass.
their performance, and they'll celebrate this one tonight, East Burwood, because winning their first game in 23 matches last week was a milestone.
Yeah, they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this 4-8
nearly 6 years of footy.
A bad start from half-back. Kick really was just into open space, didn't do Galino any favours, but he made the kick look good. Then Galino tucks it under the arm, and then a lovely pass to Hendrick, and East Burwood can go back. Hagliaro. Exactly. Little handball there to Ungamey, and Gamey's kick kept it very low. The mark taken by Galino. Galino bounces it through for a goal, and finally the first goal. And one to Pickering, and likely to go up a notch in the second quarter. You would think Parthenides there won the tap down decisively, but time has seen a free kick. It's going to go the way of Hendrick.
Clever play, nice tap down there by Hendrick. The kick goes
being
up
under
towards
pressure
the
as
top
he
of the goal
was throughout the course of the day.
Wills
and the ball
was there, goes after it again, finally gets boot to ball. A little soccer
the guys
shot.
around him probably needed to stand up a little bit more. But some of the other players for
another free kick.
Matthew Ferguson, I thought was good.
Not very free flowing.
Brad Riddle
and plenty of free kicks being paid as Murray goes inside forward 50. Pickering a strong lead,
solid for the Hawks. Put through a goal as well and was physical right around.
He needs to put this one through though. They currently trail by 9 points, and he can. Stephen Kernahan helicopter punt that one straight over the goal umpire's head. That's their all afternoon here till 6 p.m. Keepers across the scores at your ground at Footy EFL via Twitter. They go inside forward 50. Little trace kick and just finding the right spot. He just recently,
to Brad Riddle around the stoppages, so
loving being back in the Rams jumper on the left, sends a goalwood, and there's no place like home, is there? Straight over the goal umpire's head for his second to be up.
And Gemi, look, if Galino hadn't have kicked 5 goals, and Gemi probably would be my best, which we'll get into in a bit. And Gemi probably would have been at the forefront for best on ground.
I think this is going to be a free kick to the Glen Waverley Hawks from the start. A bit closer, almost same angle. He'll come in again. He got good purchase last time. He sets it up. It's just going to fall short. Parthenides in the front spot. I think it was
just so much to hang out in front of Ferguson, who was able to take down.
This is where you want to kick them from today.
Just walking into the room here, guys,
and you put it over the goal umpire's head. So the Glen Waverley Hawks.
Floating kick forward for the Rams. Just set up nicely for them now.
The feed then into the
fancy. Damatopoulos.
All over the top by Damatopoulos. And Galeno races into an open goal.
And the Joel variety leaking up well.
What is their song again?
Snaps around the body, top of the goal square. Galeno! The second bite. No, the umpire said it was
trying to be smart.
I tell you what.
It's been a while since they've won a game.
Coates' kick hugging the boundary.
Really good kick there.
Did it well inside the field of play. Takes the mark.
Recent times, but
under a lot of pressure, getting pushed out, tugged up against wind.
Unfortunately, because I reckon it would have been a pretty
really good
and really well.
rendition of
Wills goes with the check side kick.
I've seen it a few times.
Likes the look of it, and it is a goal. So he's ruled off to a great start.
Because I thought there were several times throughout the course of the game where he was able to burst away from the stoppage and use the footy really well. And that's what the Glen Waverley Hawks
tackle then,
and he stood out
on Riddle.
He's
a smart player.
Looking to fade over the top of the player. They're going to link up well now here, and here's O'Brien once again, 55 metres out from goal, spears it into the pocket. That was a brilliant piece of play. Kennedy takes the things as well.
The kick by Wills over the back.
Pretty well.
This is Galeno. Galeno bounces it through, and a great goal for Adrian Galeno. 4 of those now on the board for him today.
I'll count exactly how many.
For the Glen Waverley Horse, he's dispossessed. Here's Hendrick, just scoops it back into play. Perry was able to trap it, sold a little bit of candy, got the handball away, kick to the top of the goal square, where Maxie Wills just takes a gift, and he'll go back and pull it.
But speaking of ex-Knox players, Jordan Damatopoulos today, I thought he had a great game. He was forward, he was electric. It just looked like something was going to happen with the footy every time he had it. Almost kicked goal of the year on about 2 or 3 occasions, and he featured in our plays of the week several times last season.
Yeah, your man, Brad.
Adam Amin, he'll be hard pressed to top today's performance, I think.
Throws it back in. 7 players by my count in today's side, but it was strong tackle applied, and did he have the footy?
Yeah, that's gone. Gets the
who played it.
Ball outside of that danger zone now, over the back there. Armin needs to trap the football, get the fend off. Well done there.
They've certainly done a lot of recruiting in this build, and it's paying off for them.
With the free.
He's been a journeyman.
He's played old man Ray in the rooms and
spent some time in the VAFA as well.
Enjoying a beverage, kicks it long.
I'm sure if Barry Cox has got it.
The second bite, Maxie Wills, he's not going to
be. I can tell you there, because we've finished early.
There's a short pass. Attacking the footy was Galeno, gathered it in nicely. Bounces it through, and easy as you like. Adrian Galeno slots through his
through men's. The Glen end in this final term
game between Bourne and South Croydon.
What can they manufacture?
20 minutes in the last quarter. And get this one. In the Norwood Ringwood game, Norwood was miles ahead.
Both knocked away from Hodges.
Teams are 78 points apiece.
20 minutes. Gets a little handball away. Kick goes to the top of the goal square though. Who's going to be able to pull this one down? Andrew Murray. Well, he just stuck his hand up.
So there might be a big party opposite your place.
Well, that only happens about every second Saturday night during football.
Take it every day
and cricket season. There's a big party opposite
the two-finger salute in shoes, and Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Certainly not an uncommon occurrence. Troy McGowan's kick. Looking for Galeno.
Just
Hendrick,
just arbitration
throws it on the boot, kicks to the square,
what a great
takes the mark. And he is dangerous whenever he's been near the footy today. For Galeno, Max Wills, he's done some
not a surprising result there, but
he wheels around now for goal number 3.
He's got it.
He doesn't want to take too long over his shots and goals.
So that's adding to his
Huxtable got booted ball, going after it. Joel McGann again, got it back. He's Galeno, handballs to Wills. Wills with it, you little ripper. That is number 4. That is goal at 8.
On a day like today where there'll be a few games where both teams combine between them.
Heard a whistle, it'll come back.
And he's done it off his own boot. So
Waverley here.
Yeah, brilliant performance by a
just trying to
brilliant footballer.
Onto something the Hawks.
Got a final score, Division 3
just sat at the back of the pack there, and Luke Brown just went, well, I'll just go in and take that mark. But
very accurate there,
a bit of shepherding, and it's going away less. Ferguson, he's already kicked 1 goal. He's missed a couple also. He'll try and square the ledger here with
not a surprising result
in
terms of who won the game, but look, I think Warrandyte did well to
that's the 4th goal on the board.
I expected it to be a lot more, but as you say, Brad, around the Eastern Footy League today, there'll be a few games where
Murray swoops on
form
the
will
footy,
just go straight out the window
Andrew
with the
Murray
conditions that they need to put up with.
a great goal. We got quite lucky, really, in as much as
better over the top there of Ferguson's head. Tried to get it there was Lapore, scooped upon there by Murray. Kicked the last goal, snaps around the body. Mins by himself. 20 metres out from goal. So
the rest of the day, we're
getting a little backwards around the body. Mins, surely he kicks this, goes for it, and puts it through. So well. Can we say there's still time?
No, certainly not.
Is there still strong tackles being laid, scooped upon by Perry. He kicks it to the hot spot. Who's going to be underneath it? All of a sudden, Dunley took it again. But the kick on goal, what I think is Pagliaro, who got boot to ball just in the
North Wingwood last weekend. Getting within 10 points of North, who have recruited really well, taking the Petrarca boys out of Mitcham and Hogle as well. So, you know, they'll have a competitive year, I think, this year.
Galeno was using his body at the back of the ball. Ball's about 25 metres out, getting down. Parthenidi scooped upon there by Perry. Can he curl it back? Well, the wing got a hold of that one, and it didn't take too long for the East Beld Rams to get it.
A bit of pain, Ben Miller. He's limping.
It might have been stood on.
He's called for the boundary. He's called out to the boundary.
Is that going to become a mainstay on our radio games? Whoever's got the pink umbrella must be on the boundary line.
Nonetheless, they'll have to rebound from about almost centre wing
down now to Matt Fodia with the pink umbrella. Yeah, they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this foray forward because it's been
I'm down here with Max Wills, the man who loves a Boonana. Max,
kick really was just
not know how to kick a drop punt, mate, or you just fancy yourself around the corner?
He made the kick look good, then Galeno tucks it under the arm, and then a lovely pass to Hendrick, and Eastfield can go back.
To the boys in the down, first class service today.
Exactly.
You just said that. Your midfield was pretty dominant. Was there any sort of focuses going into a Glen Waverley side on such a big ground that you had to change from your usual game plan?
Bounces it through for a goal, and finally the first goal.
I guess going inside 50, they're a taller back line, we're pretty small. We just lower the eyes, and if we need to, kick it long. We've got me and Big Brady Hendrick just to bring the ball to ground. We've got Damar, Gilly, just go to work and see what we can do.
Your nickname Sunscreen there, mate. You'd be the only bloke, I reckon, in Melbourne that's pretty happy with the change in weather conditions through the week.
Yeah, I probably still got burnt today too. There's a bit of sunlight in the third quarter, so yeah, I lathered up pre-season, and that's where it came from. Every time before training, it's just everybody's asking me if I put sunscreen on.
Not very free-flowing.
Over to you, boys.
And plenty of free kicks being paid. As Murray goes inside forward 50, Pickering a strong lead.
The Rams really moved the ball well throughout the course of the day. And you were obviously the beneficiary of that in the second half.
But they currently trail by 9 points, and here can Stephen Kernahan helicopter punt that one straight over the goal umpire's head. That's
more pressure and
all afternoon here till 6 p.m.
I think most of our forwards laid more than 3 tackles in that third quarter, and we really kept it in there, and it helped us dominate. And then just lowering the eyes and keeping the ball low to
just
win.
finding the right spot.
He just dominated, and I think it's 13 goals in the first 2 weeks, so it's great stuff from him.
Loving being back in the Rams jumper.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but
sends a goalwood, and there's no place like home, is there? Straight over the goal umpire's head for his second of the year.
Has that been spoken about much?
Not really, but I've been here the last 2 years, and it was actually last week was the first win since my 18th birthday. So
and I think this is going to be
good to get 2 wins in a row. It's great start by the boys, and we can just see it this year. Everybody wants to play for each other, and we've got 40, 50 guys on the list who put in their hand up each week, and it's just great to be a part of. I'm actually happy playing footy this year.
I think it was
about so much to hang out in front of quarter where goals were so hard to come by.
This is where you want to kick them from today if you get it. 20 metres out, you're directly in front and you put it over the goal umpire's head.
For the players to
so
adjust
the Glen Waverley Hawks.
In that first term, given that all of your training, I guess, up to now would have been in dry conditions.
Yeah, it's 100% right. Well, our pressure was really high in that first quarter. We were going against the bin, so I think that's a part of it. We pressured really well, and it was hard to actually get the ball inside 40, 50, so I think it's more credit to just the body, top of the goal square. Galeno! I guess they just didn't use it as well going inside 50, and that was probably another contributing factor to it.
I tell you what.
And Max, am I right in, as I recall, that you, like a really good teammate, started the day with the long sleeve jumper and then made the change during the afternoon?
Under a lot of pressure,
I had one on the warm-up,
tugged up against wind.
Out on the ground, it was just a single, mate. I've actually ordered a long sleeve, so I can't wait to get that out.
So Wills goes
pipes like he's got, Brad. I don't think he needs to put the long sleeve, mate. You put that away in the cover, keep those guns out.
So Eastfield
off. I've been working on that too.
I might leave it there with thanks Matt, and thanks to Max Wills there on the downside. Crunching tackle then. on Riddle. Spoke very well, didn't he, young man?
Looking to
very
like
impressive
fade over
game
the top
today,
of the player. They're going to link up well now here, and here's O'Brien once again, 55 metres out from goal, spears it into the pocket. That was a brilliant piece of late. Kennedy takes it
things as well. The kickball wheels over the back. This is Galeno. Galeno bounces it through. And a great goal for Adrian Galeno. 4 of those now on the board for him today. You know what, he kicked 4 goals
there for the
in the
Glen
second
Waverley
half.
Hawks. He's dispossessed. Here's Hendricks. Just scoops it back into play.
Perry
Perry was able to trap it. Sold a little bit of candy, got the handball away. Kick to the top of the goal square where Maxie Wills just takes a gift. And he'll go back and wheels around now on the right move. Aaron Ward style, Nathan Chapman style, and Candy got the handball away.
A lot of forwards struggle to do that. They can go periods if they're not kicking goals. Sometimes they just can't.
When's Peaky Blinders coming? I've been waiting for that long.
Always creating something.
Oh, free kicks being paid.
Yeah, you're a man, Brad.
Adam Amin down once again boundary umpire. Matt Fodia, who I believe might be back in Parthenides nicely.
That's correct, Brad. Well done, mate. With Will O'Brien after his first game, and not many people in the past 5 years can say their first game for East Burwood was a win. What's it like, mate?
It's pretty static, you know, down the club.
Needs to trap the football. Tough defenders, well done there by Rick Masters, who will be rewarded with the free.
How long have you been down at East Burwood, mate? Are you a junior, or have you been from other clubs? Or
I started at Knox and Glen Rose for the juniors. This is my first year down here.
The second ball, Maxie Wills, he's not going to be
handy lead at this
What did you
stage.
expect from the pre-season coming down to a club that's
Attacking the
had
footy
such
was
a demise?
gathered it in nicely.
Has it lived up to expectations? Has it gone past it, or has it just been completely different?
Adrian Galeno.
I wasn't really expecting much coming into it, to be honest. We ran really hard in the pre-season. We had about 50 blokes on the track every week. It was really up and about. Everyone was really ready to go, and it proves these last 2 games how much we just run over sides in the last few quarters.
The coach said he promised a keg if you won here today, and they have. Are you over the age of 18 to partake, mate?
Yes, I'm 19, so I will be partaking.
Kick goes to the
We'll
top
chuck
of
the
the
car
goal
keys to
square,
mum.
though.
Over to you,
Who's
boys.
going to be able to pull this
Yeah,
one down?
I was
Andrew
just
Murray,
wondering,
he just stuck his hand up.
games, mate. It must be great to step into a senior side that's coached by a legend of the Eastern Football League in Stuart Mind.
I'll take it every day of the week.
He
Go
definitely
for a
knows his
goal.
stuff, and he definitely tells us about how good he was as well. So
in
we've got a lot of
shoe,
we've got a big expectation to live up to. So he's got so much wisdom to learn from. You'd be silly not to take it on.
Great assistance around the place as well. Adam Slater's another icon of the competition. Does he impart his knowledge onto you?
He sure does. All those guys are on the bench, all the assistant coaches, even the blokes that come down.
He wheels around now for goal number 3.
He's got it.
He doesn't like to take too long over his shots at goal.
There was Huxtable, got
William, how
boot
did
to
you
ball,
find
going after it. Joel McGann again, got it back. He's Galeno, handballs to Wills. Wills with a banana! Little ripper! That is number 4, that is goal, and ain't
I was expecting this. Probably more congested than I thought. When it's out on the wings, just got to do my thing and just keep running. So yeah, and it's not too bad.
Might be a free
Very
kick
good
to
to
Glen
hear.
Waverley here.
Well, played a fine game today.
gonna
Great
be.
result for the club as well. So congratulations on that, and thanks to you.
Conjure something,
and
the
also to
Hawks.
Matt
The
for
kick
interview.
goes in.
Beautiful, thank you very
just
much.
sat at the back of the
Thank you
pack
to
there,
William
and Luke Brown
O'Brien
just went, well, I'll
playing
just
his
go in
first
and
game
take that
this
mark.
afternoon
But
for
the
the East
umpires
Burwood
paid a bit
Footy
of
Club.
shepherding.
Thanks
and
for
it's going
Matt
away.
Fodia
Les
for his work
Ferguson,
down
he's
there
already
on the
kicked
boundary to
one
get
goal. He's
that
missed a couple
interview.
also.
And
He'll try and
Brad,
square
I
the
was just going
ledger
to
here
throw
with
this one
2
out.
and
It's a
2,
bit
and
of a
he's
curly
done just
trivia
that.
question. Who
Worked the
do you
ball
reckon
back
would have been the
beautifully
last
with
East
the breeze.
Burwood
That's
player
the
to
4th
play
goal on the
the
board.
debut and then have a win in their first game in a Rams
Out of
jumper?
the pack by Karawalla.
Someone last
Murray
week, obviously.
swoops
Before.
and
Oh, there you go.
Andrew Murray has kicked a great goal for the
Who said
Waverley
that?
Hawks.
Matt Fodia on the boundary there.
Ferguson's
That's
head tried to kick it. There was Lapore scooped
Would've been
upon
quite
there
a
by
few
Murray.
last
Kicked
week.
the
Would've
last
been
goal,
more
snaps
inside.
around the
They
body.
did the
Armin's by
huddle
himself.
with the circle
20
with
metres
the
out from goal.
Well, would have been no one on the
First
outside,
win.
wouldn't
Yeah,
there?
it would have been only
Snaps
a
around the
handful on
body.
the outside.
Armin's, well,
Most of them
surely he
on
kicks
the
this,
middle of the
goes
circle.
for it, and puts it through.
Good result for East Burwood, and tell you what,
can we say there's still time?
Clubs who have been starved.
Is there still strong tackles being laid, scooped upon by
there's
Berry.
nothing like,
he kicks it to the
you know,
hot spot.
clubs try
Who's
so
going to be
hard to stay
underneath it? All of a
positive.
sudden, Dun nearly took it again. But the kick on goal, what I think is Pagliaro, who got boot to ball just in the nick.
Every year they try to build up the hopes and confidence that, but nothing does it like winning. Good effort by Pickering. And, they got the win today, and it's looking promising for season 2018, that is for sure. As we cross down,
Galeno was using his body at the back of the ball. Ball's about 25 metres out, getting down. Parthenides scooped upon there by Perry. Can he curl it back? Well, the wind got a hold of
that. Jared, that shoulder's iced up from all the hitting out you get, I assume, mate?
Oh, mate, it cops a bit of a beating throughout the day, so just taking care of it. It's more precautionary than anything. She'll be fine. Ready to go for next week.
Exactly right. You came up against probably one of the famed ruckmen in the competition, Bow, and I'm not going to try and pronounce his last name, but it's a big long one. He's been pretty dominant in previous years for Glen Waverley, and your counterpart Ben Miller went down within the first minute. What were you expecting then that you had to slog it out? Did you expect to go so well against him?
Oh, look, mate, it was a bit of a quick change, sort of expecting to line up from centre half back all day, and then, yeah, sort of getting pulled into the ruck because Benny's gone down. But look, to be honest with you, I didn't sort of bat my lid. You've got to play your role for the team, and I guess being able to go in there and win a few and, get it forward for the boys was really promising. It's just sort of showing up that we're going to have a good season, so just happy with the team performance.
Is that something the coaches put through to the whole group? I heard pre-call time he really singled out Jace Kennedy for his massive collect and hit on the wing there on Brad Riddle, and you just said there you didn't bat an eyelid, just did the role. Is that something that you guys are really focused on this pre-season, just making sure everyone knows their role and just does what they do?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. We're not really about having any superstars running out on the park. We're really looking to have a superstar team rather than any superstar players. I think that's the way to go about it, especially in this division that we're playing in, when we all come together and just play that role. If you do your bit, then you're going to get up at the end of the day. So, yeah, that's how we go about it.
Very free flowing.
Really positive for us so far.
And plenty of free kicks.
You spoke about all coming together. There's about 16 blokes coming into this first 22 from other clubs from outside last year. How have they gelled together and got involved in the club culture? Has it been good? Has it been difficult to start off the first few months, or has everything just gone swimmingly?
Look, mate, it has been, quite frankly, absolutely amazing, the turnaround that we've had around the place. You could tell straight away from the start of pre-season, just in terms of numbers there. And all the boys who come over, like, they're awesome fellas, really easy to get along with.
And just finding the right spot.
You can sort of still tell at times that we're still trying to sort of learning how each other play, but as far as off the field, we're getting along really well, and that's just going to come when it's going to get
no place like home, is there?
Yeah, kudos to those boys that come into the place, and just that's why they've been there for years, so it's awesome. Yeah.
It's good to hear the off-field culture is improving. Boys, have you got any questions for the big man?
Yeah, Jared, you mentioned you were coming into today's game expecting to line up elsewhere, but you found yourself having to ruck basically the whole game.
Just a bit closer, almost same angle. He'll come in again. He got good purchase last time.
Well,
he sets
I've been doing a bit of training going into the transition to centre-half back, to be honest with you. And by trade, I used to play ruck for years and years.
I think it was
just so much
for a bit of size. I've been starting at centre-half back, but yeah, putting in a bit of yards, because I've sort of known that at points throughout the game I'll be chucking into the ruck anyway, so I'm sort of
over the goal umpire's
for both elements, and yeah, look, obviously it's paying off because it sort of worked out for us today. So yeah,
set up nicely for them now.
Talking to Brad on air before, one of the midfielders I was pretty impressed with today that was on the end of your handiwork on a number of occasions was Brett Kate. Just the way he was able to burst away from the stoppages and create play.
Snaps around the body, top of the goal square. Galeno, the second bite. No, the umpire said it was done.
Yeah, look, I feel like I sort of give him a bit of a dicey one a lot of the time, and he comes out on top and just pushes it forward. So
really good
he's gone really well. He's part of our leadership group doing a bit of assistant coaching as well. So yeah, he's been a really
under
really
a lot of pressure, getting pushed down.
Jared, how much more ruck work I guess were you required to do today?
Really good,
really well. So Wills goes with the check side. Likes the look of it, and it is a goal.
In our cracking matches and in the one game we've had so far, it's sort of been. I've been centre-half back for about 80% of the game, and then, a bit of a pinch hit while we give Benny have a rest, so a bit different. But, playing centre-half back, I'm getting miles and my legs anyway, so it's, it's just
looking
adapting to that role.
Fade over the top of the player, they're going to link up well now here, and here's O'Brien once again, 55 metres out from goal, spears it into the pocket. That was a brilliant piece of play. Kennedy takes
things as well.
So it's not a huge transition that I've had to modify my game a lot. Just minor little adjustments that I make based on where
It helps your ball skills, you think, going towards half-back and not just relying on just hit-outs to get a game?
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of adding another element because as a ruckman, I'll sit behind the ball, but even when we push it forward, I'll continue to sit there. Bit of emphasis that I'm going to get into my game more at half-back is to really attack after the one that moves. So hopefully that's going to come along more
on the right boot. Aaron Ward style, Nathan Chapman style, and Kenny
well, that's all from me, and I'm sure the boys will probably run out of questions to ask Happy Rams, boys. So enjoy the keg that the coach is putting on for you, and hopefully it's another win next week. Peaky Blinders coming out. I've been waiting for that long.
Thank you there to Jared
free kicks being paid.
Yeah, your man, Brad.
Adam Amin, back to the boundary umpire there. And if he throws it back in, I don't know if the East Burwood nicely calmed down that to do their voiceover work. Strong tackle applied. He's got the nice deep radio voice, baritone voice.
Yeah, outside of that danger zone now. Absolutely wouldn't be out of place. Needs to trap the football, get the footy club list when they do their social events and things like that. So they played a fine game. Nears Jack in trades, of course, we play centre half back in the ruck. Time looking well, enjoying a beverage, kicks it long at the back.
How many times have we seen? I know we called a game together last year, Brad, where a guy has had to ruck the whole day, and it's just a tremendous performance.
Gathers in nicely, bounces through, and easy as you like. Adrian Galino slots through today, and when you see that happen, you just wonder halfway through the game, does he have the legs, does he have the stamina to ruck the game out? It's just some of the athletic ability of these guys is unbelievable. Yeah, ruckmen are a bit of an interesting breed, I guess, in some ways, because some ruckmen, a lot of ruckmen
goes to the top of the goal square, though. Who's going to be able to pull this one down? Andrew Murray, well, he just stuck his hand up.
Like having someone to share the load. Others, they don't want someone to share the load with. They want to
take it every day of the week, go for a goal.
It's a bit like the bowler.
So the two-finger salute in shoes and Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Who volunteers to bowl into the wind. That's to me, it's a bit like the ruckman who wants to be all day long. Throws it on the boot, kicks to the square, and takes the mark. Their workload, and they just love it. It's dangerous. Whenever he's been near the footy today, Max Wills, he's done some he may be like that, brilliant things. He wheels around now for goal number 3.
He's got it.
He doesn't like to take too long over his shots at goal.
There was Huxtable, got boot to ball, going after it. Joel McGann again, got it back. He's Galino, handballs to Wills. Wills with the banner! You little ripper! That is number 4, that is goal, that ain't Max's.
Used to miss most of the year, used to come in fresh as a daisy in September, and Brad Ottens was the same, wasn't he?
They were indeed great finals players, and as a Melbourne supporter, obviously our ruckman Max Gawn seems
trying to
he's made it quite clear that he
something
wants to
other
go
Hawks.
alone.
The kick goes in. Min just sat at the back of the pack there, and Luke Brown just went, well, I'll just go in and take that mark. But the umpire's paid a bit of shepherding, and it's going nonetheless. Ferguson, he's already kicked one goal. He's missed a couple also.
Speaking of ruckman, what did you make of Bo Parker
here with 2 and 2, and he's done just that.
Yeah, he won a lot of taps.
That's the 4th goal on the board.
He won a lot more pack by Carawalla contest than Stafford did, but Murray swoops on the footy, so congested around the packs, and there were so many repeat ball-ups that a lot of those taps were just going
better over the top there of Ferguson's head. Tried to kick at it there was Lapore, scooped upon there by Murray, kicked the last goal, snaps around the body, Armins by himself, 20 metres out from goal, so
he probably didn't go back and take the honours against Stafford the
surely he kicks this, goes for it, and puts it through so well.
But
can we say there's still time?
Yes, there's still
strong tackles being laid, scooped upon by Perry. He kicks it to the hot spot. Who's going to be underneath it? All of a sudden, Dunn nearly took it again. But the kick on goal, what I think is Pagliaro, who got boot to ball just in the
Smith has rejoined us in the commentary position. Matt is back up here as well. Good effort by Pickering. Discuss the game and our votes. We'll launch into our votes shortly. And as always, there may have been a hand involved.
Galino was using so good to have the ball. Ball's about 25 metres out, getting down. Parthenides scooped upon there by Perry. Can he curl it back? Well, the wind got a hold of that one, and it didn't take too long for the East Melbourne Rams to get
a fair bit of pain. Ben Miller, he's limping.
It was a big continuation there.
Might have been stood on. He's called for the boundary. He's called out to the boundary that he'll make his way over there. That's a lovely pass.
Belted out every word as well. Absolutely. They'll have to rebound from
I don't know what it is, Bruce, but apparently Ben does.
I'm not doing another rendition.
Yeah, they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this.
Certainly isn't in the genes that have trickled down.
Ben was in the circle with the debutant, him and Will O'Brien arm in arm.
Open space.
I had my shirt on here.
He made the kick look good.
You were thinking about it till he took his off.
Tucks it under the arm, and then a lovely pass to
Tobin Brothers
Hendrick.
player of the day gets a $50 Coles Myer gift card.
Exactly.
Gentlemen,
little handball there to
3-2-1
Ungamey. Ungamey's kick kept it very low. The mark taken by Galeno. Galeno bounces it through for a goal, and finally the first goal.
You're 3-2-1 today, mate.
For me, Ryan Lepore down back.
Go up a notch.
The coach Stuart Wine talked about how Adam Amin kicked. Well, he said 70 plus. We've found out from Brad it was 50 plus. But like you said, he basically didn't touch it until late in the third quarter. So I'm going to give him one vote, shutting him down there, down back, and just their collective back line was great at just rebounding. I thought Jesse Dunn was pretty good to sneak in. I'm going to give him 2. I know it's a bit
very free flowing
to give him 2 in a losing side, but I thought he basically, if it wasn't him, could have been a lot more than what it was. And then finally, my 3 votes are going to go to Galeno, is it? Is that how you pronounce it? There you go, yep. He kicked 5, that's 13 for the year. To kick 5 out of 10 goals is a pretty impressive day out. And he kicked him when the game counted as well. No junk time as he kicked 5 out of their first 6 or something like that, so I think that's my 3-2-1.
Across the scores at your ground at Footy EFL.
Yeah, look, just to echo your thoughts there, Matt, Jesse Dunn was stuck in for one vote. He was great down back for the Glen Waverley Hawks, and as you say, had it not been for him, it
back in the Rams jumper on the left, sends a goalward, and there's no place like home, is there?
2 votes goes to Jared
straight over the goal
Stafford.
umpire's head for his second of the
particularly to ruck a game basically by yourself.
Get a sponsorship with Gladwrap after how much Mulqueen.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's here, and I think this is going to be a free kick to the Glen Waverley Hawks from the
he gets
a bit closer, almost same angle. He'll come in again. He got good purchase last time. He sets it up. It's just going to fall short. Patanides in the front spot. I think it was
just so much to hang out in front of Ferguson. He was able to take the mark.
This is where you want to kick them from today if you get it. You're 20 metres out, you're directly in front, and you put it over the goal umpire's head.
I think at one stage,
the Glen Waverley Hawks.
I think he kicked forward for the Rams. It's set up nicely for them now. He was definitely the dominant factor, I guess, while the game was
Damatopoulos.
Over the top. Some of those goals he kicked. And Galeno races into an open goal.
And the Joel variety linking up well. Here's Masters. Snaps around the body, top of the goal square. Galeno! The second bite. No, the umpire said it was. I tell you what.
So I gave him one vote. Jesse Dunn, I gave
really good kick there.
Did it well. I agree. It is unusual to give someone probably the 2 votes in a losing.
Under a lot of pressure, getting pushed out,
he was so
up against wind. That was good to keep that ball in
that
play.
far
Really
away
good.
with this player today.
Well.
So Wills goes with the check side kick. He was so dominant. Likes the look of it. He was almost and it is a goal. So East Burwood off to a great start. The result was different. If it went the other way, he'd be getting the 3 votes. But in a losing side, 16-point lead, I could only give him 2 votes, but he played a mighty game back and crunching tackle so many marks for his team, cleared the ball so many times.
Looking to fade over the top of a player. They're going to link up well now here, and here's O'Brien once again, 55 metres out from goal, spears it into the pocket. That was a brilliant piece of play. Kennedy takes it as well.
The kick by Wills over the back, 4 goals. This is Galeno. All in the second half. There was probably a couple of those jump goals for Adrian Galeno. At the same time, I thought in the first half, on the board for him today.
But Potts is there for the Glen Waverley Hawks. He's possessed his hand ring. Just scoops it back into play. Perry was able to trap it. Sold a little bit of candy, got the handball away. Kicked to the top of the goal square. Where Maxie Wills just takes a gift. And he'll go back and his wheels are out now on the right move. Aaron Ward style. Nathan Chapman style. Just got the handball of that goal. And I'll tell you what, he's
I think we said when he finally kicked his first goal, we said it was much deserved. That he deserved a goal for the game.
When's Peaky Blinders coming in? I've been waiting for that
long. 3 more after that. So, free
kicks being paid.
Yeah, your man, Brad.
Adam Amin, back to the boundary umpire.
Same players for me, Brad, and we have gone over the performance of all the players that I'm about to list. I gave 1 vote to Adrian Galeno for his 5 goals. Thought he was absolutely super. I gave 2 danger zone now. 2 goals back there. 2 votes for 4 goals to Maxie Wills. Will be rewarded. I can't remember the last time. Best on ground to a player. His old man Ray in the room who Time looking well. Lost for the afternoon, but Jesse
long
Dunn,
at the
what a
back of the pack there. Oh, the second by Maxie Wills. He's not
in tough conditions right across the league, and we've seen that with the score lines that actually have
attacking the footy was Galeno,
there wasn't
gathered
much
in
he did wrong
nicely,
today.
bounces again, and easy as you like. Adrian Galeno slots through his
friends right across the ground to make it not
the
probably come in so much. He doesn't want to take 15 marks for a game.
He got the ball manufacture. If things had gone his way, he probably would have had half the
Absolutely, and I thought his performance today was
Hawks inside forward 50 again, knocked away from
so
Hodges.
He gets my 3 votes today.
Burwood get the little handball
the way it looks then
goes to the top of the goal square though. Who's going to be able to pull this one down? Andrew Murray. Well, he just stuck his hand up.
And then both Adrian Galeno and Jesse Dunn hold 8 votes.
Count back, number of best on grounds.
On a count back, Galeno would get it. He got 3 votes.
2 finger salute in shoes, and Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I think the fact he was in a winning team. McGown's kick.
We refer back to
Hendrick,
rules, which means that Adrian Galeno is the Tobin Brothers player of the day with both Matt and Dan selecting him as their best on
Jesse Dunn
ground.
when you do the Nathan Buckley.
No, I don't think he'd be throwing away money.
Why would you throw away money? Coles Mire gift card, you can spend it on anything.
And you can take the fly
gift as well. It's the greatest gift.
Got it back, he's Galeno.
Handballs to Wills. Wills with
when we look at
you little ripper.
our Trojan Workhorse Player of the Day, which has been an award we've given out for a number of years now, which is a $150 toolkit filled to the brim with every type of tool you could use. When we've got a tie and we've had to go back to a count back, it would be rude, if not wrong,
something
to
other
not
Hawks.
give
The
it to
kick goes
Jesse
in.
Dunn
I mean, just
today.
sat at the back of the
pack
there, and
doesn't
Luke
Trojan
Brown just went,
Workhorse
well, I'll
worked
just
them
go
right
in and
down
take
back.
that
Stafford
mark.
battle
The
hard
umpire's
all day.
Stafford is stiff runner-up in that one
and
as
it's
well.
going nonetheless. Ferguson, he's already
kicked
kicked
one goal.
when
He's missed
there's
a
only 2
couple
awards
also.
to give, they
They'll try
go
and
to
square the
Adrian
ledger here
Galeno
with
and
2
Jesse Dunn
and 2,
today.
and he's done just
a player
that.
from each
Worked the
side.
ball back
Congratulations to
beautifully
the
with
East
the breeze. That's the
Football Club.
4th
That's
goal
2
on
on
the
the
board
trot now for them. 10-10-70
out of the
today,
pack by
defeating the
Carawalla.
Glen Waverley Hawks 6-8-44.
Murray swoops on the
margin
footy,
of 26
and Andrew
points
Murray
in
has
tough,
kicked
trying
a great
conditions.
goal
It was
for the
hailing
Waverley
before the
Hawks.
start of the game.
Somewhat better over the top there of Ferguson's head. Tried to kick it there was Lapore, scooped upon there by Murray. Kicked the last goal, snaps around the body. Armin's by himself.
As well.
20 metres out from goal. So
they've already made their way back into the rooms. They're going in for a beverage, which is always great to see. We said that they are neighbours as well. Realistically, it's just down the road. 8 minutes you'll be at the East Burwood ground. So
is there still strong tackles being laid, scooped upon by Perry. He kicks it to the hot spot. Who's going to be underneath it? All of a sudden, Dunn nearly took it again. But the kick on goal, what I think is Pagliaro, who got boot to ball just in the
new tradition. New rivalries being established. They're going to play a lot of teams this year that they've never played before. Pickering haven't played for. Played the mark there, even if well, possibly.
Before we thank the team, Galeno was using his body at the back of the full ball, about 25 metres out, getting down Parthenides, scooped upon there by Perry. Can he curl it back? Well, the wind got a hold of that one, and it didn't take too long for the East Burwood Rams to get
a bit of pain, Ben Miller. He's
thank the team for today.
And
let's go through some of those stood-on scores from around the East Baz, because
they've
been coming in thick and fast,
make his way over there. That's a lovely pass. Came from the boot of Kennedy.
Nonetheless, they'll have to rebound from about almost centre wing position, half back, Brad.
Norwood.
Yeah, they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this foray forward because it's been a bad start from half back. Kick really was just into open space, didn't do Galeno any favours, but he made the kick look good then. Galeno tucks it under the arm, and then a lovely pass to Hendrick, and East Burwood can go back.
In front of us.
Doncaster 5.
Exactly. Little handball there to Ungamey.
Another close one.
Kick kept it very low. The mark taken by Galeno. Galeno bounces it through for a goal, and finally the first goal.
Yes.
Likely to go up a notch in the second quarter. You think Parthenides there won the tap down decisively, but the umpire's seen a free kick. It's going to go the way of Hendrick.
Clever play, nice tap down there by Hendrick. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square.
That's a big second.
Wills was there, goes after it again, finally gets boot to ball. A little soccer shot.
Quamby reserve
stage, and the umpire
sometimes people have a bit of a joke about Quamby, Dan, that you can't
not
kick
very
a score
free
on
flow,
there, and there's stop start and
plenty of free
free kicks
No,
being
exactly
paid. Murray
right.
goes
They're a
inside
quality
forward
outfit,
50.
aren't they? So
Pickering a strong
to the spoils
lead.
go the victor, and they've got plenty of firepower coming into the side this year.
And it's worked for them. He needs to put this one through, though. They currently trail by 9 points, and he can Stephen Kernahan helicopter punt that one straight over the goal umpire's head. Stand up and take notice on Lily all afternoon here till 6 p.m. Keep us across the scores at your ground at Footy EFL via Twitter. They go inside 450. LeBron's kick, and just finding the right spot. He just reached
and it was a win to Upper Ferntree Gully, 9-7.
Loving being back in the Rams jumper on the left, sends it goalward, and there's no place like home, is there? Straight over the goal umpire's head for his second of the up. Umpires being fair here.
And it was Scoresby, 9-13-67.
Throws it up, and there's been a little bit of Mulqueen interference here, and I think this is going to be a free kick to the Glen Waverley Hawks from the just a bit closer, almost same angle. He'll come in again. He got good purchase last time. He sets it up. It's just going to fall short. Pathanides in the front spot. I think it was. It was
just so much to hang out in front of Ferguson, who was able to take the mark.
This is where you want to kick them from today if you get it. You're 20 metres out, you're directly in front, and you put it over the goal umpire's head.
8-3.
So the Glen Waverley Hawks.
Loading kick forward for the Rams. It's set up nicely for them now.
Oh, fancy. Damatopoulos.
Over the top by Damatopoulos, and Galeno races into an open goal.
And the Joel variety leaking up well. Here's Masters. Snaps around the body, top of the goal square. Galeno! The second bite. No, the umpire said it was cut. I tell you what.
Coates kick taking the boundary.
Really good kick there.
Did it well inside the field of play. Takes the mark.
Under a lot of pressure, getting pushed out, tugged up against wind. That was good to keep that ball. Really good.
Did really
well. They were going to win though, weren't they?
Oh, they were up by 10 goals.
He likes the look of it, and it is a goal. So he's pulled off to a great
because
start.
I said Park Orchard would be good, and he swanned in on inside, and now he's going to swan in and say Fair Park. We're going to win.
So I should say,
Dan,
well done.
That's a crunching tackle there.
Dan's already called it out for you today, mate.
So wherever Wayne Brasher is,
here, and here's O'Brien once again. He's listening from the company's out from goal. Spears it into the pocket. That was a brilliant piece of play.
He's put away the microphone for this weekend. Brash is having a bit of a rest, which he thoroughly deserves.
This is
so
Galeno.
he won't have
Galeno
right. So
bounces it through.
you're the man that kicked fair.
Adrian Galeno, 4 of those now on the board for him today.
Potts is there for the Glen Waverley Horse. He's dispossessed. Here's Hendrick. Just scoops it back into play. Perry was able to trap it. Sold a little bit of candy. Got the handball away. Kick to the top of the goal square where Maxie Wills just takes a gift. And he'll go back and shoot. Wheels around now on the right foot. Aaron Lord style. Nathan Chapman style. And he goes through for a goal. She'll take him up in the next 10 minutes or so. He was out at Donvale versus Warrandyte today. A great first up victory.
When's Peaky Blinders coming out? I've been waiting for that long.
Old mate Ray Baird, he's back on the airwaves. Free kick's been paid.
You're man, Brad.
Adam and Min, yeah,
can't
back
wait
to
to
the boundary
hear
umpire.
what he has to bring us from Wanturna South and Murrelbark
Back
today.
in, Pathanides
But of course, it's been a great broadcast out here. We love coming out
strong tackle applied, and did he have
Waverley,
the footy?
Waverley Toyota Oval.
Home of the Waverley
Ball
Panthers.
outside of that danger zone. It's a great venue, perched up in the grandstand. It's good a venue as you can walk from, isn't it?
Will be rewarded. Perfect spot. Right on the centre wing, elevated.
Saw his old man Ray
And
in
it
the
cuts out the
rooms
wind chill, I can tell you that for a
time
fact.
looking well, enjoying a beverage, kicks it long. It's great to be out here.
Oh,
the second by Maxie Wills. He's not going to be the team out here. Thank you very much to Damien Watson,
There's a short pass.
who joined us as our
Attacking the
host
footy
on
was
the
Galeno,
pre-match show.
gathered it in nicely.
Bounces
Again,
through,
and easy as you like. Adrian Galeno slots through his
the team that's ensembled out here. The Glen End in this final term. Jesse Hare, who's been on Twitter all afternoon. If you've been following social media at Footy EFL,
And there's Hawks inside forward 50 again, knocked away from Hodges. Burwood, get the little handball away. Kick goes to the top of the goal square though. Who's going to be able to pull this one down? Andrew Murray. Well, he just stuck his hand up. Maybe this will kick them on.
Of course, our boundary rider today, he rode solo, but he does a magnificent job. Three great
take it every day of the week. Go for a goal.
Everything at ground level.
So the two finger
Matt
salute.
He's back from his cricket trip in one piece, and now he's got his presentation night tonight. So I'm glad we weren't doing this game game tomorrow.
Hendrick,
The only downfall of today was it didn't rain enough for me to get the price
kicks
one.
to the square.
I'll keep it in the car for next week.
And he is dangerous whenever he's been near the footy today for Galeno. Max Wills.
Again, another audio feed.
He wheels around now for goal number 3.
He's got it.
Doesn't like to take too long over his shots at goal.
Always has the busiest week of anyone I know.
Going after it, Joel McGann again. Got it back, he's Galeno. Handballs to Wills. Wills with the banana! You little ripper! That is number 4. That is goal.
That's exciting. You get to have a sleep in, but your work doesn't stop until it pretty much clicks over to Sunday.
Until it pretty much clicks over to October. But no, looking forward to chatting to Davis Harrigan, who was out at Donvale
the Catfish
today. The Catfish. And of course, Ray Baird, who was out at Montana South today. So looking forward to that.
And Luke Brown just went, well, I'll just go in and take that mark. But the umpire's to shepherd when he's got Davis on us and around the ground. He's very,
missed
very
a couple
thorough.
also.
And the man who we've missed him, it's almost been 1 year since he's been able to call with us on EFL game day. Riding shotgun, my all-time favourite, Brad Henderson, the accurate one, back in the caller's chair today.
On the footy,
by you,
and
mate.
Andrew Murray
back,
has
and
kicked a great
we put you out in the elements today for your welcome back.
Over the top there, Ferguson's head tried to great spot to call Lapore, scooped upon there by Murray.
For someone like yourself who's been around the league for a long time, to see a
20 metres out from
goal, who've been a powerhouse in your time, have gone through some tough times, but all of a sudden
surely he kicks this, goes for it, and puts it through. So well,
you know, one of those clubs, a bit like a Vermont.
Can we say there's still time?
We'd go out and call.
Is there still strong tackles being laid, scooped upon by Perry? He kicks it to the hot spot. Who's going to be underneath it? All of a sudden, Dunn nearly took it again. But the kick on goal, what I think is Pagliaro, who got boot to ball just in the nick.
Focused on East Burwood, and I suppose they probably didn't want the focus for a lot of that time as well. Because results weren't going their way. Deserves to be paid the mark. It's been encouraging to see the way that they've attacked the challenge of dropping down.
Galeno was using his body at the back of the forward ball's about 25 metres out, getting down. Parthenides scooped upon there by Perry. Can he curl it back? Well, the wind got a hold of that one, and it didn't take too long for the East Burwood Rams to get it.
A fair bit of pain, Ben Miller. He's limping.
And started off might have been stood on.
But he's great for the boundary. He's called out to the boundary that he'll make his way over there. That's a lovely pass. Came from the boot of Kennedy. I really can't believe it's been that long.
Have to rebound from about almost centre wing position, half back, Brad.
Yeah, they do indeed. They'll be hoping to score out of this 4-8 forward. It's been a bad start from half back. Kick really was just in open space. Didn't do Galeno any favours, but he made the kick look good. Then Galeno tucks it under the arm, and then a lovely pass to Hendrick, and East Burwood can go back here at that.
In front of us.
Just the fact that this is April. Exactly. Little handball there to Ngami. Ngami's kick kept it very low. The mark taken by Galeno. Galeno bounces it through for a goal, and finally the first one than what we have out here, and I can see why this is likely to finals venue. This is a good choice for a finals venue. Parthenides there won the tap down decisively, but the umpire's seen a free kick. It's going to go the way of Hendrick.
EFL Sunday, nice tap down there by Hendrick. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square. Wills was there, goes after it again, finally gets boot to ball. A little soccer shot.
Yeah, and pretty much getting the old man back together. Another free kick with yourself, Gavin Casey.
Not very free flowing. Stop start and plenty of free kicks being paid.
As
Murray goes inside forward 50, Pickering a strong lead.
Week hiatus from the media team.
Standard procedure for him doing those sorts of things. He has 1 week off and he rings
points and he can Stephen Kernahan.
I'm right for Saturday. I'm right for Saturday.
That one straight over the goal umpire's head. That's their
listening, and we're looking forward
all
to
afternoon here
around the grounds report as we're looking forward to hearing you again in the morning, mate.
Twitter,
they go inside the rest of the team as well. Of course, Barry Potts has been around the grounds all afternoon.
He just reached
on the score centre. He'll be taking charge for the next 50 minutes.
Back in the Rams jumper
on the left,
centre goal. There's no place like home, is there?
The best in the
straight over the goal umpire's head for
There's
his
absolutely
second
no doubt about that. We're spoiled because we have him at the Eastern Football League, but how he's not working at Foxtel or ESPN.
There's been a little bit of
is beyond me, but his company
interference here, and I think this is going to be a free
kick. They do a brilliant job, as does the Loft Productions.
Closer, almost same angle. He'll come in again. He got good purchase last time. He sets it up. It's just going to fall short.
Parthenides in the front spot. It's been a great day out here at think it was. It was
just so much
a long
to
time
hang out in front of Ferguson,
to call
who was able to take
home
them
game.
out.
This is where you want to kick them from today. If you get it, you're 20 metres out, you're directly in front, and you put it over the goal. Get another win on the board for 2018.
The Glen Waverley
Hawks 2 and zip, and they head to Fair Park next week to see if they can go for the three-peat. We're going to take a break, go back to our Damatopoulos and have a few messages, and when we come back, it is the Score Centre right through till 6 p.m. with Barry Cox on 98.1 Radio Eastern
around the
and
body, top of the goal square. Galeno! The second by no, the umpire said it was.
To thank Mum for everything she's done.
My brother's been having a pretty rough time. I'd like to reassure him that it'll be okay.
I'm sorry that it ended up badly and we didn't remain friends.
Under a lot of pressure, getting pushed out.